Harry Potter! Silence filled the hall. Harry's heart raced. Everyone turned to stare at him, but he didn't move. He couldn't, even with Hermione nudging him sharply and hissing in his ear that it was okay. He would be fine, they would fix it. When was it ever fine? Harry's stomach felt like it was filled with lead, but the rest of him was brimming with unbridled fury. Every year something went wrong. Something happened to him that caused everyone to hate him, and every year he had to once again prove himself innocent. 2 out of the 3 years he'd been at Hogwarts, proving himself had meant defeating the darkest wizard of all time, the very wizard that murdered his parents and left him an orphan, abandoned at his muggle aunts to grow up hated. When he'd found out he was a wizard, he was excited, of course he was, but he was cynical. For a while he'd had the faintest glimmer of hope maybe he'd be entering a world where he would simply be normal, accepted, and valued for he was. But no. Instead, he went from hero to villain to hero again, in the same endless cycle every single year. He knew what would happen now. He'd plead and beg Dumbledore to stop him from competing, and he'd be denied, just like he was every summer when the headmaster told him that no, once again he had to return to his relatives, and he was sorry, but it was the best thing for him. After being forced to compete, most of the school would turn on him and believe he entered himself because he wanted glory. The teachers would be harsher on him, and he would get picked on in the corridors again. Harry was done. He didn't care anymore. The fury subsided and he was left feeling empty. Who cared what anyone else thought? He knew that all he ever did was try to be good and do the right thing and improve his magic. He knew his morals were fair and just, and he knew that he was kind. But he was done playing this never-ending game. He wasn't a psycho. He wasn't going to turn dark or evil or anything. He wasn't going to seek revenge or vengeance. But he wasn't going to let himself be walked all over anymore. And with the threat of Voldemort looming over those who were smart enough to know that it wouldn't be long before he returned, well, maybe it was time to have a little fun. Harry wasn't going to maintain his mask anymore. He was done pretending he could handle everything thrown his way. He was breaking slowly. Giving into it just slightly might just take some of that pain away. Hermione had stopped hissing at him. She and Ron were watching him carefully, Hermione concerned and Ron thoughtful. Harry squeezed Hermione's hand gently and then let go. Ron winked at him and he nodded back, grateful he still had his 2 best friends. He stood up and let his shaking hands fall to his sides. He glared harshly at Dumbledore, who blinked in slight confusion. Harry made his way into the back room where all the champions were waiting. He ignored all the whispers, all the stares. He was used to it by now. It didn't make it comfortable, but it was tolerable. Potter. Cedric said in surprise when Harry shut the door with a soft click. What are you doing in here? My name, it came out of the goblet, Harry said, not bothering to pretend to be stoic. He braced himself, ready to deal with the imminent tantrums of the 3 champions, but none came. Harry looked up and met Cedric's gaze. He didn't look accusatory in the slightest. He looked more shocked than anything else. Then he scowled. Oh, Potter, someone is always out to get you, aren't they? Harry's shoulders slumped with relief. I know, right? Like, come on now, it's getting silly, Harry said earnestly. All I wanted was 1 year of normality, one. So what Z-Boy is saying is that his name was entered without his permission. Harry and Cedric turned to Fleur, who was frowning. Surely that is illegal and they cannot make you compete. You're just a child. I mean, ouch, Harry said, feigning hurt. But you'd think so, wouldn't you? Our headmaster is out to get me, though. He'll make me compete. Fleur and Crumb looked troubled by this. Cedric, however, nodded knowingly. He does have a tendency to land you in all sorts of trouble, Cedric said thoughtfully. It's rather unsafe. Don't worry, Potter, Crumb said gruffly. Whatever happens, we've got your back. Really? Harry smiled when the other 3 champions all nodded fervently. Thank you so much. You have no idea, Harry Potter. Harry jumped and spun around to face Professor McGonagall, who looked furious. Please tell these absolute imbeciles that you absolutely, without a doubt, did not enter your name into that goblet, because for some reason they seem to think I don't know you at all for so much as thinking you would never pull a stunt like that. Harry was just relieved the wrath of his head of house wasn't aimed at him. I didn't, he said to her, and she calmed down, but only enough to grab him gently by the shoulder and position herself slightly in front of him. He will not be competing. You will not force my student to play a part in these ridiculous games that he never even consented to be entered into. She hissed at the other teachers and ministry officials. Crouch pursed his lips. Snape looked well. Harry couldn't tell if he was at war with himself or just really badly constipated. Dumbledore looked grave, the other 2 head teachers fuming, and Bagman delighted. I'm afraid it's a legally binding contract. Dumbledore said, giving Harry a look he was all too familiar with. The look that usually meant Harry's doom. I'm afraid, dear boy, you must compete. Don't call me that, Harry said shortly, and no, I won't participate. Too right he won't, Professor McGonagall growled. There has to be a loophole, anything that will get him out of this. The real question is, everyone turned to look at Professor Moody, who had just entered the room. Who entered the lad's name? Snape remained silent as the rest of the staff began arguing furiously. Harry just let them. The other champions joined in, arguing alongside McGonagall for Harry's freedom from the tournament. You won't make him do this. Harry resisted the urge to laugh in relief when Hermione slammed the door open, eyes wild and hair wilder. He doesn't want to, he says no. Weasley, Granger out, Snape demanded through gritted teeth. What, and leave Harry to the sharks? No thanks, Ron said, as he and Hermione flanked Harry and shot the adults harsh glares. If you want us to leave, you let Harry leave too. Well, it's clear there is no option, Dumbledore sighed. Harry, I'm sorry, but you will have to participate, fully. Everyone stood in silence. Hermione gaped at the headmaster and Ron grabbed Harry's shoulder, squeezing slightly. McGonagall gave Dumbledore a look that could kill, and everyone looked a mix of resigned or annoyed. Harry took a deep breath and Hermione's hand found his own, squeezing slightly. Fine, whatever, I don't care anymore. Well, now that's all cleared up, Bagman clapped, grinning. The first task is in a month and remains a mystery. This task will test your quick planning and critical thinking skills, your ability to adapt and think fast, and your daring when facing the unknown. Good luck. Hermione and Ron practically dragged Harry from the room. Kitchens, Hermione muttered, and the three headed straight there, followed by the other champions. Upon arriving in the kitchens, the house elves made them all some hot chocolate and they sipped in silence. Well, what now? Cedric asked, bright-eyed despite the late hour. Harry grinned. I have a plan. The plan was deceivingly simple. Harry, who just wanted a bit of joy in his increasingly dark and depressing life, decided he would go. Well, mad. Not a dark wizard on a killing rampage mad, just an embracing his neglected inner child and finding joy and amusement in his life mad. If it meant breaking a few rules and being ridiculous, well, who honestly cares? He deserved a bit of laughter in his life. The problem with people like Harry, Hermione thought to herself, is that they simply cannot wait and take things slow. He had to leap straight into it. No build-up, no gradual, realistic spiral to insanity. No, Harry had to jump straight into the deep end. Which is why at breakfast the next morning, Harry was sat at the Slytherin table wearing Durmstrang robes, a Hufflepuff tie and a Beauxbatons hat. He made sure to be there very early. So early, in fact, that to begin with it was just him and Professor McGonagall in the Great Hall. Mr. Potter, your attire is very interesting, she had commented, raising a single brow. Awa, thanks, Professor, Harry exclaimed, curtsying. I'm trying to embrace our guests with open arms, you see. I thought this might make them feel more welcome. A lovely sentiment. However, you are unfortunately in breach of the uniform code. So after you have eaten your breakfast, you must go and change, or I will be forced to remove house points and give you a detention, Professor McGonagall said severely, but she winked at him. Of course, Professor. After breakfast, I will make sure to be wearing a full, single set of uniform. Thank you, Mr. Potter. I will not comment on the fact you are sat at the Slytherin table. Just don't cause too much trouble or Severus will give me a right headache about it. Yes, ma'am. Harry saluted before reaching for a slice of toast. As students began to stream into the hall, Harry got many funny looks and people began to whisper to each other. He didn't mind. At least they were talking about his current state and not his entry into the tournament. Potter, Malfoy said as he stopped in shock at the sight of Harry Potter, not only sat at his table but dressed in the attire of 3 different schools. What in Merlin's name are you doing? Oh, good morning, Malfoy. Sleep well, Harry said cheerfully, pouring milk onto his cereal. Malfoy blinked and was too shocked to reply. Hello, Harry waved a hand in Malfoy's face. Come sit down, I don't bite. He grabbed the Slytherin boy's arm and pulled him onto the bench next to him. Malfoy was too surprised to stop him. Potter, why are you sat at our table, and what are you wearing? A girl Harry had never spoken to before, but he had seen in his classes, asked. Daphne Greengrass, right? The girl nodded. Well, Daphne, I am simply eating breakfast and trying to show my support of the other champions by embracing their uniforms. Oh, and end house rivalries by sitting with you snaky poos today. Right, of course, makes complete sense. Snape is going to kill you, by the way. Daphne seemed more amused than anything else, and willingly sat on Harry's other side when he patted the bench, inviting her to do so. Surprisingly, the Gryffindors seemed more shocked than the Slytherins did. Then again, Slytherins are better at hiding their feelings. Probably because most of them grew up abused, Harry theorized as he tried to spoon-feed Malfoy jam. "Potter, stop shoving food into Mr. Malfoy's face and stand up," a cold voice ordered from behind him. "Morning, Professor Snape, isn't it a lovely day?" Harry said politely, reaching out to shake the professor's hand. "What are you playing at, boy?" snarled Snape. "I don't know what you mean." "I'm clearly trying to show my support of the other schools and houses and end my feud with Draco here." Harry patted the blonde on the shoulder, who still didn't seem able to move or speak. 20 points from Gryffindor for not sitting at the correct house table, and another 20 for wearing the incorrect uniform. Go and get changed this instant. Can I finish my cereal first? No. Fine, no need to be grouchy. Harry gave Draco one last pat on the shoulder and strutted out of the hall. "What on earth?" Fred said in wonder as he sat down opposite Ron and Hermione. "He's gone mental." Ron just shrugged. Severus Snape was not having a good morning. He barely got any sleep thanks to Dumbledore's incessant rambling about the Potter boy and how he needs to be protected, only to find the very same Potter sat next to Draco Malfoy at the Slytherin table trying to force-feed him. And he wasn't even in uniform. "Why did you not put a stop to his foolish behavior before I arrived?" he asked Minerva grumpily. Minerva smirked. "Well, Severus, he promised me he would change after he finished his breakfast, and I see no harm in him trying to mend the house rivalry and end his feud with Mr. Malfoy. In fact, it's so thoughtful and mature of him I think he should earn 50 points to Gryffindor, don't you agree?" "You find this funny, don't you?" Severus said accusingly. "Quite." Harry wasn't seen again until his first class, which happened to be Transfiguration. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall sighed, doing her best to sound exasperated. "I believe I told you to put on the correct uniform after breakfast." Harry grinned at her, spinning around. The light blue Beauxbatons uniform he was wearing swirled with his movement. "But Professor, I did exactly as you asked. You asked me to change, and I told you I would make sure to wear a full, single set of uniform. You didn't specify which uniform it had to be." Harry fluttered his eyelashes at her innocently. "You are correct, I did not. Well then, sit down, I must begin my lesson." Harry grinned as his head of house resumed teaching as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Draco Malfoy was incredibly confused. He had stayed up late last night making incredible badges that said "Support Cedric Diggory," that also said "Potter stinks." He had woken up after 2 hours of sleep, exhausted, and had to drag himself to the Great Hall for breakfast. He didn't even wait for his stupid minions. Upon his arrival, he did a double take, fairly sure he was hallucinating the oddly dressed Harry Potter, who was sat in his usual seat at the Slytherin table. "Potter," he remembered saying. "What in Merlin's name are you doing?" Then he had been forced to sit down, listen to Potter's insane ramblings, and then been spoon-fed jam. He hated jam. The worst part about it all was that he was humiliated and confused. Malfoys don't get humiliated and confused. Ever. Oh well, Potter was probably just in some sort of shock after what happened with Goblet. Wait, no, that couldn't be right. Potter put his own name in, unless he didn't. He decided not to think about Potter anymore. It was making his head hurt. Besides, the boy would probably be back to normal by lunch. "Oh look, Daphne, Draco is back," Harry exclaimed happily, once again from Draco's place at the Slytherin table in full Beauxbatons uniform. "Hi Draco, how was your morning?" "Potter, what the actual oh my gosh, I have something super cool to show you," Harry said excitedly. He grabbed Draco by the hand and dragged him over to the Gryffindor table. "Sit," he said. Draco, desperate to wake up from this nightmare, complied. Harry sat down next to him, rummaging in his pockets. "Hermione, you should get the Beauxbatons uniform. You're always complaining about having no pockets," Harry commented. "I really should," Hermione said, trying to stifle her laughter at the completely shocked and hopeless look on Malfoy's face. "How are you being so normal? What is wrong with him?" Draco hissed at her. Before Hermione could reply, Harry shouted in triumph. "Got it." He passed whatever it was he had just found to Malfoy. It was a stuffed dragon plushie. "Potter, what isn't it the cutest thing ever?" Harry squealed. If I say yes, can I leave?" "Sure, then it's adorable." Malfoy squeaked and ran out of the hall, taking the dragon plushie with him. As soon as he was gone, Hermione erupted into a fit of giggles. By dinner, Malfoy was shaking and his palms were sweaty. Daphne rubbed his shoulder comfortingly. "I'm sure Potter is back to normal now." she said consolingly. Come on, you can't just skip meals just because of some Gryffindor. Draco nodded shakily. Yeah, you're right. He wiped his hands on his robes and took a deep breath, following Daphne into the hall. He immediately started looking for Potter. He scanned the Gryffindor table first, and Potter was indeed sat there, chatting casually with Granger and Weasley. He breathed a sigh of relief. But as he was walking to the Slytherin table, someone caught his eye. Potter was sat at the Slytherin table, having what looked to be a very important discussion with Blaise Zabini. His breathing quickened again. Daphne elbowed him. Look at the Hufflepuff table, she hissed. Potter was sat at the Hufflepuff table, talking to Bones and Abbott. Hey, Draco! He turned to see who called his name. There was Potter, waving at him from Ravenclaw table, where he was sat with a blonde girl from the year below them. Come and meet my new friend. It was too much for Draco to handle. He took one large, shuddering breath and fainted. When Harry was questioned later on, he simply denied everything and claimed that he was sat at Gryffindor table the whole time, and someone else must have thought it would be funny to use Polyjuice Potion to impersonate him. Mr. Potter, there were 4 of you present at dinner today, Dumbledore said, looking at the boy with his usual grandfatherly twinkle. Maybe it was a group of people trying to get me in trouble. Really, Professor, considering what transpired last night, it's hardly surprising. I personally think it was the Hufflepuffs. They must be furious with me for stealing Cedric's glory. And with that, he skipped off. Later on that evening, Ron, Hermione, Harry, Cedric, Fleur, Victor, Luna, Ginny, and Colin gathered in the kitchens. So you'll be our secret photographer, and you promise not to say a word to anyone, Harry asked Colin. I promise, Colin said. Good, and Luna is our spy with her special spy powers. I'm a seer. Harry, I can see the future and some of the present, Luna said in her usual dreamy tone. Yes, spy powers. Oh, Merlin, he's going insane for real, Ron groaned. Ginny laughed. Ginny, we love you and all, but why are you here? Harry asked her. Because I wanted to. Luna and Colin are my friends, so I came with them. Harry shrugged. Fair enough. That Polyjuice Potion worked so well. Where did you get it? Cedric asked Harry. Oh, in second year we used it to sneak into the Slytherin common room and interrogate Malfoy, but we had some left over. Thankfully, Polyjuice doesn't go off, so you can keep it in storage for years. Hermione answered before Harry could even open his mouth to speak. You lot are mad, Cedric said, with an amused shake of his head. Wait, so at dinner today who was pretending to be which Harry? Ginny asked. Well, Fleur was Slytherin Harry, Cedric was Hufflepuff Harry, and Victor was Gryffindor Harry. I was Ravenclaw Harry, of course. I wanted to be the one to finally push Malfoy over the edge. Harry grinned. It felt wonderful. Who knew all I had to do to defeat him was kill him with kindness? They sat together and plotted for about 10 more minutes before returning to their common rooms. The Gryffindors were all wide awake when they got back, wanting to ask Harry what on earth was going on. He refused to answer them and went straight to bed, Ron following him. Ron, Fred asked, just before he was out of sight. Have you been wearing that cloak all day? Yes, isn't it pretty? Ron said, turning his head to admire the sky-blue Beauxbatons cloak he was wearing, letting out a girlish giggle. There was no rest for the witty, so Harry was straight back at it again the next day. His chosen table for that morning was the Hufflepuff table, where he sat in between Cedric and Fleur. The plan for today was supposed to be small, a simple charm to change the color of his hair. He did that anyway, of course. Hot pink was definitely his color. He looked fabulous. But then he was struck with a plan. Hey, Cedric, Harry said, turning to the Hufflepuff prefect. Can I tell you a cool story? Sure, Cedric said with a shrug. Go ahead. Okay, so important backstory. You remember how I killed Quirrellmort in my first year to save the Philosopher's Stone? Harry asked innocently. Cedric spat out his pumpkin juice. You did what? Several people sat near them, fell silent, and turned around to see what was going on. Yeah, don't you remember? The 3-headed dog in the Forbidden Corridor, the big killer plant thing, the fire, and the mirror. Quirrell hiding Voldemort's face on the back of his under his turban. Me burning him alive and saving the world from Voldemort's return. No. Harry looked around in genuine confusion. Dumbledore had said everyone knew about this. Harry, what on earth are you talking about? Susan asked. She was sat opposite them, and her eyes had grown wider with every word he had spoken. The other students sat around them, had their mouths dangling open. Strange, Dumbledore told me the whole school knew what happened, Harry said with a small frown. You at least knew about Voldemort, right? No, all we were told was that Quirrell had attacked you and you fought him off. Ernie Macmillan spoke up. Oh, Harry blinked twice, then shivered dramatically. It's freezing in here. Anyway, so I saved the stone and stuff. Fell unconscious, almost died, and woke up in the hospital wing. And guess what? What? Fred and George Weasley had sent me a toilet seat. Haha, isn't that hilarious? Harry said, bursting into a fit of laughter, slapping Cedric on the back as he did so. Yes, very funny. Oh my goodness, Harry, I'm so sorry you had to go through all of that, Susan said, looking empathetic. It's okay, Susan, the big blue bumblebee told me it's my destiny to be a hero and save the wizarding world. Harry whispered conspiratorially, nodding to her in a very serious fashion. Who, Dumbledore? She guessed. SHHH. Don't speak his name or he'll turn you into a bat. Harry hissed at her, waving his hands madly. Susan narrowed her eyes. You are so weird, but still, I'm sorry you had to fight Voldemort and a plant and a dog and murder Quirrell and stuff. Oh my goodness, who had to go through all of that? That's terrible, Harry exclaimed, tears welling up in his eyes. We have to help them, quick, tell me who it is, he pleaded. They should go to therapy straight away. You? Me, Harry gasped in shock. Yeah, it was. Oh well, I lived. I'll go get some therapy though, don't worry. With that, he stood up and skipped out of the hall. Susan and Cedric looked at each other, concerned. Susan stood and walked over to Hermione and Ron, muttering something to them. They nodded and Cedric saw her frown. It's true, she said, sitting back down, this time in Harry's vacated seat. Everything Harry just said is completely true, including the toilet seat. Oh dear, Cedric said weakly. You know what this means. Fleur spoke up suddenly. Cedric and Susan turned to look at her. Dumbledore has been lying to everyone in this school, so how much does he lie to the outside world? Susan paled. I have to go and write to my aunt, she said and hurried off. Meanwhile, Harry skipped down to the dungeons. It was a Saturday, so he had no lessons to attend, and there was only one teacher present at breakfast, Professor Flitwick. Harry came to a halt outside of Snape's office and knocked on the door. When no one replied, he tried the handle. By a stroke of luck, whose real name was Dobby, the door was unlocked and Harry made his way into the office, sitting in the chair in front of the desk. Dobby had also left him a box of tissues. Perfect. Harry didn't have to wait long for Snape to arrive. Potter, what are you doing in my office? The potions master snarled. Harry began to sob, blowing his nose into a tissue. 3 hours later, Draco Malfoy finally mustered up the courage to leave the common room. He was on high alert, jumping at every tiny sound, immediately assuming Potter was back to torture him again. His first stop was his Uncle Severus' office, so he could complain to his godfather about stupid Potter and stupid dragons and stupid jam. But when he knocked and pushed the door open, someone was already inside. Malfoy had to pinch his arm to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Potter was sat in front of Severus' desk, sobbing uncontrollably. Severus was sat behind his desk, looking a mixture of shocked, horrified, and desperate to flee the castle forever. And he didn't let out of the cupboard for a week, and they gave me barely any food, Harry said between loud sobs. As soon as he noticed Draco, however, he stopped crying and brightened completely. Hi, Draco, he said cheerfully. Are you here for therapy too? I know what, Draco frowned. It was on the posters, didn't you see them? Thank you so much, Professor. I feel so much better now. Harry stood up, frowned, pulled some scissors out of his pocket and cut a small chunk of his pink hair off. He placed it on Severus' desk and skipped out of the room, hugging Draco on his way out. Wait, since when was Potter's hair pink? What was that about? Draco asked his godfather, who just groaned and shook his head. I have no idea. The boy was here when I arrived and just started regaling me with stories from his childhood. Severus rubbed his temples. Did you need something, Draco, or can I return to my chambers? I need some very, very strong fire whiskey. No, you go, it was nothing, Draco said, and left the office with more questions than answers. Once back in his chambers, Severus Snape did indeed drink fire whiskey, and lots of it. His mind was a mess. He was exhausted from having to listen to Potter ramble on about his relatives and Voldemort and Dumbledore, confused as to why Dumbledore told him Potter grew up pampered when the boy just sounded like he had been abused, and also incredibly angry. The most infuriating part, he wasn't even angry at Potter. Instead, he was angry on Potter's behalf. Oh, how he despised Petunia. Here's one, Ginny exclaimed, running over to where an A4 sheet of Muggle parchment was pinned to the wall. Advertisement for 2 days only. Professor Severus Snape is offering his services in therapy sessions for all Hogwarts students from 1st to 7th year. Apologies, but no sessions are available to Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students at this time. Sessions last as long as the student requires, and the payment is a small chunk of hair. I hope you all make use of this rare opportunity. Signed, Minnie McGonagall, Wicked, said Colin with a huge grin as he lifted his camera and snapped a photo. What classes do we have today? Harry asked Hermione as they made their way to the Great Hall on Monday morning. Double potions, transfiguration, charms, and herbology. Hermione reeled off, sitting down next to Luna at the Gryffindor table with a thud. Morning, Ginny, Luna. Morning, grinned Ginny. Cooking up some more trouble, she asked Harry, who had fallen quiet and was frowning slightly. Ginny, you genius, he exclaimed, clapping his hands and squealing. You absolute superstar, 50 points to you. I'll see you in potions, Hermione. If you see Ron, tell him come to the kitchens. Harry stood up, shook Ginny's hand vigorously, and sprinted off. Ginny and Hermione shared a look. I'm not sure what I did, but hopefully it'll provide us all with some entertainment, Ginny said quietly, watching as Harry ran past Colin, paused, turned around, ran back to Colin, grabbed the boy by the sleeve and dragged him out of the hall. Hermione rolled her eyes. If he disrupts any of our lessons today, I will kill him. Severus Snape was in an awful mood. He had been waylaid by the Weasley twins all weekend, each time giving him a chunk of hair and ranting about nonsense for hours. Every time he tried to take points off of them, nothing happened. On a few occasions, other students did approach him. The Lovegood girl had simply talked about non-existent creatures for hours. The Weasley girl had ranted about her huge crush on Harry Potter, which was a very obvious fake crush, and Diggory had wanted advice on how to deal with his nerves about the tournament. Snape had slammed his office door in the boy's face, unable to deal with hormonal teenagers any longer, even if half of them were faking it. He put his conversation with Harry Potter out of his mind, and decided to write to Lupin so he could deal with the boy's childhood trauma and current issues instead. Maybe he should include the boy's apparent spiral into insanity too. When he found the posters, clearly forged, Minerva would never call herself Minnie, he had gone straight to her office and slammed it onto her desk. Whoever made these should be expelled for false advertisement and forgery. Minerva had picked up the poster and studied it carefully. It seems perfectly legitimate to me. Harry Potter and the Weasley twins were singing your praises yesterday afternoon, and this Minnie McGonagall seemed to think it was an excellent idea. I wonder if she and I are related. McGonagall smirked as Snape sputtered. But besides, Minerva continued, it clearly states the opportunity was only open for this weekend. It is now midnight, therefore Monday morning. I see no further issue. Minerva stood. I'm going to bed if you don't require me for anything else. Oh, and Severus, it was a very kind and compassionate thing you offered to do this weekend. Well done. With that she left, leaving an incredibly furious Severus behind. It was safe to say Severus had no patience left for the coming week. He had the fourth-year Gryffindor and Slytherin's first thing on Mondays, so he hoped beyond hope that Potter wouldn't test his patience. Alas, the odds were clearly against him, as the chaos began a few minutes after Potter entered the room. The instructions are on the board. Follow them, Severus ordered as he sat behind his desk. Usually he would prowl amongst the students, critiquing, but he had no energy left after the torturous weekend he'd had. He kept his eye on Potter. The boy was being normal today, it appeared, silently adding eggs to his potion as Weasley read him the directions from the large recipe book in his hands. It took Severus longer than he was proud of to realize everything that was wrong with that statement. Potter, he barked. Harry looked up, blinking innocently. Yes, Professor. What are you doing? Severus narrowed his eyes dangerously at the boy. Funnily enough, so did Granger. It's Dobby's birthday, we're making him a cake, Harry responded, looking at the potions professor as though he had 3 heads. What else would be doing in cooking class? Potter. Severus could feel another headache coming on. This is potions. Cooking and brewing are not the same. 10 points from Gryffindor. No way you forgot it was Dobby's birthday, Harry exclaimed, pointing at him accusingly. Ron gasped loudly. Professor, how could you? You know how much this birthday means to Dobby. Severus looked between the 2 students at a complete loss on how to react. Tell Dobby happy birthday from me, Daphne said with a smirk. She was beginning to like Potter. 30 points from Gryffindor for acting like fools and disrupting my lesson, Severus said weakly. Draco was frowning in the corner. Where had he heard the name Dobby before? 20 points to Daphne for being thoughtful, Harry retorted. Don't you mean Slytherin? And you can't give points anyway, you aren't a prefect, Dean pointed out. Not house points, Dean, keep up, they're people points, Harry said proudly. And what are people points exactly? Neville piped up. People points are your personal points. Anyone can give anyone people points, but only a select few people can take them away again. Like who? Lavender asked. Me, Daphne, Dumbledore, Minister Fudge, Sirius Black, and you-know-who. I would have let Ron and Hermione, but Ron would show blatant favoritism and Hermione would be far too strict, Harry stated. Hermione rolled her eyes and Dean and Seamus burst into laughter. Hey, Ron pouted, crossing his arms. A few people had flinched at the mention of Voldemort, but most of them saw the funny side. So how do I check my points then? Daphne asked. It would be no fun earning them if I don't know how many I have. By tapping your school badge with your wand and saying, "View stats." The teachers have to tap their nose as they don't have badges. Harry demonstrated, and a 0 appeared above his head. Everyone is currently at 0 except for Daphne and Ginny Weasley. Oh, and Professor Snape is at -10 for forgetting Dobby's birthday. Enough, Snape snarled, sick of Potter's nonsense. Potter, 50 points from Gryffindor for disruption and 2 weeks detention. Get out of my classroom. Yes, good idea, sir. I should go take Dobby his cake. Come on, Ron, Daphne, Harry said brightly, standing up and taking a nicely decorated cake out of his cauldron, handing it to Ron and skipping over to Daphne, dragging her out of the classroom. Sorry, Professor Snape, but I should probably just go, Weasley. Snape sighed, rubbing his temples. Ron hurriedly left the room, careful not to drop the cake. 100 points to Hermione for finishing the cake whilst we were talking. Harry said Ron and Daphne walked to the kitchens. You owe me, Potter, dragging me out of class like that. Daphne scolded, but she didn't sound particularly annoyed. Sorry, Daphne, have an extra 10 points for coming with me. And what's so special about these points, Potter? Is there a prize for whoever gets the most or something? There is, the winner gets a stuffed toy, Harry said seriously. Everyone loves stuffed toys. Right. Harry, aren't we supposed to be taking this to the kitchens? Ron asked, holding up the cake. Harry gave him a confused look. Why? Because it's for Dobby. No, it isn't. It's for Professor Sprout. What made you think it was for Dobby? Harry asked, looking at Ron as if he were stupid. You said never mind, so why aren't we going to the greenhouses? The plants might get jealous. We are taking it to the Great Hall, and we will sing to her at dinner. A few hours later, Harry had successfully skived all of his lessons and met up with the Weasley twins. Keep her out of the hall until you get the signal, got it? Got it. Okay, see you in a few minutes. Harry skipped into the hall and sat down next to Hermione. Harry James Potter, you are in so much trouble, Hermione scolded. What possessed you to think it was okay to interrupt lesson time like that? You need to focus on your studies and class time, especially now you're in this stupid tournament. Relax, Mia. Potions won't help me against a dragon, Harry said offhandedly. Hermione blinked. A dragon? What dragon? I don't know, I just made it up, Harry shrugged. Then he noticed the hall was completely full except for one empty space at the teacher's table and 2 empty seats at the Gryffindor table. SHHH, it's starting. What starty before she could finish, the doors to the hall flew open with a bang and the Weasley twins escorted Professor Sprout into the room. Everybody sing, Harry yelled, jumping out of his seat. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to Yaowu. Slowly but surely, everyone began to join in as Fred Weasley pulled out Professor Sprout's chair for her and George lit the candles on the cake in front of her. After they finished singing, everyone began clapping and cheering. Thank you, everyone, Sprout said, teary-eyed. How did you know it was my birthday? Professor Snape told me, Harry responded. He asked me to make the cake for you. Snape's eyes widened, but he didn't say anything as Sprout, who was conveniently sat next to him, wrapped him in a hug. He did, however, glare daggers at Potter. 50 points to Snape, Harry declared, and 200 points to Professor Sprout for being an amazing teacher and because it's her birthday. Professor Sprout is winning, Ron cheered. The students who weren't in the potions class looked confused, but it didn't take long for the 4th years to spread the word. Soon enough, everyone was giving points to everyone left and right. Hey. Stop abusing this privilege, Harry exclaimed. Okay, any points not given to anyone by me are now removed. From now on only me, Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Dumbledore, Hermione, Cedric, Luna, and ex-Professor Lupin can give points, he declared. The people who can take them away for everyone who wasn't there when I said it earlier are me, Daphne, Dumbledore, Minister Fudge, Sirius Black, and you-know-who, Harry said proudly. I thought he was joking about that. Neville whispered to Ron. Nope, Ron chuckled before turning to Harry. Wait, hold on, so you'll let Hermione give points and not me, looking mildly offended. Ron, you're great and all, but you would give your favorite people loads of points and take away points from everyone you hate for no reason. Hermione is allowed to give them as she'll be fair, but she can't take them away cause she'd be far too strict about it. Sorry, mate. Fair point. Ron said, shrugging. Sirius Black, the mass murderer. Cedric questioned. The one who was targeting you. Yes, of course, why shouldn't he be allowed to? Just because he's an escaped prisoner doesn't mean he's not a human with feelings, Harry argued. Yes, prisoners also have feelings, Fleur said firmly. Not the point, but okay, Cedric said. And you know who? Oh, that was just for funsies, Harry said, aware the entire school was listening and Dumbledore was probably going to tell him off later. Anyway, must skedaddle, I promised Dobby a slice of cake. Here you go, Mr. Potter. Sprout cut 2 slices of cake and levitated them to Harry. One for you and one for this Dobby fellow. Thank you, Professor. Harry blew her a kiss and left the hall, most of the school watching him go. I'm going after him, I want to know what magic he used to make his point system thing, Hermione said, standing up and jogging to catch up with Harry. Then Malfoy had a light bulb moment. Potter. Why are you giving cake to my house elf? He demanded, storming after the raven-haired boy. Harry giggled, pulling the invisibility cloak Colin had just returned to him over his head. Dear Sirius, the spells you came up with to help with the point system worked. I even used one of the charms to stop Snape taking points away from Gryffindor, but I don't think he's noticed yet. Anyway, thanks for the help, and for telling me it was Sprout's birthday. She almost cried with happiness when she saw the cake. Just a bit of warning, if we ever see you in person and Hermione is with me, she's going to yell at you then harass you about how you came up with those spells. I had to tell her you're helping cause she threatened me, and she's scary when she threatens me. From your favorite godson, Harry J.P. Sirius Black, crouched in a small cave somewhere in Algeria, smirked. Severus entered Minerva's office without knocking, collapsed into the chair in front of her desk, and handed her a chunk of black hair. Your turn, he said grimly. On Friday morning, some very important post arrived by owl. Susan had received a letter from her aunt, which she showed Cedric immediately. Dear Susan, thank you for informing me of everything Harry Potter told you. I will look into it immediately. Myself and a few others will be visiting the school in a few weeks' time to talk to Harry Potter in person to try and gather some more information. I'm glad to hear you are finding friends from other houses. House unity is always a positive. I hope you're keeping up with your studies, Aunt Amelia. That's good news and great she took you seriously, Cedric murmured. Oh, well, we're friends now. Susan jumped and spun around in her seat to see Harry standing behind her, a large grin on his face. Did you know he was there? She demanded, glaring at Cedric across the table, who snickered. I love having friends, Harry declared. It's the best, and why does your aunt want to speak with me? You read the whole thing, Susan asked. Sorry, Luna told me to. Apparently it's crucial that I did, Harry shrugged. Okay, well, my aunt is head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which means she investigates and looks into the legitimacy of events. She also has lots of sway in the way trials run, has power to make quite big decisions alone. Oh, and has to fill out a ton of paperwork every single day. So she wants to see me. Why? To talk to you about what happened in your first year. Oh my gosh, really? Do you think she'll want to hear about the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets too? Harry asked cheerfully. Susan gasped and several people around them dropped their forks. Definitely, Harry, what basilisk? Susan asked, looking pale. Oh, relax, it's dead, Harry said. It can't hurt you. Susan looked a bit faint. You know what? I'll write to my aunt and ask her to come earlier. Thank you, Susan. Have 100 people points. Thanks. You're welcome. Harry smiled and skipped off, his own mail to open. The first one was from Sirius. Harry, it sounds like you are living up to the Marauder's legacy. I'm proud of you. Snape can't take points from Gryffindor. Ha! Serves him right for being a selfish, arrogant little dungeon bat. Tell Sprout happy birthday from me. She was always one of my favorite professors. Don't actually. Unless you're behaving insane enough, no one will believe you. Harry, Remus received a rather concerning letter from the Dungeon Bat about your childhood. He is currently in contact with a woman named Amelia Bones, who wishes to speak with you in a couple of weeks' time. Please be completely honest with her and try and behave as not insane as possible. Keep me updated about the tournament and let me know if you need any help. Your favorite dog, Snuffles. Harry grinned widely. Professor Sprout, he called out loudly. She looked up from her breakfast and gave him a questioning look. A big black dog wishes you a happy birthday. You tell him thank you from me then. Sprout answered with a smile. She was quite fond of Harry. Harry turned to Snape. The big black dog also says Professor Snape is a selfish, arrogant dungeon bat. Listen here, Potter, you tell that filthy mutt. Now, Severus, Dumbledore said calmly. "Harry, if you would come to my office later on today, we need to have a chat." He wasn't concerned about other students hearing him, as they'd assume it was about Harry's recent behavior, which it was, partly. "Okay," Harry said brightly. "I look forward to our discussion about the big bad wolf." His next letter was from Colin, and it contained several moving pictures of the chaos from the past few days, including the time he hung up several brightly colored pairs of socks in the Charms classroom with Dobby. 5 million points to Colin, he whispered. "Harry, too many," Ginny scolded. He sighed sulkily. "Fine, 5 million points away from Colin and add 500 points instead," he said grumpily. 5 points from Ginny for being boring. The next letter looked very professional. "Dear Mr. H.J. Potter, we are writing to inform you that within the next few weeks you will be receiving a visit from 3 members of Magical Law Enforcement Department and the Auror office to discuss some rumors circulating about your first year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Your head of house and the headmaster have also been informed of this. Best wishes, Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." The final letter was from Remus, who had been writing to Harry regularly since he had resigned. "Harry, I'm sorry it's been a while since my last letter. My furry little problem, that is what your dad used to call it, was keeping me busy. Are you okay? Do you have any idea who entered your name into the Goblet of Fire? Severus wrote to me also. I've written to Amelia Bones and she wants to speak with you. I'll be coming to the castle to watch all of your tasks, so hopefully we can catch up properly then. I may bring my pet dog with me if we can import him back to this country. All the best. Please keep me updated. Remus, Hermione, could I pretty please borrow some parchment and a quill?" Harry asked sweetly. Hermione rolled her eyes and handed him 3 sheets of parchment and a self-inking quill. "Thanks, Myone," Harry wrote back to Colin first. "Colin, thank you for the pictures. I gave you 5 million people points, but Ginny told me off, so I gave you 500 instead. Find me in the common room later and I'll pay you as well. Harry then serious. Dear Snuffles. Professor Sprout says thank you. Don't worry, I didn't say your name, just that big black dog wishes her a happy birthday. I told Snape what you called him as well. He got angry, but Dumbledore stopped him from yelling at me. He did call you a filthy mutt, though. Speaking of, the bumblebee wants to talk to me later. He didn't give me a time, so I'll go to his office around midnight. That should be late enough, don't you think? Snape wrote to Moony about me. But therapy sessions are supposed to be confidential. I'm going to tell on him. Don't worry, I'll be good for Madam Bones. As for the tournament, if I'm being completely honest, I haven't really thought about it. One more thing, I had to stop McGonagall from being able to take points away from Slytherin too, just to be fair. Love from Harry, your favorite human alive. After an internal debate, Harry decided the letter from Amelia Bones didn't actually need a reply, as it was just telling him what was going to happen and left no questions for him to answer, so he used the last piece of parchment for Remus instead. Dear Moony, I'm okay. If you ask anyone else, they'll say I've gone a bit bonkers, which is completely true and somewhat purposeful. But I'm fine, so that is irrelevant. It'll be nice to see you in person at the tasks, then we can have a proper talk. As for who put my name in the Goblet of Fire, I have no idea. Although I suspect Dumbledore, he loves putting me in dangerous situations. Anywho, gotta run, herbology starts soon. Love from Harry. Harry tied all 3 letters to Hedwig's foot, and she gave him a friendly nip on the finger before taking off. Harry was pulled out of Charms to speak with Dumbledore, much to his disappointment. But Minnie, I have to learn. Dumbledore is taking away from my important education time. What if I need the summoning spell in the first task? Harry complained. I agree with you, Mr. Potter. It does seem foolish removing from lessons at such a crucial time. However, I must do as the headmaster says. To Harry's surprise, Professor McGonagall stayed with him when they reached the office, and Harry was even more surprised to see Snape in there too. Oh, hello, he said as he sat in one of the 2 empty seats before he was invited to. Harry, my boy, Dumbledore said, I presume you know why you're here. It's because of the Dementor, isn't it? Harry said, looking worried. The one that told me your beard is fake. Don't worry, sir, I don't believe her. Not quite, Harry. Do you know why I received a letter from Amelia Bones claiming she needs to speak with you? Yes, Harry said, nodded. The 3 professors waited, but Harry didn't elaborate. May I ask why she needs to speak with you? Yes. Yes, what? Yes, you can ask, Dumbledore sighed. Why does she need to speak with you, Harry? Because there's an infestation of bumblebees in the castle that keep lying to people. No one knows the truth except me, so she needs to speak to me so she can save everyone from the bumblebees." "What bumblebees, Potter? I've seen no bumblebees," Minerva asked. She knew full well what he was talking about, but apparently Dumbledore hadn't caught on. The boy was good, Minerva had to give him that. "They're invisible, of course," Harry said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "I'm afraid I cannot let you speak with Miss Bones, Harry," Dumbledore said, eyes twinkling. Harry suddenly switched. Minerva and Severus watched in slight shock as the boy suddenly seemed to lose that crazy sparkle in his eye and gave the headmaster a harsh glare. "I'm afraid there's nothing you can do to stop me, Professor," Harry responded, voice dangerously calm. It was the most serious he had been in days, and it took both Minerva and Severus by surprise. Dumbledore, however, looked unbothered. "Harry, if you prevent me from speaking with Madame Bones, you are breaking the law," Harry said shortly, "and I will not hesitate to let the world know you're a lawbreaker." Suddenly, the seriousness that had overtaken Harry was gone, and the crazy spark ignited again. "One more thing, Professor Snape broke the confidentiality rules in our therapy session. He told Remus everything I said. I've taken away 200 people points, but I think you should give him detention." Severus snarled and opened his mouth to yell at the insolent spawn of James Potter, but Harry had already skipped out of the office. "Let him speak to her, Albus," Minerva said, growing quite tired of the old man's controlling behavior, before also leaving the office. "Dumbledore, you have to stop this madness," Snape said with sigh. "The boy has gone mental, you must fix it. He's been through a lot, Severus, with his name coming out of the goblet and the incidents from his first, second, and third year. He was bound to snap at some point. Give him time, he'll come back to his senses," Dumbledore said calmly, although there was a flicker of doubt in his mind. He was losing his grip on his chess pieces. Severus snorted disbelievingly. "I highly doubt that." With one last glare at the headmaster, he swept out of the office. Since Harry had taken up the annoying habit of skipping everywhere, no one was surprised when he skipped into the next potions class late. What did surprise them, however, was the very amused third-year student Colin Creevey stood next to him. "Mr. Creevey, why are you not in your own class and interrupting mine?" Snape asked silkily, eyebrows raised. "He's with me. Apparently the big blue bumblebee told my best friend Colin here that the wasp told him I have to get wand weighed." "My bet is 50 grams, Harry explained very unclearly. "I bet it's 23 grams, said Ron. 10 galleons. "Deal," said Harry seriously. "Anyway, I do have to go. Such a shame. I was looking forward to learning to bake treacle tarts," Harry said sadly. "Okay, fine," Snape said, and Harry turned to leave with Colin. "And Potter?" Harry turned around to face the potions professor, giving him a questioning look. "See me in office at 8 tonight. To catch up on today's lesson. It's an important one." "Yes, sir. Treacle tarts are super important." With that, Harry skipped out of the room, Colin chasing after him in a fit of giggles. Colin, as expected, did not leave when Harry arrived at the empty classroom they were told to meet the judges in. Instead, Harry once again handed him the invisibility cloak and told him to stay quiet and keep his eyes peeled for anything sus. "I'm here," Harry sang as he entered the room, hugging Fleur. The blonde witch grinned and patted him fondly on the head. The two had grown close quite quickly, and their friendship was one of the many rumors about Harry going around the school. "Aha, just in time," Bagman said cheerfully, reaching out to shake Harry's hand. Harry accepted but pulled away abruptly, letting out a shriek. "It stung me, the wasp stung me," he cried, pointing at Bagman with an indignant look on his face. "Harry, ignore him, Ludo. I've heard the boy is off his rocker," Crouch said grumpily. "Let's get this over with, shall we?" Harry stopped paying attention, standing next to Cedric as he watched the blonde woman in emerald green robes. He'd seen her eyes light up when Crouch mentioned he was crazy, and he had a feeling she was a reporter. Maybe she would be a good person to add to his little gang of mischief makers. He would try and talk to her after his wand weighing. In the meantime, he gestured slightly towards her. Hopping Colin got the message and was keeping his eye on her. "Harry Potter, AARGH, Harry exclaimed, jumping a mile in the air. 10 points from Gryffindor. Harry, my boy, you really should be paying attention," Dumbledore said, sounding disappointed. Harry didn't really care. "Sorry, Gandalf," he said, turning away from Dumbledore. "When did he get here?" Harry hissed loudly to Cedric, pointing at Ollivander. "Ages ago. You zoned out completely. It's your turn, you're the last one," Cedric said, nudging him forwards a bit. "To do what?" "I need to see your wand, Mr. Potter," Ollivander said in his really creepy tone. Harry skipped forward and handed his wand to Ollivander. "Ah yes, I remember this wand better than any other," he said simply. He didn't make any other comments, instead silently casting a spell that caused a fountain of red wine to burst from the tip. In fine working order, I believe that was everyone, Headmaster Dumbledore. "Wait," Harry exclaimed. "You didn't weigh it." Ollivander raised an eyebrow but cast a spell on Harry's wand with his own. 23 grams, he said, quite light for a wand. "New," Harry groaned. "How on earth did Ron guess that? Now I owe him 10 galleons. Harry Potter, yes?" The blonde witch Harry was watching earlier asked before Dumbledore could tell Harry off for being disruptive again. "Yes, and you are." "Rita Skeeter, journalist for the Prophet. Can we go and have a little chat?" Dumbledore opened his mouth. Probably to decline, but Harry got there first. "Sure, lead the way, Madam Skeeter." He offered her his arm. Skeeter chuckled. "Aren't you a charming lad? Come along then." She led him out of the room and to a nearby classroom, an empty one. "I have a preposition for you," Harry said before she could talk. "Oh, really?" She looked faintly disappointed, but her interest soon got the better of her. "I'll pay you 50 galleons per story you write for me, exactly how I ask you to." Her eyes lit up and she nodded vigorously. "Deal. And I don't want to be made to look evil because I'm not." "Done," Harry blinked. "Well, that was easy. Okay, here's what we're going to do." After a very interesting conversation where he found out his dad and godfather and the traitor Peter Pettigrew weren't the only illegal animagi to ever exist, he exited the classroom feeling very satisfied. Photos. Skeeter exclaimed upon entering the room with Harry, clapping her hands together once. The next hour was filled with hundreds of photographs being taken. Single shots, group shots, champions with their head teachers. By the time they were finished, Dumbledore told them to head straight to dinner. The 4 champions decided to sit together at the Gryffindor table. At 8 o'clock, Harry dutifully knocked on Severus Snape's office door. "Potter on time, surprisingly. Enter." Harry entered the office, sitting in the chair in front of the desk Snape gestured to. "What ingredients do I need for treacle tarts, sir?" Harry asked. "We want to know what you're up to." Harry jumped, turning his head to see Minerva McGonagall stood behind him. "Minnie, you scared me. That wasn't very nice. And what do you mean, up to?" Harry asked innocently. "We saw your moment of sanity in the headmaster's office a few days ago, Potter. Why are behaving like a madman?" Snape asked sharply. Harry shrugged, thinking quickly. It couldn't hurt having teachers on his side, could it? Even if Snape was a petty moron. "Because it's fun and I'm sick of being a chess piece," he said eventually, crossing his arms. "Finally seeing Dumbledore for the man he is, I see," Snape said approvingly. Harry raised a brow. "I've always seen Dumbledore for the man he is. I just played along until I had a decent plan." Harry shrugged. "Then I got sick of waiting for a decent plan, so decided to go crazy instead. I'm not hurting anyone, am I? And it's giving people a laugh, something that doesn't happen much. Laughter is good for the soul, you know." "So you're not actually mad?" Professor McGonagall asked hesitantly. Harry quirked a brow. "I don't know, am I?" Professor McGonagall smirked. "We want in," she said. Snape's eyes widened. "We do," he asked. "We do," she confirmed. Snape slumped in his seat. "Fine. We won't tell anyone your little secret." "Awesome," Harry exclaimed. "Well, if that's all, good night, professors. I'll walk you back to the common room, Potter." Once the 2 Gryffindors left his office, Snape sighed loudly, rubbing his temples. What had he got himself into? The next morning, Harry could barely contain his excitement. "Harry, James, Potter, stop wriggling." Hermione jabbed him in the arm with each word with her fork. "You are making the entire table shake." "Sorry, Hermione." He wasn't at all sorry, but Hermione didn't need to know that. "Harry, look, it's here," Colin hissed, grabbing Harry's arm. Harry had, of course, made him eavesdrop on his and Rita Skeeter's conversation the day before, so Colin was just as excited as Harry was. "What's here? What do you know that we don't?" Daphne asked suspiciously. She had become one of the members of the friend group since the day Harry made sure everyone celebrated Sprout's birthday, a fact that left Draco incredibly upset. "I want my best friend back. She abandoned me for a bunch of lions." Draco had complained to Daphne, who rolled her eyes. "Just apologize for calling Hermione a slur, making fun of Ron's family and bullying Harry, then you can be friends with them too. Besides, I'm still your best friend, stupid, but Harry's interesting." Daphne had retorted. "You are," Draco had said happily. Daphne rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. "Obviously, now grow up and apologize." Draco had looked incredibly reluctant, but in the end he sighed grumpily and nodded. "Fine. They won't forgive me, though. Honestly, I think you'd be surprised." Daphne was still waiting for him to do so, but she knew it would take him a while, since Draco had a lot of pride to push down before he even considered apologizing. When an owl dropped a newspaper on Harry's plate and he and Colin immediately buried themselves in it, Daphne and Hermione shared a long-suffering look. "What trouble have you stirred up now?" Hermione groaned, picking up her own copy of the paper. "Poor young orphan's name entered into the Triwizard Tournament. I got an exclusive interview with him. As many of you know, the Triwizard Tournament, an event consisting of 3 tasks that 3 schools from across the globe enter one champion into, is being hosted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year. However, no one expected a 4th champion's name to come flying out of the goblet. It is tragic, really," Beauxbaton's champion Fleur de Lacquer told me in her charming French accent. "The poor boy did not ask for this outcome. He was a mess when his name was announced. We will, of course, support him however we can." Hogwarts official champion Cedric Diggory added, "I expect you're all on the edge of your seats wanting to hear who this mysterious 4th champion is." Well, let me tell you, it was as much a shock for me as it will be for you, for the 4th champion is none other than the boy who lived, Harry Potter. Harry swore to me he has no idea how his name came out of the goblet. "Someone wants to kill me again," he told me tearfully. "There's always someone out for my blood." When I inquired further into this, he informed me of several incidents at Hogwarts over his 4 years of education that shocked me to my core. See page 7 for more details. I asked Harry about how he felt about the tournament. "If I'm completely honest, I'm terrified," he confided in me. "No one believes I didn't enter my own name in except my close friends and fellow champions, and without them I'd feel even more alone than I already do. Not a single adult has offered me any support except for my father's old friends who write to me regularly." That, of course, sparked my attention. "Your father's friends?" "Yes, Remus Lupin and Sirius Black." My jaw dropped. Escaped convict Sirius Black. For more details, see page 4. After talking to Harry about Lupin and Black for a long while, he also confided with me about his grief for his parents and his terrible home life. "I think if my parents were here and Voldemort hadn't killed them, none of this would have happened," he said mournfully. "I missed growing up with a loving family because of him, and now I have to compete in a dangerous tournament without having them to turn to." "Do you think about them often?" I asked him. "Every day. I like to think they're watching over me, rooting for me from heaven." I wiped a tear from the corner of my eye. "So, the wizarding world is dying to know Harry. Where did you grow up?" "Well, Headmaster Dumbledore took me to my Muggle relatives in Surrey." He seemed reluctant to open up about them, but with a bit of pushing I found out some shocking information. "My uncle and aunt despise magic, therefore they despised me. My cousin is a huge bully. I hate living there. I slept in the cupboard under the stairs until I was 11, then I moved into my cousin's 2nd bedroom. I've begged Headmaster Dumbledore to let me go and stay with Mrs. Weasley and her family during the summer, but he always insists I go back." I listened to this child with shock. Albus Dumbledore, hero of the wizarding world, sent the boy who lived to live with child abusers. What is going on here? And why did Harry Potter's Muggle cousin get 2 bedrooms whilst Harry had to sleep in a broom cupboard? "I've heard rumors that you're going crazy, Harry. Is that true?" I said, changing the subject as I could see Harry was getting upset. He looked at me with his piercing green eyes. "Maybe a little," he admitted. I nodded in understanding. Harry has been through so much, and the stress and grief and childhood trauma must have driven him over the edge. "So, Harry, why are you telling me all of this?" "Well, I like to think that out there somewhere, there's another child just like me, who will read this and know it is not okay for adults to bully children and do their best to get help," he told me earnestly. "Harry and I ended the interview as very close friends, so expect to hear from me soon with more updates on the life of Harry Potter. But for now, let's discuss the other champions. Fleur de Lacquer, part Vila, is representing Beauxbaton's School of Magic. Victor Crumb, Quidditch star, is representing Durmstrang Academy, and Cedric Diggory, loyal Hufflepuff, is representing Hogwarts. Harry told me he doesn't consider himself to be representing any school. I may not have entered my name, but it came out of the goblet. I don't want or deserve any glory. Cedric is the only Hogwarts champion," he told me firmly. Harry Potter is such a charming, humble lad. "Harry," you little Hermione smacked his arm and then hugged him. "You slept in a cupboard. How could Dumbledore leave you there?" she sobbed. Harry patted her back awkwardly. There, he said. "I'm okay now. Besides, this article is exactly how I asked Skeeter to write it. Think of the things that are about to go down." Harry grinned. Ron, who had skim-read the other 2 articles mentioned with Daphne, was smirking. "Oh, it's going down all right," he said. Charming and humble, you're having a laugh. Shut up, Ron, I am super humble and charming. Harry fluttered his eyelashes at him. You wish. Suddenly there was a sharp cough behind them. They turned around to see Draco Malfoy stood there, looking extremely embarrassed. Potter, I just wanted to apologize for how I treated you, and for insulting your family Weasley, and calling you the M-word Granger. The past is in the past, let it go, Harry said cheerfully, grabbing his arm and dragging him onto the bench next to him. Want some more jam? He asked sweetly. Malfoy went pale, and Daphne burst into a fit of laughter. Remus Lupin opened his copy of the Daily Prophet with a huge amount of reluctance. He knew the wand ceremony had taken place thanks to Harry's letter, so he was expecting an article full of vitriol towards the boy he considered a nephew. What he wasn't expecting, however, was 3 articles clearly manipulated by Harry, one of which would clear Sirius's name, one of which made Harry seem like he should be sympathized with, and one which dirtied Dumbledore's name. It was a pleasant surprise, one that had him choking on his morning cup of tea every couple of minutes. Harry, you cheeky thing, he muttered to himself, grinning. I asked him. Well, I've been writing to Sirius since I found out he was innocent and didn't get a trial. Innocent, you say? How do you know? Peter Pettigrew is an illegal animagus. He was my best friend's pet rat. We saw him transform and admit to his crimes. If you're looking for an escaped man with a dark mark, look at him, not my godfather. Remus smirked. As soon as Amelia heard the words didn't get a trial, she would be furious. Harry was a genius, far quicker at getting Sirius's name cleared than Dumbledore. He skim-read the rest of the article, as it was just Harry talking about his terrible childhood and how Sirius offered a chance at a better home and a happier life. He grinned to himself. He would need to write to Harry and congratulate him. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall at Hogwarts, Minerva, Pomona, Phileas, and Poppy were furious. I told you those muggles were the worst sort. Minerva yelled at Dumbledore, ignoring the students that watched the argument break out with wide grins on their faces. It was for his own protection, you know that. His own protection. He needed protecting from them. They were just as dangerous as the dead wizard who may or may not even be alive, Aurora Sinistra added. She quite liked Harry. He was good at astronomy. The blood wards wouldn't work if he did not consider that house a home. I suggest you check them, Severus said smoothly. I doubt they even exist any longer. And you let him use a time turner. There were so many other ways to save Sirius, for instance speaking to Amelia Bones, and you chose to send a 13-year-old back in time, Pomona said, a look of horror on her face. 2, actually. Harry called helpfully from the Gryffindor table. Hermione came with me. Pomona looked even angrier at those words. Well, you know the ministry, I always said hiding the stone in the school was a terrible idea, Phileas said sadly. No wonder the boy is so clearly undernourished. Did you even make sure he got his prevention of magical disease shots? Poppy scolded. Before Dumbledore could reply, a single owl flew into the Great Hall, a red envelope in its beak. Everyone watched with bated breath as the owl flew straight at Dumbledore, dropping the letter on his plate. The old man froze. Just as he reached for the letter, it went up in flames, and Molly Weasley's voice rang through the hall. ALBUSDUMBLEDOR. How dare you let Harry compete in the TRIWIZARD tournament? And how dare you leave my son with those MUGGLES? They TRATDHIM like a house ELF and put bars on his window, and you thought he was safe there. Are you senile? Harry begged you to let HIM live with us, and you know I would welcome that boy with open arms, blood wards, and VOLDMORT be damned. If you ever send the poor boy back to that house ever again, I will hunt you down and curse you to pieces and scatter your LIMBS in the ocean. Do I make myself clear? I have half a mind to withdraw MY children from your school and send them to one that values their safety more than you do. And yes, that INCLUDS Harry. He's been my son since the day he met MY boy RONNIE on the train, so don't you dare mess with his life again or you will have me to answer too. Oh, and Harry dear, I hope you're feeling okay. Please write to me soon. And you Ron, Ginny, Fred, George. The howler blew a raspberry at Dumbledore before tearing itself to pieces. There was a moment of silence, then someone started to laugh. To everybody's shock, it was none other than Snape. He was full on belly laughing, which was a terrifying sight. McGonagall had her lips tightly pressed together, clearly suppressing her own laughter. Soon enough, the students resumed their usual chatter, although most of it was centered around the articles in the paper that morning, and the howler they had all just listened to. I'm going to cherish that memory forever, Ron said, smiling. As annoying as she is, my mother is amazing when it's not me she's yelling at. Harry didn't respond, staring absently at the ceiling. Potter, Draco said hesitantly, nudging Harry. Everything okay? Oh yeah, fine, and call me Harry, we're friends now, Harry said before turning to Ron and Ginny with a look of pure joy on his face. She called me her son, he whispered, a huge grin on his face. Hermione, to everyone's bewilderment, started to sob again and wrapped Harry in another hug. Molly sent another letter to Harry that day, apologizing for not believing the twins when the had told her Harry had bars on his window in second year. She also said she was writing to Amelia Bones to apply for custody of him. Harry felt conflicted. He loved Molly, and was ecstatic that she considered him to be her son, but would seeing her as a mother figure be a betrayal to his mum who died? He decided to write to Remus and see what he thought. He also didn't know how he felt about living with the Weasleys. He loved them, sure, but he also really wanted to live with Sirius if or when his name got cleared. If or when, his brain reminded him, and that was enough to persuade him to write back to Molly and thank her for sending the Howler to Dumbledore and tell her he would love to live with her during the summer. He would definitely show the memory to Sirius if that was possible. Knowing magic, it almost definitely was. Defense today, Ron said, suppressing a shudder. So far they'd only had a couple of lessons, one of which included the showing of the 3 unforgivable curses. The others were mostly tame, just note-taking and a few duels. But Moody had warned them at the end of their previous lesson that he would be putting them all under the Imperious Curse next time he taught them. I still think it's highly illegal, Draco muttered. Since he had apologized, Harry and Daphne had been forcing him to sit with the group at the Gryffindor table every morning, much to his disdain. Especially as Harry kept trying to force-feed him jam at every given opportunity. As much as Draco hated to admit it, he had found his place within the ever-growing group of friends. Harry, Ron, Ginny would debate about Quidditch for hours, Crumb and Cedric joining in when they weren't busy with their own friends or studying. Ginny was adamant Holyhead Harpies were the best team, whilst Ron favored the Chudley Cannons. But they're always the bottom of the league, Draco had exclaimed in exasperation. The Appleby Arrows are far better, Harry nodded in agreement. He'd loved the Arrows since Lupin had told him it was his father's favorite team. He also supported the Holyhead Harpies with Ginny. He thought they were pretty good players. Draco even found common ground with Hermione. It turned out Draco was also obsessed with his studies. And he and Hermione would often be found in the library studying in companionable silence or arguing over mundane things. He backed Hermione up when she tried to force the others to study, which Ron hated. Ginny and Draco fought the most, but it was in a jokey way. Mostly. Apparently he has Dumbledore's permission, Daphne said, before snatching Draco's toast of his plate and taking a large bite out of it. I wish you'd stop doing that, Draco grumbled, picking up a green apple instead. Daphne just smirked at him and winked. Come on, we'll be late, Hermione said, standing up. Unless we just don't go, she suggested. The 4 other fourth years turned to stare at her open-mouthed. Hermione, are you feeling okay? Ron asked in shock. Hermione shrugged. Not really, no. I have a bad feeling about this. It isn't right. I know what you mean, Hermione, but Moody will be suspicious if we all skip class, Harry reasoned. Let's just go and get it over with. Harry got to his feet and offered her his hand. Fine, she sighed, grabbing his hand. He grinned at her and tugged her out of the hall. The rest shared a long-suffering look and followed after them. They made it to class on time, only to find all the tables pushed to the side and the other students standing around the edge of the room with Moody in the middle. Come on, guys, we're playing Ring-a-Roses, Harry shouted, waving wildly at his friends. Hermione rolled her eyes. Shut it, Potter. Find a place to stand, you 3, and be prepared to fight off the Imperious Curse. Granger, you're up first. It'll be okay, Harry whispered to her, shoving her gently towards the middle. She gulped but stood in front of Moody bravely. Imperio, he whispered, in a voice quite unlike his usual scratchy, gravelly tone. Harry narrowed his eyes but didn't point it out to Ron. Hermione began to sing a Muggle song and skipped around the classroom. When Moody lifted the spell, she quickly returned to her place beside Harry. You're a good singer, Harry complimented. Hermione blushed. Moody, Harry thought, seemed to be quite enjoying putting the Imperious Curse on students. Dean did a weird dance, Draco imitated a chicken, Susan scampered around all 4s like a dog. One by one, each student was placed under the curse and failed to throw it off, until it was Harry's turn. Before you curse me, I will warn you that I'm secretly Snape in disguise and I will get my revenge for this," Harry said seriously. Moody barked out a laugh. "Ha, you wish, Potter, now focus, Imperio." Harry casually stepped to the side and the spell flew past him and hit the wall. "Potter, you have to let me curse you," Moody growled. "I do, sorry, I thought we were playing magical tag," Harry said. He closed his eyes and spread his arms wide. "Fire away, sir." Imperio. Harry's mind went blissfully blank and he reveled in the feeling. Jump onto the desk. "Aw man, but dancing would be so much more fun. Jump onto the desk." The class watched as Harry began doing the Macarena. "I thought for sure if anyone would throw it off it would be Harry," Seamus said, sounding slightly disappointed. Moody, however, looked delighted. "He hasn't fought it off just yet. He's still under the curse, but he's disobeying my orders. I told him to jump on the desk." Moody lifted the curse and Harry swiveled his hips for a final time before blinking up at the professor. "Aye, Macarena, next time can you tell me to do something more interesting?" Harry asked casually. Moody laughed again. "As you wish, Potter, this time try and fight it off completely. Imperio." Harry staggered for a second before his eyes went glassy once more. "Do a cartwheel." "No thank you, I want to do something fun." The rest of the class watched as Moody was forced backwards by the force of Harry throwing off the spell. Harry began spinning around in circles, faster and faster. "Good one, Professor," Ron laughed. "Not my doing, Weasley. He beat the curse, that's just Potter being Potter." Harry began to hum, slowing his spinning and wobbling. "Cartwheeling is boring, that was far more fun," he said simply. Moody looked positively delighted. "You're a force to be reckoned with, Potter." They do say the insane find it quite easy to throw the spell off, as there is no sense of instruction in their mind to begin with. "I'm not the insane one, Potter is," Harry said, in a poor imitation of Snape. "My Polyjuice potion will wear off soon. Mind if I leave early so I can change back somewhere more private and plot my revenge?" "Sure, Potter, get out of here. The rest of you stay, until I decide you are decent enough at throwing off the curse." The other students groaned as Harry skipped out of the classroom, dragging Hermione with him. "Thanks, Harry," she said gratefully. The rest of Harry's lessons that day were just as entertaining. In Transfiguration, he had a conversation with McGonagall about whether a dog animagus would die if it ate chocolate, and her answer gave him an awesome prank to try on Sirius. In Herbology, he befriended some venomous plant that tried to bite him several times, but seemed to give up when Harry summoned one of Luna's dresses to dress it up in. Sprout took 10 points of Gryffindor, then added 20 as the plant seemed to like its new look and ceased trying to bite everyone that walked past it. Divination was one of his favorite lessons of the day. "What do you see in the crystal ball, Harry?" Trelawney had asked him. "I see a frog wearing a pink hat." Harry said solemnly. Trelawney blinked. "I see, and what do you think it means?" "I think it means the frog really likes pink. I also see you, Professor." "Me, really?" Trelawney looked beside herself with excitement. "What am I doing?" You're kissing someone," Harry said, frowning, peering more closely into the completely blank crystal ball. "Oh my gosh," he yelled suddenly, making Trelawney jump. "It's Lockhart, you're kissing Lockhart, and oh, I can't watch anymore." Harry put his head in hands as Ron, Neville, Dean, and Seamus began to laugh loudly. Parvati and Lavender looked far from impressed. "Weasley, what about you?" Trelawney said hurriedly, looking flustered. Ron made a show of looking closely into the crystal ball. "I see a dark shape, it's kinda hard to tell what it is." "Look closer," Trelawney encouraged. Ron frowned. "It looks like a horse," Ron said suddenly. "A big horse with wings. Like the ones from the Beauxbatons carriage." "Yes, except these ones are bright pink. Oh, Harry's frog is there. He has a sword. The frog is using the flying horses to start a war," Ron exclaimed, looking panicked. "We have to escape." "Run," Harry yelled, leaping to his feet and dragging Neville with him by the front of his robes. "Run for your lives." He ran out of the classroom, Neville being pulled along. Ron wasn't far behind, waving his hands in the air and screaming. Dean and Seamus shared a look before following them. Luckily for no one, they had astronomy that night, so Harry's chaos didn't end with divination. "Sorry I'm late, Professor. I forgot it was the pajama party tonight," Harry said brightly, standing in his pajamas. Ron stood next to him, identical grin on his face, also in his pajamas. Hermione had refused to be a part of it and was in her uniform, looking fed up. Draco stood next to her, muttering about imbeciles. Daphne had surprisingly decided to wear pajamas too, and was busy laying blankets out on the floor. "Well, a pajama party wasn't what I had planned for today's lesson," Professor Sinistra said, sounding faintly amused. We were going to study Orion's belt today. But Professor, life is so stressful at the moment, what with the tournament and all," Harry said mournfully. Ron nodded in agreement, doing his best to look sad. "And the house elves have spent ages making food." "Well, we can't let the house elves' good work go to waste, can we? How about a deal?" Sinistra offered. "Sure," Harry said eagerly. "We spend the first half of the lesson studying Orion's belt, then afterwards we can have your pajama party. Deal, you're the best professor ever. 30 points to Professor Sinistra," Hermione declared, losing her annoyed look and grinning now that she knew she'd get to do at least some work. "Thank you, Miss Granger." The group left the tower an hour later, looking pleased with themselves. "We had fun and still did work. Harry, you're a genius," Hermione exclaimed. "I wasn't planning on her making us do work first," Harry grumbled. "But that was such a good party. Snape is going to be so jealous when I tell him Professor Sinistra is my new favorite professor." Everyone knew Harry had claimed Snape to be his favorite for a few weeks, and potions was the lesson he acted up in the most. If Sinistra was taking that spot, it meant nothing good for her and everything good for Snape, supposedly. "He'll probably be delighted," Draco drawled. "He'll think it means you'll stop annoying him." Draco was right. "Professor Snape," Harry called out at breakfast the next morning. Some students didn't react, used to their meals being interrupted. Some looked up interestedly, looking forward to seeing what Harry had planned next. Some looked faintly annoyed at yet another interruption. "What now, Potter?" Snape sighed, exasperated. "Professor Sinistra is my new favorite." "Yes," Snape yelled, looking triumphant. "No more crazy Potter in my classes." "He's all yours, Aurora." Then he remembered where he was and sobered up immediately, looking faintly embarrassed. "I'm not crazy in your classes, I'm my usual self. That isn't going to change, everything will remain as it usually is," Harry said innocently. Sinistra laughed loudly and Snape looked like someone had confiscated his favorite cauldron. "Let me die," he begged quietly. "Please let me die." McGonagall smirked at him. Things were calm at Hogwarts. The reason? Well, let's start at the beginning. Astronomy Tower, during the pajama party, the Gryffindor common room paintings are superior, though. They basically do our history of magic homework for us," Ron said around a mouthful of food. Harry nodded in agreement. "You are so lame, Ronald. Slytherin common room wins, we literally have a view of the Black Lake," Daphne said, taking a delicate bite of treacle tart. Harry had to marvel at her. For someone with such witty comebacks, she wasn't half posh. "So, Gryffindor Tower overlooks the Forbidden Forest." Harry grinned triumphantly. "We see literal mermaids, we've seen the giant squid close up, he even waves at us." "Trying to study here," Hermione muttered, nudging Daphne, not looking up from her book. "Whatever, beat that, Potter." Daphne smirked, looking annoyingly smug. "Okay," Harry said, leaning forwards and grinning. "If we look out of the farthest window to the left in our common room, we can see the Quidditch pitch. Luckily for us, my little brother in all but blood Colin has a pair of binoculars. Not just any binoculars, mind, magic binoculars. We can literally spy on the other Quidditch teams with no effort whatsoever." Harry cackled at the looks of sheer horror on Daphne and Draco's face. "We win. Pot, will you all be quiet?" Hermione exclaimed, slamming her book closed. "Why can't you fight in silence just once?" Harry's eyes lit up and she groaned. "Excellent idea, Hermione, have 50 people points. Okay, so just like Hermione says, this is now a silent battle. Once you talk, you're out. The last man, woman, or person standing wins, and their common room is crowned best common room ever. Bit unfair of you to not give Hufflepuff a chance," Susan called from across the room. "And us Ravenclaws," Terry Boot added. Okay, cool. "This class is our entire year group, yes. So how about we make this official, Hermione?" Harry turned to her, puppy dog eyes in full effect. "Absolutely no, okay, fine." Hermione murmured a spell and everyone's hair color changed. "Your hair colors match your house. Green, red, yellow, or blue depending. In a second I will cast another spell that will be triggered when you speak. I need an exception for tomorrow morning. I have an important announcement to make," Harry claimed. "Okay, I'll put the spell on you after breakfast. I won't be participating as I'm the caster, so I'll be judge in case of any conflicts." "Cool, everyone ready?" "Yes, do it, Hermione." Professor Sinistra watched the fourth years with a look of complete and utter delight. Snape and McGonagall were going to have a field day, and she might lose her job for letting it happen, but it was so worth it. 6 days after the pajama party, "I can't take it anymore," Flitwick sobbed. "I can't keep teaching a class of silent students. They all just sit and write and do as they're told. No one asks any questions anymore. I know, it's wonderful. I wish the rest of the school would join this silly little competition. It's the best idea Potter has ever had. Hush, Severus, just because you hate the students it doesn't mean we all do. There, it's okay, Phileas dear, all the other year groups still speak, Pomona said gently. On the bright side, Minerva said. They are all getting amazingly good at nonverbal spell casting. We usually wouldn't teach them until 6th year. Granger wasn't joining in to begin with, but she got jealous, so Ginny Weasley cast the spell on her so she could participate and remain top of the class, Minerva said fondly. I'm impressed they've lasted this long, Pomona said. Not a single one of them has spoken yet. Aurora frowned slightly. I wonder what will happen when they do. They didn't have to wait long to find out. The next day during lunch, there was a loud bang, followed by a huge cloud of red and gold smoke. Sorry, Neville squeaked. I forgot. Oh, Neville, Ginny said, waving smoke out of her face. Well, Harry put me in charge of the point system until he can speak again, so I'm afraid I have to take 20 people points away from you, and 5 away from Professor Snape as well. What did Snape do? George asked her. Nothing, but Harry said every time I give or take points from someone, Snape loses 5 points too. Oh, and every time Snape loses 5 points, I have to take 50 off of the headmaster. She looked up at the teacher's table, where Dumbledore looked unbothered and Snape was glaring. Sorry, she added, not looking at all sorry. Neville, hair now back to its usual color, returned to his breakfast. After Neville, the other 4th years slowly began to drop out of the competition, either intentionally giving up or accidentally speaking. Ernie Macmillan's downfall was next, and his was rather spectacular. He tried to ask one of the Beauxbatons students to Hogsmeade with him, and a ton of yellow and white glitter spilled from his mouth. By the time the nearest prefect had worked out a counter spell, the corridor was flooded with glitter. 4 days later, and the competition was still going, but barely. Who's left aside from Harry? Ron asked Hermione around a mouthful of toast. He had lost when Snape threatened to take 300 points from Gryffindor if he did not answer a question verbally. Upon answering, the classroom was filled with red and gold feathers, which wiped the smug smirk right off of Snape's face. It was a shame, as none of the points would have been removed from Gryffindor anyway thanks to Sirius and Harry. The teachers and other students had begun trying to get 4th years from other houses to speak, and people were placing bets. Everyone, including Snape, who hated the entire thing, was invested. Daphne, Blaise, Hannah, Terry, Padma, and Harry. Hermione replied, having lost her place in the competition after Draco stole her special edition copy of Hogwarts, a history. All of her clothes turned bright scarlet and gold, but it faded out after a few days. Not Terry or Blaise. Ron smiled in amusement as there was a sudden commotion. A blue cloud had appeared over Terry's head, and he was doused with rain until he was drenched, and Blaise was surrounded by little green and silver bats. Ladies and gentlemen, people and dungeon bats, Ginny grinned wickedly at Snape, who scowled. We are down to the final 4. 1 student from each house remains. Place your final bets with my brothers Fred and George Weasley now. For the next 3 days, tensions were extremely high. Hannah had taken to hiding in her dorm, petrified of losing, and Padma was spending more and more time in the library alone. Daphne and Harry, however, continued as normal. They would laugh silently, throw parchment notes at each other in lessons, and hex each other non-verbally in the corridors just like they always did. Padma broke first. Blue and bronze unpoppable bubbles followed her around for the next hour. Hannah snapped a few minutes later, a flurry of yellow birds knocking her off balance and almost causing her to fall. Then there were 2. Slytherins had taken to guarding Daphne at all times, not wanting to risk any foul play from the other houses. Gryffindors tried to guard Harry but failed, because he would just use his invisibility cloak to slip away, or hiss at people in Parseltongue to scare them off, which apparently didn't count as speaking. At long last, exactly 2 weeks since the beginning of the competition and 1 week before the first task, the game ended. Harry snuck up behind Daphne under his invisibility cloak. She was sat at the Slytherin table with Draco. Slowly, ever so slowly, he reached out and jabbed her in the back of her head with his finger. Ow! She screeched, and immediately green and silver fireworks went off, the bangs loud enough to drown out the groans and sounds of annoyance from the Slytherins. Daphne herself looked furious. Yes, Gryffindor wins, Harry yelled triumphantly. And instantly red and gold fireworks joined the green and silver ones. Wait, Harry trailed off. At the Ravenclaw table, Lisa Turpin got to her feet, raised her wand, and waved it. Her hair went from its usual blonde to blue. What the we put a glamour on her hair to trick everyone into thinking she was out, Padma said, large grin on her face. So I think you'll find Ravenclaw win the title of best common room ever. RAVNCLAW wins, Ginny yelled. Ravenclaw common room is hereby crowned best common room ever. WOOHOO. The Ravenclaws cheered, and Harry and Daphne looked at each other in pure shock and disappointment before running out of the hall together. They would be found 3 hours later by Cedric. Draco, Ron, and Hermione sat on the floor in the kitchen, snuggled into each other and wrapped in a huge blanket, their cheeks wet with tears, eating ice cream directly from the tub and a concerned Dobby hovering nearby with a box of tissues. Oh, and Harry admitted he was lying about the binoculars and being able to spy on the Quidditch teams. He spent 2 days with neon green hair and extremely large ears courtesy of Daphne and Draco. Harry, Dean said nervously, approaching the dark-haired boy who was sat next to Draco at the Slytherin table. To begin with, the Slytherins had been greatly annoyed by his presence, but since he had befriended Draco and told them a few of his best-kept secrets, the Dursleys, his opinions on Dumbledore, the Dursleys, he had been tolerated if not welcomed by the Snakes. Dean was not nervous because of the Slytherins, well, maybe a little, but he was more worried about the unpredictableness of Harry. Just yesterday, he had run away screaming from the headmaster, made a lemon meringue pie in potions class, and somehow smuggled a niffler into the Great Hall and let it loose. After much pleading, Professor McGonagall had reluctantly relented and let Harry keep said niffler, whom he had christened Dave. Yes, thanks, Professor, Harry had cheered, then he had paused. But wait, what about Barb? Barb? Who, pray tell, is Barb? Minerva had responded, looking skeptical. With a guilty smile, Harry had pulled a bowtruckle out of his pocket. Professor McGonagall had got angry then and told him on no uncertain terms was he to keep the bowtruckle, and he was lucky she let him keep the niffler instead of giving him detentions for the rest of the term. So Harry, finding a loophole, gave the bowtruckle to Luna. Professor Flitwick had allowed her to keep it, and she had rechristened it Bow. However, after an entire day of terrorization caused by Dave and his desperate need to steal every shiny thing he could, Harry was forced to give him to Hagrid that same evening. Luna released Bo back into the Forbidden Forest, where she belonged with her fellow species. "Hello, Dean," Harry said, surprisingly normally. "What did you need?" "Ron is looking for you. He got a letter from his brother which you apparently need to see urgently." "Brilliant," Harry said, looking positively delighted. He stood up, yanking Draco with him. Daphne, who was sat with the 2 boys, also stood. "Anyway, back to snakes. Daphne, humans are one species, right? They have loads of different languages, so it only makes sense that snakes do too. Each type of snake must speak a variation of Parseltongue, and other reptiles." Harry wittered on as he dragged Daphne and Draco out of the hall, leaving a confused-looking Dean behind. As they walked, footsteps echoed loudly behind them. "Where are we going?" Ginny asked as she jogged down the corridor to catch up with the 3 fourth years. "Gryffindor common room. Charlie wrote to Ron and I need to see the letter." "Dean didn't tell you which brother wrote to Ron. How do you know it was Charlie?" Draco asked, frowning. "Luna, come on." They 4 of them entered the common room, the Gryffindors not even batting an eyelash at the intruders from another house. They were used to it by now. "Harry," Ron called out, beckoning them over. "Charlie wrote to me," he said in a low voice. "The first task, it's well look," and he thrust a piece of parchment in Harry's face. "Ron, it's dragons. Tell Harry to meet me at midnight on Friday at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Stay safe and see you soon, Charlie. Ooh, dragons." Harry squealed, looking delighted. "We can test my theory, Daphne," Daphne groaned. "No, Harry, this is bad thing, not a good thing." Harry ignored her. "Charlie wants to meet me. Ron, Ginny, I assume you're coming too." "Duh, Fred and George will want to as well. I'll go get them," Ginny said, standing up. "And me," Hermione said suddenly, making Harry jump. "The other champions should come too." She flopped onto the sofa in between Harry and Daphne. "How, though?" "Harry's cloak only fits 4 people at a stretch," Ron pointed out. "Okay, plan, we steal Fawkes the Phoenix." "No," the rest of group yelled. Okay, chill, I was joking. Well, kind of, okay, real plan. Snape and Minnie join the cause, right? But not fully, just a help when you need kind of deal." "So we can get permission from one of them to be up past curfew," Hermione exclaimed. "I was thinking more that we could mess with Snape, get detention and request it be in the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid, then sneak off and build a den before finding Charlie. But yeah, your idea works too," Harry shrugged. I'll speak to Minnie later. We only need permission to be out of the common room after curfew. We will need to work out how to get out of the castle unseen, though. Steal Snape's cloak and pretend to be a giant bat, Harry suggested. Ron laughed. No, that won't work. We need a distraction. Did somebody say distraction? Two tall, smiling gingers said from behind them. A much shorter Ginny stood between them, looking incredibly pleased with herself. The plan was made, and Friday rolled around quicker than expected. The permission slip from McGonagall was easy to get, and Harry had given his invisibility cloak to Fred and George. They had offered themselves up as a distraction for Filch and any other patrolling teachers or students so the group could leave the castle easily, then try and follow later. Ginny had decided to stay with them, the thrill of wreaking havoc after lights out more exciting than her older brother. The Gryffindors met with Cedric in the kitchens, and Ginny, Fred, and George departed, Harry's invisibility cloak with them. Ready? Harry said to the others. They nodded, and as soon a loud bang resounded above them, and they heard Filch's screech of rage. They sprinted out of the kitchens and up a few floors to reach the entrance hall. Quick, open it, Harry hissed urgently at Cedric, who was fiddling with the lock. Potter, Harry whirled around, coming face to face with Snape. Professor, hello, Harry exclaimed cheerfully. We're just going for a morning run before breakfast. It's 1:45, Potter, Snape snarled. Yeah, well, it's a very long run. Want to join us? What? No, of course not. And if you think I'm going to let you, Severus, what is going on? Professor McGonagall came bustling towards them, wand lit. Potter, Diggory, Weasley, Granger, what are you doing to that door? Trying to open it, Harry said, as if it was the most obvious and normal thing to be doing in the middle of the night. The bumblebee is trying to sting us again, so we're escaping and going to hide at Professor Lupin's house. Harry paused, then gasped. Oh no, now you'll know where to find us. We'll have to go to Egypt to stay with Bill instead. Unless... Yes, let's have a sleepover at Professor Snape's house, Harry squealed, clapping with delight. Step away from the door, Diggory. Cedric begrudgingly took a few steps back, and McGonagall brushed past him. She muttered a spell, and the doors burst open. Mr. Weasley, tell your older brother that if you come back injured or dead, I will give him detention, grown man or not. Don't look at me like that. Your brother wouldn't dream of persuading you to sneak out without telling me first. Good night. Thanks, Minnie. Harry ran out of the castle, the other three following behind. Minerva closed the door, sighed, and turned to Severus. Minerva, you cannot. The first task is dragons, Severus. Severus hissed a breath, looking shocked. Are they insane? He whispered harshly. Most likely. Charlie Weasley is escorting the champions to where the dragons are being kept tonight to give them a better chance of success. He will bring them back to the castle before the clock strikes 1. If he does not, I will go and retrieve them all myself. If Dumbledore finds out, you will be in trouble. I'm not a child, Severus. You're closer to one than I, good night. Minerva swept away, and Severus shook his head and returned to the dungeons. He needed another fire whiskey. He didn't see Minerva open the door again, to let 3 more gingers through. We made it out and still got to mess with Snape. Best day ever. Harry declared as they ran, slowing to halt as they reached Charlie, stood with Fleur and Victor at the edge of the forest. Charlie! His brothers exclaimed as soon as they saw him. Hi all, good to see you. We need to be quick or McGonagall will flay me alive. Come on. He ushered everyone into the forest and led them down an old path. So, Charlie, what is it we have to do with Zeus dragons? Fleur asked. So as far as I know, there are 4 dragons and 4 golden eggs. The dragons are nesting mothers, and the golden egg will be placed in their nest. Your job as champion is to retrieve it with as little damage to yourself, the dragon, and the nest of real eggs as possible. So, a pretty much impossible and incredibly dangerous task, Ginny added. Yes. We dragon keepers are furious. This is likely to be incredibly traumatic for all involved, especially the dragons, but we had no jurisdiction over the decision. Charlie shook his head, tutting. Poor dragons. Hermione sighed. So what would you say is the best way to get past them? Harry asked Charlie. Flying would be a pretty good option if you're good on a broom. As long as the broomstick doesn't get set on fire, of course. It's a dangerous option, but it won't hurt the dragon. The dragons will be chained by 1 foot, so flying up will be a good escape route. Victor can fly, Harry said decisively. If he wants to. I will keep it in mind, Crumb said, frowning slightly. I read somewhere the conjunctivitis curse is good against dragons, Cedric piped up. It's cruel, but as a last resort maybe, Charlie said uncertainly. A distraction would be better, turn a rock into a cat or something. Cedric furrowed his brows. How about a dog? Good plan, have a backup though, just in case. Will there be anti-summoning spells on the egg? Hermione asked. I'm not sure, maybe, we're here. The path had grown wider and opened up into a large clearing where 4 massive dragons were thrashing about. Fire lit the area and there was lots of shouting. Wicked, Fred and George said together. Charlie, someone called, making her way towards them. I see you've brought friends with you. The champions, I suppose. Pleasure to meet you all. I'm Rosa, Charlie's boss. She shook each of the teenagers' hands. Rosa, these are my siblings, Hermione, Harry, Cedric, Fleur, and Victor, Charlie said with a grin. Oh, how lovely, your siblings are here as well. I've heard so much about all of you. You're Ron, right? Tell me what happened in your first year again. Charlie is a terrible storyteller. Ron, looking pleased to be singled out amongst his siblings, happily started to tell her about his first year at school. Charlie started asking his other siblings questions about their year so far and ushered the champions away to go and look and what they'd be facing. They're all massive, Harry said, looking slightly terrified. Cedric bumped his shoulder in a friendly way. Don't worry, you'll be all right. They won't let anything too life-threatening happen to us. I say, what type of dragon do you think this one is? After half an hour of looking at the dragons, and all of the champions secretly hopping one of the others got the Hungarian horntail, Charlie rushed them all back to the castle with promises to catch up with them soon. I didn't get to test my parcel-tongue theory. Harry told Daphne at breakfast the next morning, looking disappointed. Well, I'm sure you can get Charlie to let you visit them again sometime, Daphne responded. Harry grinned. The first task was going to be awesome. The week passed by very quickly. The champions met up every single night, trying to plan and prepare for facing the dragons in the first task. Hermione would join them sometimes, dragging Ron with her and her arms full of books. The twins would often turn up randomly with some helpful input, which included things like conjuring a bunch of fish to slap the dragon repeatedly in the face, or sacrificing Snape as a distraction. Harry would often bring Luna with him, for reasons the other 3 champions didn't really understand, but her advice did end up being very useful. The night before the task, the champions agreed to meet, just the 4 of them and for a much shorter length of time. So, how is everyone feeling? Cedric asked as he collapsed into an armchair by the fire in the kitchens. One of the house elves handed him a cup of tea. Thanks, Tipsy. Terrified, Harry said confidently. And you? Same. The other 3 champions chorused. We will be fine, Crumb said after a short pause. They cannot let us die after all. Fleur said skeptically. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. His mind was racing, and as the reality of the task sunk in, he began to get more and more anxious. He tried to distract himself by thinking of the letters he had received from Sirius and Remus, confirming that they would both be there to cheer him on, Sirius as Padfoot, but still he would be there. He'd had a letter from Mrs. Weasley as well, saying she was proud of him and she wished him the best of luck. Harry had enjoyed the past month of insanity. He had enjoyed letting go completely, not caring what others thought. In fact, he had found it a nice change that people were looking at him for a reason other than him being the boy who lived. At least they were looking at him for something he'd actually knowingly done. He was also finding himself hopeful for the coming summer. He had exchanged a few more letters with Amelia Bones, and they were planning to meet after the task tomorrow to talk about his home situation. He might finally escape his relatives. Had he known all it took was going a bit wild for people to listen and take him seriously, he would have done so years back. He eventually drifted off to sleep, a small smile on his face. The next morning, Harry headed down to breakfast, once again ignoring the hopeful looks from the Gryffindor table and sitting down next to Draco at the Slytherin one. He rested his head on Daphne's shoulder and sighed. Are you two dadding? A 6th-year Slytherin asked. You know, gross, Harry exclaimed at the same time Daphne said, Of course not, don't be disgusting. Draco laughed. Since Harry and Daphne had become friends, the two had behaved like an old married couple but an extremely childish one. Eat, Potter, Draco admonished after remembering Harry hadn't eaten yet, piling sausages onto his plate. Ugh, I sat here to escape Hermione telling me to eat and now you're doing it instead. I'm not hungry, Harry whined. He opened his mouth to yawn and Draco used the opportunity to shove a piece of toast into his mouth. HMMPH, Harry swallowed. Hey. Payback for the jam thing, Draco said smugly. Daphne snickered. How are you feeling? Cedric asked Harry, flopping down next to him at the Slytherin table and stealing the sausages Draco had put on Harry's plate. Draco scowled at him. "They're Potter's Diggory. Harry hates them," Cedric said with a shrug. "Wait, what?" Draco exclaimed. "You hate sausages, since when?" "Not all sausages, just Lincolnshire sausages," Harry grimaced. "It's a bit ironic that the two Hogwarts champions aren't even in Slytherin but are both sat with us," Blaise remarked with one eyebrow raised. Daphne laughed. "Well, the Hufflepuffs are being annoying, so I came to hide here. Harry sits here all the time anyway, nothing new there. Harry, shall we go down early? It'll give us some more time to prepare." "Sure." Harry downed a cup of pumpkin juice and got to his feet, leaving the hall with Cedric. Hermione and Ron got up from the Gryffindor table and followed them. "Ah, Harry, Cedric, hello," Bagman said cheerfully. Harry opened his mouth to scream, probably about wasps, but Ron covered his mouth. "Hello, sir," Cedric said politely. "The champion's tent is this way. Your friends may come with you if you wish." Hermione and Ron nodded at his questioning look, and the four began to follow Bagman to the tent. Before they entered, however, a familiar-looking man stepped in front of them, dog at his side. "Remus, Snuffles!" Harry shouted excitedly as he barreled into Remus' chest, hugging him tightly. The dog barked excitedly and licked them both like crazy. "I missed you," Harry's muffled voice said into Remus' shirt. "And us you, kiddo. Hello, Ron, Hermione, Cedric, Mr. Bagman." "Hello, Professor Lupin." "Hello, Mr. Lupin. Fine day, isn't it?" Bagman said cheerfully. "Yes, I'm sure I'd agree if I wasn't about to watch the closest thing I have to family risk his life in a tournament he didn't even enter himself into," Remus said cordially, but his eyes twinkled dangerously. Harry let go of Remus and crouched on the floor to say hello to Snuffles properly. "Harry, I just wanted to say hello before the tournament starts. I need to find Professor McGonagall now and speak to her about something. Will you be okay in the tent alone?" "I promise I'll be in the stands watching you, with Snuffles, of course." "That's fine, I have these guys. Can Snuffles stay with me?" Harry and the dog gave Remus matching puppy dog eyes, and he rolled his eyes. "Okay, fine. Remember to meet me and Professor McGonagall in her office half an hour after the task. We are both attending the meeting with Amelia with you. Good luck, kiddo, and see you after the task." "Thanks, Remus." Harry turned to enter the tent, then span back around. "Wait, Moony." Remus stopped and turned to look at Harry. "Watch out for the bumblebees. They keep stinging innocent bystanders." Remus rolled his eyes at the serious look on Harry's face. "Yes, Harry. Now go, I'll see you later." Harry and the dog entered the tent, Harry chattering nonstop like the dog could understand him. Cedric wouldn't be surprised if it could. Nothing was too crazy for him to believe these days. "Harry!" A woman with blonde curls squealed when he entered the tent. "I'm so pleased to see you again, dear boy." "Hello, Rita," Harry exclaimed just as excitedly. "Come, child, we have things to discuss." Rita grabbed his arm and pulled him off into the corner of the tent, and the two began to whisper frantically. "Uh-oh," Hermione muttered. "I swear if he does something ridiculously stupid again," Ron sniggered. "I didn't know Professor Lupin had a dog," Cedric commented. "It's a rescue, can't you tell it's pretty ugly?" Ron said playfully, winking at the dog. Snuffles growled at him and Ron just laughed. Harry did too. Hermione rolled her eyes. Bagman, who seemed to be bored of the teenagers, was trying to insert himself into whatever conversation Rita and Harry were having, with little success. He gave up, instead latching onto Crouch immediately when the man walked in. Dumbledore was next to arrive, followed by the two other head teachers, Crumb, Fleur, and Professor McGonagall. "Champions, gather around. Your friends must leave us now, and the dog." "Aw man, bye Snuffles." Harry hugged the dog, who licked his face in return. Hermione and Ron both hugged Harry and wished him luck before leaving, Snuffles at their heels. Snuffles growled at Crouch and Karkaroff when he walked past them. "Now then," Bagman clapped once. "Let's get this show on the road, shall we?" Up in the arena, students were gathering and finding seats. Hermione and Ron had pushed their way to the front where Luna, Draco, Daphne, Colin, Ginny, Neville, and the twins were waiting. Snuffles made a beeline for Luna, curling up on her feet. "Oh, hello again," Luna said. "You know Snuffles, Luna?" Hermione asked, looking confused. "Yes, I fed him scraps all last year," Luna said. "I wonder if she knows," Ron whispered to Hermione, who shrugged, looking anxious. Ron sighed and wrapped an arm around her. "Relax, Hermione, Harry will be fine," Fred said confidently. Luna nodded. "See, Luna agrees, so it must be true." Hermione nodded, but still looked incredibly worried. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I can now say with great excitement that the tournament has officially begun. Bagman yelled after casting a sonorous spell on himself. The first task is to take a golden egg from the nest of a nesting mother dragon, and the egg contains the clue to the next task. Up first is HOGWRT's champion CDRICDIGGORY against the Swedish short snout. Amongst loud cheers, a cannon went off, and a dragon was led into the arena. She looked furious, smoke trailing from her snout. Cedric appeared from the other side of the arena a few seconds later, looking terrified. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Hermione buried her face in Ron's robes, muttering to herself quietly. Ron patted her on the back awkwardly. Cedric pointed his wand at a rock and shouted a spell. In the rock's place was now a dragon, a baby one. Cedric watched Dragon carefully for its reaction. It was watching the baby dragon with a mixture of surprise and protectiveness. Cedric then pointed his wand at another rock and turned it into a dog, which instantly started to try and play with the dragon baby. The mother dragon couldn't look away after that. The need to ensure the baby dragon was safe too strong for her to pay any attention to Cedric, who walked quickly past her and grabbed the egg. He's okay, Hermione, he did it. And not even a oh, never mind. Neville finished sheepishly as the dragon remembered Cedric was there and sent a torrent of flames right at him. Cedric ducked as dragon keepers swarmed into the arena to remove the Swedish short snout, and Cedric's turn was over. He left the arena to deafening cheers, a pained but satisfied and relieved smile on his face. Where's Lupin? Ron asked Hermione. Teacher's stands, she said, biting her nails. Fleur is next, look. Fleur walked into the stands, a look of determination on her face. Up next, the BEAUXB81S champion, FLEURDELACOUR. The Beauxbatons students cheered loudly, as did some of the students from other schools. Ron cheered loudly and then blushed when the group teased him. Why isn't she moving? Neville asked, frowning. She's just stood there, she isn't even trying. Fleur was, indeed, stood there, wand in hand, scowling at the dragon in front of her. Padfoot, who had decided sitting at Luna's feet didn't give him a clear enough view, decided to jump into her lap, stretching across both her lap and Ginny's. As the stands grew quiet, everyone watching Fleur with confusion, she smiled. She drew her wand and said something in French. What did she say? George asked Hermione, who was smiling. Akio golden egg. As the golden egg soared into Fleur's arms, the dragon roared with anger and shot a stream of fire at the egg, catching Fleur's skirt on fire. She put it out with her wand and grinned triumphantly, leaving the arena with a swish of her blue cloak. Well, what a clever idea from Miss DELACOUR. Now on to our next champion, Victor KRUM. A cannon blasted and Krum entered the arena, looking confident. He waved his wand and muttered a spell. For a second nothing happened, then a broom came soaring through the air towards him. Draco and Ron watched smugly as their favorite Quidditch player mounted the broom and took off in an impressive show of skill. Hermione loosened her grip on Ron's arm a little, reaching over him to stroke Snuffles. I love this tournament, Ginny commented, eyes shining as she scratched the dog on her lap behind the ears. Ginevra, this tournament is putting our friends' lives at risk, Hermione scolded. Yeah, but this is next-level stuff, Hermione, record-breaking most likely. It's awesome. And he's done it. And what an impressive show he gave us. Let's hear it for Victor KRUM. The group cheered loudly, and they weren't the only ones. The stands were going wild for Victor as he exited the stands. And now, the fourth and final champion up against the Hungarian Horntail, the fiercest dragon of them all, Harry Potter. Harry's friends cheered loudly, and the twins set off a few fireworks they'd smuggled in. How'd you get those in? Ron asked. Dear brother, you really don't want to know, Ron grimaced. After a few minutes of loud applause, the audience finally realized that Harry Potter apparently had no interest in entering the arena. Harry Potter, Bagman tried again. Nothing. Then once the stands were silent, Harry Potter entered the arena, wand under one arm, golden egg under the other, and smiled. That's better. Keep it down, yeah? You'll scare the dragon. Potter, where did you get that egg? Crouch roared furiously. Oh, this old thing, found it in the tent. It's a fake. Harry opened the egg and it turned into a bird flying straight at Snape's face. Remus held back a snort. Anyway, Harry clapped his hands together once. Let's get on with it, shall we? And he turned to face the large gate he knew the Horntail would soon enter through, placing his wand on the floor. Colin lifted his camera, and so it began. The crowd fell silent, all eyes on Harry's wand, which was lying hopeless in the mud. "You idiot, Potter," Daphne hissed, as Hermione buried her face in Ron's jumper. Ron himself looked like he was going to be sick, and Draco groaned. Luna had furrowed her brow but didn't look too worried. Ginny grabbed Neville's hand, who was looking pale. "He'll be fine, Nev. This is Harry Potter. We're watching you now," she told him confidently. When Neville turned to look at her, he could see the certainty in her eyes. Everyone watched with bated breath as a gate at the other end of the arena opened wide, and a furious, ferocious-looking dragon was dragged inside. She made a beeline for her nest, glaring at the humans watching her. She roared fiercely. "That's a Hungarian horntail," Daphne whispered. "Oh, I can't watch." She covered her eyes with her hands. "No," Hermione yelled, bringing her knees up to face and staring at Harry with a look of horror. Ron had gone slack-jawed and pale. "Oh, Merlin." Neville, Ginny, and Draco all said at the same time. Harry himself, however, looked perfectly fine. In fact, he felt perfectly fine. The dragon tugged against the chains restraining her and roared again, releasing a torrent of flames into the air. Harry blinked. "You'd better not die, Potter," Draco muttered. Colin snapped a quick photo of the dragon, eyes shining. Harry, and therefore the entire stadium, watched the dragon rage for a few minutes. Remus was watching from the teacher's stands anxiously. McGonagall looked worried for her young student's life. Even Snape's indifferent mask slipped a little. Then, deciding enough was enough, Harry sat down on the ground, legs crossed. "Get up, Potter," Hermione screeched. He turned to look at her and winked. She groaned and hid her face behind her hands. "I will kill him. One of these days I will kill him," she muttered to herself. Harry turned his attention back to the dragon. It was now or never. "Hello," he said softly. Then shook his head, too quiet and too English. "What on earth is he doing? Dragons don't speak English," Crouch said, looking fed up. Harry wasn't going to give up that easily. "Hello," he tried again. Nope, still English. "Hello." Yes, he'd done it. The dragon froze and stared at the young boy sat on the floor in front of her. The children and adults in the stands who knew of Harry's ability looked nowhere near as shocked as those who didn't, but they still looked surprised he was choosing to utilize it now. "You know, Hermione, if you want to kill him, you might have to beat me to it. Stupid boy testing stupid theories in the middle of the stupid task." Daphne shook her head in annoyance, but the worry was clear on her face. "I know, not every day you meet a human who speaks your language, hey?" Harry grinned. "Not any day, little creature. How did you learn our tongue?" The dragon had only relaxed ever so slightly, looking harshly at the boy before her with a mixture of shock, curiosity, and anger on her face. Her nostrils flared slightly. Harry didn't flinch. The stands had gone quiet, and Bagman's irritating commentary had slowly faded to nothing as the man was taken over by surprise. And a silencing spell, Hermione noticed, and the proud smirk on McGonagall's face probably indicated that it was her. "I'm not sure. I think I have a part of an evil guy's dead spirit inside of me or something." "Oh, yeah." Harry paused for a second, then remembered what he was supposed to be doing. "Oh, by the way, you're being used in a silly wizard competition I'm being forced to compete in. That egg is fake." Harry pointed at the golden egg. The dragon huffed and rolled it to Harry with her head. He picked it up with a grim smile. "Thanks. Sorry you were forced to come here. I've always wanted to see if I could talk to dragons, but not like this," he said, meaning it. He looked at the chains that were restraining the dragon with sadness in his eyes. The dragon gave him an odd look. "You're a strange little creature. And you are a majestic big creature. Your eggs will hatch into fine young dragons." Harry looked at the nest the dragon was stood over. The eggs were large and smooth-surfaced. He swore he saw one of them move a little. "Yes, they will," the dragon said proudly. "I will tell them how you kept them safe from harm. One of the other dragons here lost an egg. I heard her grief. Losing an egg is the worst thing that can ever happen to one of us." The dragon bowed her head a little and her wings lowered in sadness. Harry grimaced. "Yeah, I heard her too. I think she trod on one when one of the other champions was distracting her. Give her our deepest apologies if you ever get the chance." "I will, little creature. Pray tell, why are you being forced into this competition?" She tilted her head sideways at him, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. "Well, it all started when my parents died." Harry launched into a short story of his entire life, watching as the dragon grew more and more furious, eventually letting out a loud roar. A torrent of flame shot straight at the professor's part of the stands, and Dumbledore's beard caught on fire. If a dragon could grin smugly, Harry thought, then the Horntail would be doing just so. Why'd the dragon do that? George wondered aloud. Harry probably told her his whole life story or something. Draco said. It wouldn't be surprising if he did, honestly. You are a fine dragon, my lady. Thank you for your time and assistance today. Harry bowed to the majestic creature gratefully, golden egg in his arms. Thank you, little creature. You will always have an ally in myself and my family. The dragon inclined her huge head towards him. Thank you, that means a lot. Be safe, little creature. Do come and visit us if you can. Harry bowed deeply again to the dragon, whose name he never did find out. He then turned to face the audience, looking up at Bagman. Okay, I'm done, he called out. Bagman, however, didn't respond. His eyes were wide, and he appeared to be in a state of shock. Hello, Harry shouted. Moody elbowed Bagman in the side, nothing. Harry looked up at Luna, shrugging. She mimed opening something with her hands, and Harry nodded, getting what she was trying to say almost instantly. He sighed loudly, then opened the egg. Loud and awful screech filled the air, and most people in the stadium covered their ears, yelling at Harry to shut that thing up. Harry himself looked a little surprised. Oh, he said. Interesting. He looked up again and saw Bagman had shaken himself out of it and closed the egg. A sigh of relief filled the stands. Harry picked up his wand and cast a spell to brush the mud of his trousers. Can I go now, Mr. Wasp? I've finished task, he asked politely. Lupin hid a chuckle behind a cough. Not quite yet, Mr. Potter. You need to be given a score, Professor Karkaroff. Karkaroff held up a large 2. Madame Maxime was next. She gave him a 7. Dumbledore gave him an 8, Crouch gave him a 4, and Bagman gave him a 6. That puts Mr. Potter in last place, but still a good score considering your age, Mr. Potter, Bagman said, still looking a bit dazed. Right, well, all is done here. Thanks for coming, everyone, and have a good rest of your day. Bagman hurried off, then realized he hadn't recast a voice magnifying spell. Oi, he said you can leave, Lee Jordan yelled. After that, everyone hurried out of the stands. Harry left the arena, wanting to find the other champions so they could regroup and discuss the task that had just happened, and maybe the next one too. Harry made his way to the healer's tent, smiling from ear to ear. He had done it. He came last, but he really didn't care. He had spoken to a dragon, for goodness sake. Nothing was more exciting to him than that. Hey, guys, he said as he entered the tent, still grinning like a madman. Harry, you're alive, Fleur exclaimed happily, hugging him tightly as he entered the tent. And not a single scratch on you, Cedric said, looking pleased. He then snickered as Madame Pomfrey hurried over, waving her wand as she scanned Harry for injuries, and muttered furiously about idiot wizards. What were they thinking? Dragons, I tell you, morons, the lot of them. Once satisfied Harry was, in fact, fine, she gave him a calming draught and bustled away. So, how did it go? Harry asked the other 3 champions. I know I came last, but other than that I was told nothing. I think they were all a bit shocked I had a chat with the dragon instead of fighting it. You were in there for ages. Fleur thought you had died. Anyway, I'm first at the moment. The dog and the baby dragon worked a treat. Fleur is in second, as it was only her skirt that caught on fire, and Victor is third, because he accidentally caused the dragon to destroy one of her eggs. Oh yes, I was told about that, Harry said grimly. It's not your fault though, Victor. It's the people who designed the task. Oh look, it's Charlie, hello. Harry beamed as a familiar redhead entered the tent, Rosa with him. Harry, that was amazing, Charlie gushed excitedly. You can speak to dragons. What did she say? What did you talk about? Is she— Slow down, Weasley, slow down, Rosa said, also grinning. Harry, what you just did was pretty cool. We just came to give you this. She handed him a few sheets of official-looking documents. An offer, she informed him. For a job with us during the summers and the possibility of an apprenticeship once you graduate. No pressure to decide now, of course. The offer is there for whenever you decide to take it, if at all. She nodded to him, and he shook her hand, thanking her profusely. A summer job, that meant less time at the Dursleys. This day is amazing, Harry whispered as Charlie and Rosa left the tent. Cedric laughed at him and ruffled his hair. Ah, champions. Bagman entered the tent, looking pale and nervous. Free to go, the clue for the next task is in the egg. Good luck. And he left again with only one terrified glance in Harry's direction. That was odd, Crumb said, frowning. Oh yeah, I kinda traumatized him. I also persuaded the dragon to burn the bumblebee's beard off. On purpose, Cedric raised a brow. Well, not exactly. I just told her everything bad he had done, then pointed right at him and said he's over there. I didn't tell her to blow fire at him. Blimey, Harry. Cedric shook his head, smirking. You are one interesting kid. Shall we go? We're having a little party in the Hufflepuff common room if you guys want to join. Fleur and Crumb nodded, but Harry shook his head. I can't, I have to talk to Amelia Bones. It's okay though, I'll have therapy with Snape after. Cedric laughed and ruffled his hair again. Harry scowled but endured it, and the 4 champions left the tent, the pressure of the first task finally gone. Mr. Potter, come with me, Snape said as they reached the castle entrance, turning and walking away as the champions approached. Harry bid a last farewell to the others and jogged after Snape, insane glint back in his eyes. Where are we going? He said excitedly, bouncing as he slowed to match his pace with the potion masters. Please say the zoo, I've always wanted to go there. Well, I did once, but I kind of did a bad thing, and quiet Potter, we are not going to the zoo, Snape snapped. Oh, then I'm not coming. Harry pouted and stopped walking, arms crossed defiantly. Potter, drop the act, Snape snarled angrily. Save it for the headmaster or your divination classes. Harry raised a brow, smirking. What act? He asked innocently. Snape gritted his teeth. If you do not follow me now, I will lace your pumpkin juice with Veritaserum and pay the Weasley twins to ask you embarrassing personal questions. Snape threatened, intimidatingly calm demeanor gone. Nope, not coming. I want to go to the zoo. Harry pouted again. Snape sighed. He hated his job. Okay, fine, you have until the count of 3. 1, 2, ugh, fine, Harry scowled. But I'm coming with you cause I want to, not cause I'm scared of what you'll do if you get to 3. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Potter. Snape stalked off, this time Harry right behind him. Snape led him to Professor McGonagall's office and let him in, striding over to another door behind her desk and knocking thrice. I have the child, he said grumpily. The door swung open and Harry skipped inside, Snape following reluctantly behind. Remus, Harry squealed as soon as he entered his head of house's personal rooms. I did it. I spoke to a dragon. I got arrested for fraud. I finished the task. I didn't die. You're sure did, kiddo. Good job. Wait, arrested for fraud? Remus gave Harry a look. Yeah, it was a tragic day. Professor Snape remembers, don't you, sir? If this was the time you signed a document as Professor McGonagall forged by Miss Weasley about me offering therapy, then yes, you got detention, Snape said, grimacing at the word therapy as if it was personally insulting. Oh, cub, you didn't, Remus said, stifling a laugh. Can we focus on the fact I didn't die? Harry asked. Remus laughed and gave him a large hug. The dog at his heels barked happily and tackled Harry, then dashed over to Snape. Lupin, call the mud off, Snape demanded as Padfoot tried to lick his face. Snuffles, Remus said warningly, and Padfoot begrudgingly trotted back to Remus and Harry, tackling his godson to the floor again. Enough now, Snuffles. Harry, I'd like you to meet Amelia Bones. Professor McGonagall spoke up from by the fire. Remus led Harry over, and the two sat down in comfy armchairs. Snape followed them but remained standing. Hello, Mr. Potter. Wonderful to meet you at last. Susan has told me lots about you, Amelia said, amusement visible in her expression. Hello, Miss Bones. Professor Snape said he'd take me to the zoo as a treat after you finished talking to me, Harry said seriously, shaking her hand. Oh, did he now? Amelia played along, eyes twinkling. How kind of him. Just like Minerva, you are, Snape retorted, already on his way out of the room. But it's true, Severus, you're so sweet and gentle, Minerva chuckled as the door slammed loudly. Right then, Harry, let's get started, shall we? And they spoke about everything. His childhood, his parents, his years at school. He even mentioned serious lack of trial and innocence. Amelia promised to look into it and requested that Remus and his dog lie low at Hogwarts until further notice. Dumbledore would be informed of why the next day, but wouldn't be given a choice. By the time they had finished, it was 6 o'clock. They'd missed dinner, but Harry didn't care. He wasn't very hungry, just exhausted. Thank you, Mr. Potter. I understand how hard this was for you to speak about, Amelia said solemnly, putting her quill down. Now you've had a long day, I think it's time you went and celebrated with your friends, don't you? Harry nodded, relieved. He hated reliving his past, even his Hogwarts years. Thank you, Miss Bones. Good night. Good night, Moony. Professor McGonagall, Snuffles. Harry patted the dog on the head. Good night, Harry. Remus wrapped him in a hug. I'll see you in the morning, okay? Sleep well. Harry smiled, glad Remus and Snuffles were staying. He'd taken a leap of faith by trusting Amelia, and he hoped it paid off. I will return you to your dormitory, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said quietly. She looked older than Harry had ever seen her, but then so did Remus. He felt guilty. He didn't want to burden them. You're not a burden, Harry, Remus said. No, you didn't say it, but it's written all over your face. Go and rest. We'll talk more another day. You did real good today, kid, real good. Remus patted his shoulder. Thanks, Moony. With one last smile exchanged, Harry left with Professor McGonagall, excited to forget about the whole day and just relax in the presence of his friends. The walk to the portrait hole was silent, but once they arrived, McGonagall spoke. "Well done tonight, Harry," she said. "Now, if you ever pull another foolish stunt like that again in one of the tasks, you will have detention until you graduate, you understand?" The look on her face was so serious that Harry gulped and nodded. "Okay, no more talking to dragons in life or death situations, got it. Good night, Professor." "Good night, lad," she said, and left him to enter the common room alone. "You!" Harry screamed as someone pounced on him, hitting him over and over again. "You absolute idiot!" Hermione's scolding quickly turned into hysterical giggles as she gripped Harry in a firm hug. "I'm so proud of you." Harry looked at the rest of his friends, bewildered. Ron just shrugged and Draco smirked in amusement. Ginny was bent over laughing and Daphne was glaring at him. Wait, where was Luna? "Behind you!" Harry screeched and leapt a foot in the air, turning to glare at the blonde. "Did you really have to do that?" he said, shaking slightly. She just smiled, turning her back to talk to a painting behind his about the advantages of seaweed. "My turn," Daphne said, darting forwards and punching Harry in the arm hard. "Ow, why are you all assaulting me?" he cried indignantly. "Because like an idiot you went and tested a theory in the middle of a dangerous situation, and to do so you put your wand on the flipping floor." Daphne was apparently too angry to swear. "What the heck is wrong with you?" Okay. Harry held his hands up in surrender. "I'm sorry." "Nope, you need to mean it, Potter, on your knees." "On my what?" "You heard her, Harry. On your knees and beg for her forgiveness," Draco said, looking delighted. But one look at Daphne's face had him sinking to the floor. "Dearest Daphne, please forgive me. I swear to never be so reckless again," he said in monotone. Whilst you're down there, swear you'll never wear that awful pink eyeshadow again. The green one I got you suits you so much better. Pink really isn't your color, darling." "I actually hate you." "Fine, no more pink eyeshadow. I'll give it to Hermione." "Good, now party time. Everyone is in Hufflepuff Common already, although the castle made a special passageway for them so they wouldn't know the real entrance. Let's go." She grabbed Harry's arm and dragged him off, the rest following after them. It was when they were halfway to the Hufflepuff Common room that Ginny realized. "Wait, pink eyeshadow? Potter, give me my eyeshadow back." Harry squeaked and tore himself free from Daphne's grip, taking off at a sprint, Ginny hot on his heels. She caught up with him in the Hufflepuff Common room, eyes glinting dangerously. "Hide me," Harry begged desperately, trying to use Cedric as a human shield. "Ginny, back down," Ron said, looking incredibly entertained. "Let him enjoy the party and deal with him later." "Oh, I will deal with him all right," Ginny growled. "Enjoy your freedom, Harry," she said sweetly, then whispered. "While it lasts," Harry gulped. Meeting with Amelia Bones, after the task, Harry has just declared serious innocence as he retold the events from his third year. "You're sure, Mr. Potter?" Amelia asked him, looking stern. "You're completely sure Sirius Black is innocent and didn't receive a trial?" "Completely," Harry said. "I saw Pettigrew with my own eyes, heard his confession." "In that case," she said, frowning, "I can check the records from the year he was arrested under the guise of trying to find out where he might be hiding. When I happen to stumble across the fact he had no trial, I can propose to the minister we invite him to court for a fair trial. You are in contact with him, correct?" Harry nodded. "In that case, you can inform him that he is safe to accept the offer of a trial. We'll use Veritaserum, and I'll need your memories." "Do you know what a pensive is, Mr. Potter?" "No. It looks a bit like a font. However, you can use a spell to remove a copy of memories from your mind and use a pensive to view them. It's very clever magic and incredibly useful in court." "So what will I need to do?" "Nothing yet. You will be summoned to the ministry the day of the trial to testify. They will explain the process to you then. Remus, I'd prefer it if you stayed at the castle until the trial date as an extra precaution." Amelia eyed the dog knowingly. Remus nodded. "Of course. I'm sure the headmaster will have no objections." The mere mention of Dumbledore made Padfoot growl and Remus' eyes flash amber. Even McGonagall scowled. Harry smirked. Now the truth was out there, the adults he trusted most now hated the headmaster as much as he did, if not more. Present-day Harry grinned as he read the letter Hedwig had unceremoniously dropped in his lap, the owl herself now perched comfortably on Draco's head. The blonde was unimpressed, but didn't bother to try and move her. The first time he had shoved her off, and she had attacked him so viciously that Madame Pomfrey thought he'd been attacked by a hippogriff again. Now, whenever Hedwig came near him, Draco had to put up with it out of fear of being attacked again. Hedwig hooted smugly. Ginny snickered. "Who's that from?" Hermione asked Harry as she sat down, pouring herself a coffee. "Madame Bones. She said she's arranged a trial for Sirius and a hearing for a change in my magical guardian shortly afterwards, so I never have to live with the Dursleys again," Harry whispered, only loud enough for his friends to hear. "Oh, that's brilliant," Hermione exclaimed, hugging Harry tightly. "Do you know what's even better?" Harry said with a grin. "What?" "He's here with Remus in the castle. Amelia said they have to stay until further notice. Think of all the fun we can have," Harry said brightly. Hermione groaned, but the others all smirked. The next few days were going to be fun. To all of his friends' surprise, Harry remained quite sane for the first half of the day. However, they missed one important reason as to why. Snape. Harry had realized Snape was watching him like a hawk from the moment he stepped into the Great Hall that morning. Harry resisted the urge to wave at him and instead acted like he hadn't even noticed the professor at all. Snape had narrowed his eyes at this. Almost every morning since Potter had spiraled into this chaos, Snape had been presented with some odd gift, bowed to, had his hand shaken, or some other action intended to rile him up. If it wasn't Potter himself, it was one of the Weasleys. So Snape was instantly on alert when Potter did nothing out of the ordinary. "What is that boy up to?" he muttered to Minerva, who was sat next to him. "Who, Potter? Nothing, as usual. Why would he be up to something?" Minerva responded, looking confused. "What are you talking about? Potter hasn't not been up to something for weeks," Severus hissed back. "What on earth do you mean? Except being a little stressed about the tournament, the boy has been doing nothing but his best to continue life as normal. He is worn out, though, poor lad." "But are you feeling all right, Severus?" Minerva said, looking concerned. "You've gone rather pale." "Gah!" Severus stood and stormed out of the hall. Harry turned his head to hide his muffled laughter in Ron's shoulder as he passed by their table. Once he'd gone, he looked up at McGonagall, who winked at him. "Are you sure this is the best idea?" Hermione asked, biting her lip. Whilst she was adjusting well to Harry's chaos, she still had her reservations about purposefully riling up the potion's master. "What do you mean?" Harry asked her innocently. "We aren't doing anything wrong. That's the point. Hermione Granger, are you saying we should prank Snape?" Harry gasped, hands on hips. "What? No, but she groaned, frustrated. "Let's just go to Charms." The Gryffindors parted ways with their Slytherin friends and Luna and Ginny as they made their way to Charms class. The lesson passed quickly with little drama, as did herbology. Harry did allow himself a little fun in divination. "I had a strange dream last night, Professor," Harry said to Trelawney. "Oh, do share it with us all, dear boy. There may be a hidden message." She leaned forward, suddenly interested. "Well, I was fighting a dragon, yes, fighting the traumas of your past in dragon form," she analyzed. "Or he had literally fought a dragon the same day," Dean whispered. Seamus and Ron snickered. "Anyway, all of a sudden this frog appeared." A frog again?" "Yeah, it started croaking the Ghostbusters theme tune, and then the strangest thing happened," Harry said, looking completely serious. What happened next?" Ron asked, feigning excitement. "Well, all of these different cats suddenly came bursting in. There must have been hundreds of them. One was wearing glasses just like yours, Professor, and one had a tartan skirt. Another was the spitting image of Hagrid. They could have been twins. Anyway, these cats all started meowing really, really loudly, and then the frog exploded." Trelawney blinked, opened her mouth, closed it again, blinked once more. "Class dismissed," she sighed. "I must reflect upon Potter's nightmare and see if I can help him decipher the meaning. We will discuss this next lesson. Of you all go." Everyone flooded out of the classroom, sending Harry grateful looks. "Right, we have 45 minutes to do whatever we like. Any ideas?" Harry said, turning to Neville, and Ron, Dean, and Seamus were long gone as they were behind on potions homework. "Let's go visit Dobby," Ron said, so they did. The house elves greeted the 3 Gryffindor boys jovially, and they stayed in the kitchens for the whole 45 minutes, eating cake and laughing at Dobby's failed attempts to befriend Mopsy, the grumpiest house elf in the castle. 5 minutes before potions was due to start, the boys bid farewell to the elves and headed to the classroom, where Harry quickly pulled his friends aside. "Remember, I never went crazy. I'm perfectly normal. Hopefully the irrelevant side characters won't get involved and ruin our prank by siding with Snape." "Harry, you can't refer to our classmates as irrelevant side characters. That's rude," Hermione scolded. Harry ignored her. "In," Snape said coldly, and the students filed into the classroom. As Harry walked past Snape, he said nothing and sat down quietly at his desk and began taking out his textbooks. He felt Snape's eyes boring into the back of head and smirked, but ignored him and found the right page for that lesson's potion. He snuck a quick glance at Daphne and Draco. They were, as agreed, sat as far away from Harry, Ron, and Hermione as possible. "Oi, Scarhead, you're actually alive. I bet my father 10 galleons you die in the first 5 minutes," Draco taunted. "Shut up, Malfoy," Ron said through gritted teeth. "I bet your father would have wet himself if he'd come face to face with a dragon." "I wasn't talking to you, Weasley, so shut your enough," Snape said silkily, striding to the front of the room. He didn't know why Potter was being so well-behaved all of a sudden, and why Malfoy was taunting him again, but he wanted nothing to do with it. "Turn to page 10 and brew the shrinking solution. You have all lesson. Begin." He watched Potter like a hawk. The boy, however, meekly followed his classmates and selected the ingredients he needed from the store cupboard and got to work without a word. "No foolish baking ingredients today, Potter," Snape jibed, unable to help himself. Harry looked up at him, confused. "No, sir, this is potions. Why would I be baking?" "You tell me since it's you that does it," Snape retorted, losing his composure slightly. Harry and Ron looked at each other, bewildered. Snape scowled. What the hell was going on? He prowled around the room, taking his frustration out on the students. "Stir 3 times, you foolish girl. 4 grams, not 5, idiot boy." When he reached Potter's desk, he slammed his hands down and leaned forwards, eyes sparkling dangerously. Harry jumped and gulped. "I don't know what you're up to, Potter, but I will sure as Merlin find out," he said softly. I don't know what you mean, Professor," Harry stuttered nervously. "Of course you do. You're behaving, which means you're up to something." "Harry always behaves," Hermione scoffed. Harry smiled and tapped his foot against hers, grateful she was playing along. "Quiet, Granger, and don't lie to me." "She isn't," Neville said hotly. "You're picking on Harry for no reason. 20 points from Gryffindor, one more word and I'll make it 50. Snape snarled, stalking off to praise Malfoy's potion as usual. 50 people points to Neville, Harry whispered. Ron stifled a laugh. By the end of the lesson, Snape was furious. Malfoy and Potter were at odds with each other again. Potter was being weirdly normal, and no one seemed to have any recollection of his crazy behavior. He briefly wondered if maybe it was all a fever dream, and Potter genuinely had never gone insane. He had discarded that idea, instead certain the boy was up to something. This continued for 2 days. By the 3rd day, Snape had refused to leave his private quarters. Then, on the 4th day, it was over. After being forced to leave his quarters by the headmaster, who looked pretty old these days, Snape had received an owl which dropped a red envelope into his breakfast. "Ha! Get pranked, you greasy bat!" a familiar-sounding voice crowed. Snape turned to glare at the dog sat at Remus' feet, panting smugly. "I'm going to kill you, Mutt," he said quietly. Snuffles just barked at him. No sooner that the howler had torn itself to shreds, another owl flew in. This time dropping several bags of feathers all over the hall before dropping another envelope on Severus' lap. A normal one this time. The feathers had started to try and tickle anyone they touched, and the hall was filled with screeches and laughter, and all the students tried to escape. The feathers left the teachers alone. Amidst the chaos and the laughter and screams of the students, Severus opened the letter Snapey. "Isn't it ironic how my restored insanity returns your sanity? Who knew one day you'd have to rely on my chaos-riddled mind to keep your own mind in good working order? Zoe, Harry P.S. the big black dog has a major crush on you, but he told me not to tell P.P.S. I'm joking. Or am I? P.P.P.S. I am joking. But don't tell Padfoot, I'm getting back at him for turning my tongue orange." Severus scowled, half incredibly annoyed, half amused. "I didn't know you were in love with me, Mutt." He muttered to the dog, who had snuck away from Remus to try to read the letter. Padfoot froze, staring at Snape with horror-filled eyes. Severus smirked as the dog growled and whined, desperate to tell him that Harry was lying and then attack the greasy bat, but unable to risk giving away his true identity. Severus smirked, and Sirius couldn't take it anymore. Padfoot snarled and sunk his teeth into Severus' leg. The man cursed and kicked the dog away, hurrying out of the great hall so he wouldn't get dragged into clearing the room of extremely persistent feathers. The winter break was approaching, and with it came a flurry of excitement. For not only was the Christmas break around the corner, but this year Hogwarts School was hosting the Yule Ball, a traditional event that always takes place for the 3 schools participating in the Triwizard Tournament. As the Yule Ball is, primarily, a dance, the students took lessons with their head of house. For Harry and his group. Gang, fam, troublemakers. Harry had asked Hermione one night when it was just the two of them in the common room. Hermione's response had been an eye roll and just call us your friends, Harry. That's what we are after all. Harry thought it was a rather boring name, but oh well, the group dance lessons led to a whole new kind of trouble brewing operation matchmaking, fondly named by Luna. It all started in the library. The library, end of November after the group dance lessons, in which Harry went to the Slytherin one, danced with Blaise and then asked Snape to the Yule Ball and got detention. Harry and his friends decided to spend some time in the library, some of them wanting to read up on dancing, and the others just wanting to find some cool spells to use as pranks over the next few weeks. Good book. Ginny jumped as Draco appeared from behind the armchair she was sitting in and snatched the book from her hands. Oh, charms, cool. He began flicking through the pages, Ginny scowling and trying to take the book back. Draco, having height on his side, held it up, too high for her to reach. So Ginny, being the rational, forgiving, responsible person she is, launched herself at him. The group watched as the book, in what seemed like slow motion, flew across the room and landed right on, oh Merlin, not Mrs. Norris. Ron groaned as the cat screeched loud enough to wake the grumpy librarian, Miss Pince. Hooligans, she yelled. Out, all of you. The group scrambled out of their seats and hurried out of the library, Harry picking up the book as they went. Look what page it landed on. He showed the others as soon as they had stopped in an empty classroom to catch their breath. Matchmaking spells, I don't know, Harry, Daphne said, looking a bit wary. It could go very wrong very quickly, and you know how fragile teenage friendships and relationships are. Not on the students, silly. Harry grinned, and Hermione and Neville both groaned. But Harry, knowing Draco was top of Charm's class and the best candidate to help him pull this off, was solely focused on the blonde. You want to put spells on the teachers? Are you absolutely mental? Draco exclaimed, slamming the book shut. No, no way. Please, Dre. Harry said, puppy dog eyes on full power. No. Fine, I'll just keep nagging then. Please, 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 please. Fine, Draco shouted. Just shut up, please, Harry cheered. So did Ron. In Ron's opinion, it was the funniest thing he'd ever seen. In Harry's, what was at first hilarious quickly gave him nightmares. Draco hit each teacher with the charm at breakfast the next morning, and pandemonium ensued instantly. For whenever the teachers made contact with each other, their compatibility rating was yelled out in a voice that sounded a bit like the mirrors that insulted people and was just as honest. The matchmaker prank lasted for a whole day, and the students adored it. The teachers, not so much. 50%, the spell had announced when Madame Pomfrey handed a headache reliever potion to Professor McGonagall. Oh no, just no, it exclaimed when Dumbledore shook hands with Karkaroff. HMMMMM. Was all it said when Moody pushed past Severus in the corridor. After a while, Harry unexpectedly felt guilty and handed himself in. He refused to tell his friends why, but he avoided Professor Sinistra and Professor Snape like the plague, which caused the former to laugh every time she saw him and the latter to be in incredibly high spirits. As the Christmas break drew ever closer, with it a new kind of task emerged. This task, however, wasn't just for champions. For some, the hard part of the task was finding a partner. For others, it was learning the steps. But for many, it was both. And that is how Harry and his group of mischief makers found themselves in a secret ballroom hidden behind a tapestry of Rowena Ravenclaw in the west wing of the school, being taught to dance. The group was rather large now, and they had discovered that it was a bit of a squeeze to fit them all in the kitchen, so Luna had introduced them to the secret room she used to practice her ballet. The room had quickly become the group's meeting place, and they had worked quite hard to make it homely. Posters and pictures adorned the walls, mostly photos Colin had taken of their escapades, and 4 wall hangings, one for each house. Half of the floor was left clear so Luna could continue to dance. The ballroom is fairly large for a room hiding behind a tapestry in between 2 other classrooms. Hermione compared it to a TARDIS to the confusion of those who know nothing of Muggle television, and the other half was covered in comfy beanbags, blankets, and cushions. There was even a hammock, and no one was quite sure how it got there. 100 people points to Remus Lupin. I still don't understand why we all need to learn to dance. It's only those 4 that will actually have to. Ron pointed accusatorily at Harry, Cedric, Fleur, and Victor, all of whom grinned identical grins and waved mockingly at him from the beanbags. Draco, Daphne, and Neville were the most proficient ballroom dancers in the group, so they were teaching the rest of them a few at a time. Victor, Fleur, and Cedric also knew how to dance, but were all terrible teachers, so they just watched the rest and occasionally helped them practice. Luna preferred to watch. "It's an important skill to learn, Ronald. Suck it up," Hermione scolded. "Oh yeah," retorted Ron. "Okay, when Voldemort, Harry corrected, enjoying himself immensely when Ron scowled. "When Voldemort next shows up to kill that annoying idiot over there, I'm sure his excellent foxtrot will send him off with his tail between his legs." "Don't be silly, Ron. If anything, the power of dance will." "Shut UPGINNY," Ron yelled, finally losing it. "Wow, you really do hate dancing, don't you?" Fred commented, raising his eyebrows at his furious younger brother. "It only gets worse from here, mate. You've got to find a willing partner next." Ron let go of Neville's waist and stormed over to the beanbag next to Luna, and she patted him on the head. "I'll go with you," she said lightly. "As friends, I would like to go the ball, but I need to go with a 4th year or above." "Oh, okay then, thanks, Luna," Ron said gruffly. George opened his mouth to make a jibe at Ron, but before he could, Ginny whacked him in the stomach. "Ow, what was that for?" He gave her an insulted look, and she smirked. "Just felt like it. So Ron and Luna are going together. Anyone else have dates yet?" "I'm taking Cho," Cedric said, a faint blush on his cheeks. "I was hopping you'd come with me, Ginny," Neville said, looking extremely nervous. "Sure, sounds fun." Ginny smiled at him, and he gave her an awkward smile back. "He's got guts asking her in front of a crowd." Draco muttered to Harry as he sunk into the beanbag next to him. "We're hardly a crowd," Harry said. "There's only, 15 of us? If you include Colin and Susan, then yeah. Which I do. Which we do, okay then." "I'm going solo," Daphne said with a grin. "Being stuck with whichever random guy asks me all night instead of partying with my friends sounds like torture." "Sounds like a plan. All the power to you, I say," Harry said, making no sense really, but sort of does. "Besides, men are a waste of space." "Says who?" Draco demanded, looking a bit put out. "Hermione." "I'm going with Victor," Fleur said, smiling at Crumb. "As friends." "Ooh, love that," Harry exclaimed. "I'm going with Parkinson. Father demanded it. It's okay, though." "Blaze is going to bring Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff, so they'll be pleasant company." "You need to bring Blaze here one day. He'd be an excellent addition to group," Harry said happily. "Absolutely not. Harry and Blaze being friends would probably cause the entire planet to spontaneously combust." "Rude." Harry put a hand on his heart, looking wounded. "Okay, so Draco and Pugface, Ron and Luna, Cedric and Cho, Fleur and Victor, Daphne and no one, me and Neville. That just leaves Myone, Harry, and Gred and Forge," Ginny reeled off. "I'm taking Katie, Fred is taking Angelina, Harry." "Well, I was hoping Hermione would go with me. I'll need her to keep me in line," Harry said, grinning cheekily at her. "And also because she's excellent company. So, Hermione, what you think?" You see, Harry wasn't quite as stupid as he looked. Or maybe he just reads his friend's body language well. Either way, he could tell he'd cheered Hermione up when her fake smile quickly relaxed into a real one. "I would love to," she said happily. "Great," Daphne said. "Now, whose turn is it to dance next?" Hermione Granger grew to regret the day she'd let Harry read her book of Muggle fairy tales. She'd had good intentions. She knew Harry's home life was terrible, and wanted him to experience the magic that all Muggle and Muggle-born children experience when they hear these stories. The feeling that anything and everything is possible. For children who come from magical backgrounds, this illusion of possibility is broken from a young age. It is not long before they learn that all magic has rules, can do terrible damage when used incorrectly or with the wrong intention, and that there are things even magic cannot fix. Had she known that these fairy tales would have brought upon them the carnage that they did, she never would have lent Harry the stupid book. "Rapunzel, let down your hair," she heard one of the Weasley twins bellow as Draco's hair grew. And grew. And grew some more. Draco was shrieking. Hermione was honestly surprised he wasn't crying. "The Yule Ball is in 4 hours. Cut it out, Harry," Ginny snapped as she turned away from the mirror to glare at him before returning to tending to her eyebrows. Harry just grinned at her, throwing a chameleon plushie at her. The ballroom, which was now basically just a clubhouse, had been refurnished by the group, with the help of Remus and Sirius, but only Harry, Ron, and Hermione knew that. There was a few dressing tables with mirrors, plenty of comfortable seating and games, and lots of books at Draco and Hermione's request. Hermione just closed her eyes and sighed. Luna giggled and continued to tend to her hair, applying all sorts of products Hermione had never seen before in her life. Her head was hurting already. Harry and the twins had been loud and annoying all morning, and there was nothing Ginny or Hermione could do to stop them. Ron was useless as he found it hilarious, and Neville didn't want to get involved. Draco kept sulking, and Luna was, well, Luna. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb were getting ready with their own friends, which just left Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Draco, Luna, Fred, George, and Neville. Daphne had been nowhere to be found all day, which sucked for Hermione, cause Daphne was excellent at keeping Harry and the twins in line, and anyone who was joining in with them by extension. Ha! It's all mine. Harry cackled, cardboard cut out of a mermaid tail from a cereal box he got from who knows where clutched in his hand. "No!" Fred wailed, throwing himself to his knees. "And my tail? And your voice, stupid." George said, "No, and my voice, wait, oh," Fred starting dramatically sobbing in silence. Harry rubbed his hands together evilly. "Na, I've got your voice," he taunted, and was instantly pounced on by a silently raging Fred. George shrugged and joined in too. Hermione put her head in her hands, grateful that Luna had let go of her hair so she could do so. The room was getting louder, lights bright, and there was so much shouting and noise, and enough! The door slammed open. Everyone froze. Hermione looked up. Harry, Fred, and George had stopped mid-fight, looking guilty but still slightly entangled. Ron and Neville's amused grins quickly slid off their faces, and Luna and Draco smiled in relief. Ginny was still plucking at her eyebrows. The girl had 6 brothers, 7 if you included Harry, so she was used to nonsense. Hermione finally settled her eyes on Daphne, who was stood in the doorway, looking unimpressed. "Potter Weasleys, listen up. The ball starts in 4 hours. Harry and Hermione are needed earlier than that for the opening dances. So we do not have time for fun and games right now. Get yourselves together and go and shower. You smell gross." Harry opened his mouth. "Argue with me, Potter, and I'll take away Ron and Hermione for a month," Daphne said sternly. Harry spluttered. So did Ron. "You can't just don't make me take away Luna too." Daphne stepped to the side and held the door open, not breaking eye contact with Harry. "Ugh, fine, but only because I want to." Harry stomped out like stroppy toddler, followed by Fred and George, who stuck their tongues out at Daphne as they left, earning them stinging hexes to the backsides. "They're just like overgrown children, I swear," Daphne sighed. "Come here, Draco, I'll fix your hair." "Thank you," Draco exclaimed, sighing with relief. Ron snickered. "You too, Ronald, go shower, take Neville with you." "Doesn't he need to shower too?" Ron pointed at Draco, looking mildly offended. "Nah, Draco showers in the morning, he smells fine." Draco smiled smugly at Ron. "You know how vain he is, I would honestly be more surprised if he hadn't showered." The smile dropped from Draco's face and Ron laughed loudly. "I am not vain." Draco pouted, running his hand through his hair as he caught a glimpse of the tangled mess in the mirror. Daphne slapped his hand away. "You are, now be quiet." Hermione smiled slightly as the room was quiet once again. She wasn't keen on noise or being surrounded by loads of people, let alone people like the Weasley twins, who were like the energy 20 people in 2 bodies. All of the boys that were banished to shower returned slowly within the next half an hour and started to help each other with their hair. Daphne, who had finished with Draco, sat down in Draco's vacated seat in front of another mirror and made a start on her makeup. Hermione switched places with Luna and started to work on Luna's hair, whilst Ginny made a start on Luna's makeup. After hair and makeup was finished, everyone split up to go and change in their respective common rooms. Luna went with Hermione and Ginny. "Wow, you look incredible, Hermione," Harry said, bowing as Hermione descended the stairs. She smiled at him and took his proffered arm, the pair heading straight to the entrance. They were running late, otherwise they would have waited for their friends. "Ah, there you are, quick, into a line." McGonagall ushered Harry and Hermione to the back of the short queue. Cedric and Cho were leading the way, Fleur and Victor behind them. They watched their gaggle of friends quickly hurry past them into the hall. Draco, arm in arm with Pansy, shot them a look that clearly said he would rather be anywhere else. Harry poked his tongue out at him, and Draco somehow managed to give him the finger without Parkinson noticing. Daphne strolled past and grinned at both of them. Before continuing on her conversation with Susan and Padma, who were also flying solo, Harry nudged Hermione and pointed at the Weasley twins. "Look," he snickered. They watched as Fred and George, dressed in identical dress robes, kept ushering their dates forwards and then swapping places behind their backs, all whilst keeping a good flow of conversation. Katie and Angelina both know exactly what they're doing, Hermione pointed out to Harry. She wasn't wrong. The two girls kept exchanging long-suffering looks and waited to be ushered forwards again. When they did, they quickly turned around before the boys could swap again and dragged them into the hall by their ties. Harry and Hermione giggled. Neville, Ginny, Luna, and Ron bought up the rear. Luna seemed content, chatting away as Ron nodded. He seemed to be listening intently. Neville and Ginny both waved at Harry and Hermione before entering the hall. A couple of minutes later, and everything was ready to begin. Sorry for the delay, the band was late. McGonagall sniffed disapprovingly. As soon as the music starts, the doors will open. You will all file in, take up your positions, and begin to dance. Are you ready? As we'll ever be, Harry said, grinning, taking a gentle hold of Hermione's arm. As the music began, the doors opened wide, and Cedric and Cho led the way into the hall. Unfortunately for Draco, he was unable to stand with the group due to his rather unfortunate date, Pansy Parkinson. She dragged him over to Theodore Knott and Millicent Bulstrode instead. Thankfully, he managed to catch eyes with Blaise, who swanned his way over, Hannah in tow. Draco watched Daphne smirk at them, shamelessly alone. Draco wished he could have done that. The rest of the group, not including the Weasley twins, who stayed with their dates, and Lee Jordan, who was accompanied by Alicia Spinnet, remained together. They were all watching the doors eagerly. As the music started and the champions filed into the room, Susan gasped. "Is that Hermione? She looks amazing." Hermione's hair was still curly, but there was more of a pattern to them, and she'd pinned them back in an elegant half-up, half-down style. Her dress was a soft pink and floor-length. It suited her. Really, really well. "Yes, Queen," Ginny exclaimed under her breath. Ron gave her a look. What? She was going to go with the boring green one, but this, so much better. Ron rolled his eyes at her, watching his two friends dance with something akin to fondness in his eyes. No, don't get soppy," Ginny whacked him on the arm. "But it's a coming of age," Ron said, wiping fake tears from his eyes. Neville laughed. After a couple of minutes, blimey, his feet couldn't be tired already, surely. The music drew to an end, and the champions took their seats at the head table. Harry, my boy Dumbledore, didn't finish his sentence, however, because as soon as he started to speak, Harry had opened his mouth and taken a deep breath, ready to scream. Cedric, noticing what was going on, quickly grabbed Harry and Hermione by the shoulders and led them to the other end of the table, where he and Cho were sitting. "Is that Percy?" Harry asked, looking at the ginger-haired young man sat close to Dumbledore. "Yeah, looks like it. I wonder what he's doing here." Harry just shrugged. He didn't really care either way. There was no sign of Crouch to Harry assumed Percy was there as his replacement. Harry was just fine with that. He'd take a Weasley over Crouch any day. Once the everybody present was seated, Dumbledore cleared his throat and stated his order to no one, and the food appeared on his plate. Everyone followed suit. "Fish and chips, please, Dobby," Harry said, grinning when his favorite food, introduced to him by Draco of all people, appeared on his place. "Harry, you're supposed to order off the menu. But Hermione, I've got a Dobby subscription for 10 sickles a month. It includes whatever food and drinks I like, plus foot massages, but I don't think I'll take him up on that last part." Harry grimaced and Cedric chuckled. The dinner passed with little chaos as everyone relaxed and enjoyed their evening. Except for our resident potions master, who knew something was afoot, literally, because a shaggy black dog was sat on his foot and it wouldn't move. "Off me, mutt," he whispered. The stupid dog just wagged his tail and panted. Snape rolled his eyes. Remus watched him, smirking. "Wipe that smug smile off your face, Lupin," Snape muttered. Remus just laughed. After dinner, Dumbledore and Bagman both made incredibly boring speeches and dancing resumed. Harry and Hermione joined the fray, finally letting completely loose, jumping up and down and singing at the tops of their lungs with their friends. Then everyone started to scream and cheer when the Weasley twins were invited on stage, grabbing 2 spare electric guitars and playing along with the band. Harry's inner circle had decided to meet back in their special room after the ball, to end the night with a group sleepover. They all left around midnight, Draco the last to arrive, looking slightly disheveled. "She tried to kiss me," he said, stricken. Susan decided not to stay in the end, claiming she and Hannah had something similar planned with the Hufflepuffs in their common room. It was the perfect end to a great night, and everyone fell asleep that night with bright smiles on their faces. "Harry, wait," Cedric panted, finally catching up to the fourth-year Gryffindors. "Hello, Cedric, why is your hair wet?" Harry asked him. I know what the second task is, Cedric muttered to him. OHMYGUSH, Harry squealed, jumping up and down and squealing. Wait, you're the first to figure it out, yes. I think so. Victor and Fleur haven't mentioned anything, and you have purposely done absolutely nothing to even try and figure it out yet. Harry grinned sheepishly when Hermione glared at him. Okay, good. Let's go find the Queen of the Night Time. Harry grabbed Cedric by the arm and dragged him off, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Ginny following closely behind. Harry, that is not our astronomy professor's name, Hermione scolded. Harry skidded to a halt. Since when? He said, looking shocked. I forget it, just keep walking. When they arrived at the astronomy tower, Harry knocked on Professor Sinistra's office door. She opened it, looking mildly irritated, pulling it almost shut behind her. Your Majesty, Harry bowed deeply. I come bearing gifts. He pulled a somehow completely undamaged pumpkin pasty out of his robe pocket and handed it to her. I'm not giving you a homework extension, Mr. Potter. You asked me the same thing yesterday. Off with you. Hey, the extension is well-deserved. I'm a poor little orphan being forced to die in a school competition here, Harry said, looking mock outraged. Anyway, I'm here about him. He pointed at Cedric, who looked incredibly confused. What has Mr. Diggory done that merits you knocking on my office door on my evening off, Potter? He figured out the second task. First, you owe me 20 galleons, so does Snape. Harry grinned when the puzzled expression on his astronomy professor's face became a scowl. Seriously, I was so sure Miss Delacour was going to figure it out first. No offense, Diggory, she said, shoving a bag of galleons into Harry's waiting hand. To be fair, someone technically told me, Cedric said helpfully. Oh, did they now? Sinistra raised her brows. Well, that rather changes things then, doesn't it? Ah, Harry, Cedric, thank goodness I found you. The group turned around to see Fleur, looking elegant as always, but rather flushed and out of breath. I know what Z-task is. Oh, the astronomy professor raised a brow and Fleur blushed. How did you figure it out? By accident, I suppose. It was a happy mistake. Well then, Mr. Potter, we have a bit of a dilemma. Who gets the cash? Me, he exclaimed. Cedric found out first. Yes, but he was told. Fleur found out on her own. By a complete fluke. Enough. The group turned around once again to see Snape stood directly behind Ron, who leapt about a foot in the air and scampered closer to Hermione. The money is mine. Mr. Crumb informed his headmaster he had figured out the contents of the egg about half an hour ago. What? How? Harry cried, looking aghast. Be experimenting, Potter. Now hand it over. Snape held out a hand expectantly. Nah. Harry shook his head, hugging the bag close to his chest. It's mine. Expelliarmus. The bag was ripped from his grasp and floated over everyone's heads into the waiting hand of Remus Lupin. How is it yours? Sinistra yelled, looking furious. Harry is still completely clueless. Am I? Harry said with a smirk. Or have I been pulling your leg from the very beginning? Potter, what is going on? Ron asked loudly. Everyone turned to look at him. Hey. It's not my fault not one is explaining anything. Basically, we all made a bet on who would figure out the egg first. Remus bet on me on Cedric, Snape on Vicky, and Sinistra on Fleur. Winner gets 20 galleons from each of the losers. Oh my Merlin, Harry, I give up. Hermione rubbed her forehead, looking fed up. When did this bet get made? Severus here got in a little spat with Harry, Remus said, smirking. Me and Aurora just happened to be passing by at the same moment. Anyway, what none of them realized was I figured out what the egg was weeks ago. Way before we even made the bet, Harry interjected, smiling brightly. You what, Potter? Harry jumped back in case the astronomy professor tried to strangle him. You foolish, arrogant little. How did you work it out then, Remus? If you didn't already know Harry knew, Hermione asked, looking more curious than fed up now. I didn't. Friend heard you talking to Dobby earlier and told me. Padfoot, you little snitch, Harry yelled. Dogs can't talk, Harry, Cedric said. I don't care, it's his fault. Potter, explain yourself, Sinistra demanded. Fine. I figured it out when I was annoying Draco and opening it behind him randomly because I was bored and he was a fun target and he threw it at me in retaliation and it landed in the Black Lake and started singing, Harry said. So we decided to keep it quiet and prank his lovely godfather and my lovely honorary uncle and our coolest professor. Oh, I'm the coolest. Sinistra's anger seemed to melt away instantly as she smiled at Harry. Well, McGonagall is impossible to beat, to be fair, but you are a close second, Harry said. Fair, no one can compete with Minerva. You would be higher on the list, Mr. Snake, but you get a bit grumpy when you're tired, Harry said. Anyway, I'm hungry. Toodles. Harry strutted off, his friends close behind. I would be less tired if you would just leave me alone, Potter, Snape shouted after him. Wait, did he ever actually tell us what the task is? Remus asked suddenly. Nope, said Sinistra, little menace. Indeed. Snape turned on his heel and swaggered away in his typical bat-like fashion. Meanwhile, Harry's little gaggle of gossip girls were having a giggle. So anyway, what is the task? Ron asked. We have to save the people we love most from the Black Lake, Harry said. But what they don't know is that there's a whole other prank taking place right this minute. You what? Okay, so basically, the day of the second task dawned bright and early. Harry would have woken up serenely, smile on his face, but he didn't, because Dobby tipped a glass of cold water on his head. Oi, what was that for? Harry said indignantly, shoving the elf off his bed. Master Harry Potter was going to miss the task. Dobby exclaimed. What? Oh, oopsie. Thanks, Dobby. Can you leave whilst I change? Of course, Master Harry Potter. He disappeared with a crack, and Harry quickly chucked some clothes on. Ron and Hermione were nowhere to be found, as expected. Ron was self-explanatory. Hermione simply because she'd been seen studying alone with Crumb in the library, intentionally, and Harry and Daphne had been carefully implanting the rumor that they liked each other purposefully. Harry jogged down to the Black Lake where everyone was waiting for him. You're late, Ginny scolded, shoving something in his hand. Moody told Neville there are anti-summoning spells on the hostages, so he got you this instead. As soon as you eat it, dive in the water. Thanks, Ginny, Harry said, tugging off the clothes he had only just put on and shivering in his swimming trunks. He wished he owned a Muggle wetsuit. Champions at the ready. Bagman's once again magnified voice rose over the crowd. Harry took his place beside Cedric, who grinned at him. When the cannon fires, you can go, Bagman told them. Everyone waited with bated breath. The silence was deafening. Boom. Harry shoved the gillyweed in his mouth and dove. The water was freezing and he tried to yell when he broke the surface, but suddenly all the air was whooshed from his lungs. Oh, he let himself sink into the water as he felt a sting on the sides of his neck, and suddenly his lungs were filled with air again. He made a mental note to give Neville 1,000,000,000 people points later. He swam down, eyes adjusting to the murky water. He saw Cedric up ahead, bubble head charm working well for him. Fleur and Crumb were nowhere to be seen. He kept swimming down and down until the sudden appearance of Myrtle made him jump. The hostages are that way, she pointed, simpering at him. Good luck. Harry gave her a thumbs up and swam off. She'd need people points now, too. He kept swimming in the direction Myrtle told him. It was remarkably uneventful. After what felt like days, he found the village. None of the other champions had arrived yet. Harry, having been coached on mermaid etiquette by Hermione, did not swim directly to the hostages, but to the merperson who was clearly in charge. He bowed low and offered them a handful of pearls. Real ones. Daphne had given him her bracelet that she was given as a courting gift when her father tried to get her to start courting in preparation for her arranged marriage. The mer-chief looked at the pearls carefully, then accepted, taking them from Harry's grasp and gesturing the guards to trop the ropes around Ron when Harry pointed to him. Harry grabbed him but didn't leave. Instead, he waited. Cedric was next. He too bowed and offered a gift to the chief. Cho's ropes were released and Cedric joined Harry, waiting. Crumb came next with a shark's head. He did the same as the other two, and Hermione was released. They waited for Fleur for what felt like hours. Eventually, she appeared, looking thoroughly beaten up. She bowed and offered a gift just like the others, and Gabrielle, her sister, was released. The champions began to rise to the surface together. Harry noticed just in time that Fleur had fallen unconscious. They were almost at the surface when she had started to sink instead of rise. Harry shoved Ron upwards and dived back down, swimming after her as quickly as he could, grabbing her by the arm and pulling her up with him. His lungs began to burn, the gillyweed wearing off. He broke the surface, gasping. "Cedric!" he called. The others weren't far away, no one yet back to shore. The cheers were deafening. Cedric looked back and gasped, swimming back to help Harry pull Fleur to shore. They made it onto the shore and were instantly swamped. Hermione, Ron, Cho, and Gabrielle were all looking incredibly confused. Madame Pomfrey rushed down to meet them, tending to Fleur first. Once she awoke and wrapped up in blankets, she turned her attention to the other three champions. "Goodness me, it's a miracle you haven't all got hypothermia," she muttered. "Look!" Someone from the stands yelled suddenly. Everyone fell quiet, looking at the 4 rescued hostages, who were changing before their very eyes. Before anyone knew it, Hermione, Ron, Cho, and Gabrielle were 4 completely different people. Hermione, now Penelope Clearwater, said, I thought it was the people the champions loved the most that were being put in the lake. Yeah, Gabrielle, now Vincent Crabbe, said intelligently. Ron, now Blaze, sniggered. Is this a prank? Cho, now one of the Beauxbatons girls, asked. Well, this wasn't supposed to happen, Bagman said brightly. Harry noticed Crouch was sat next him, scowling. No, it wasn't. What is the meaning of this? Karkaroff demanded. Well, we thought it was a bit odd that you were deciding who we loved the most, so we decided for ourselves, Harry said. Actually, that's a lie, we just pulled names out of a hat. Also, side note, how awful of you to enchant students to sleep against their wishes and put them in the lake, Cedric added. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Harry grinned. Oh, before I forget, Neville gets 50 people points and Myrtle gets 20. He said to himself, well, this is a bit of a pickle, Bagman said. At that moment, the chief rose to the surface. Dumbledore went to speak with him. The chief informs me you all showed the utmost respect and waited to one another to rise to the surface. He tells me Mr. Potter arrived first, then Mr. Diggory, then Mr. Crumb, then Miss Delacour. Let's confer. In the end, Harry received 50 points, Cedric 45, Crumb 40, and Fleur 30. Soon enough, the champions were released by Pomfrey and said their goodbyes as they split off to join their own friends. Nice one, Harry, Ron said. I gave Dean and Seamus a fright when I sat down behind them. They thought I was in the lake. It was so funny, Neville said, grinning. Good job, Harry. Thanks, Nev. It was all down to you, though. Gillyweed genius. Harry clapped him on the back. They all headed back to the castle. Ginny, Ron, and Draco in the lead again, arguing over Quidditch. Neville and Luna close behind, discussing turnips maybe. Harry wasn't sure. Harry himself walked slowly behind with Daphne and Hermione, the two bickering. You know, Harry said loudly, stopping walking. Everyone turned to look at him. That was such a poorly designed task. No one viewing was able to see anything at all. Yes, Harry, we discussed this already, Hermione said impatiently. I know, but like it wasn't even good weather. You all got drenched, and for what? Gasp. Payback time. If all the tournament organizers and teachers had rain clouds that couldn't be banished floating above them and drenching them for 3 solid hours, Harry had nothing to do with it. He definitely didn't give Peeves water balloons either. Hey, Daphne. What now, Potter? I'm trying to study here. She reached for the jug of pumpkin juice in the middle of the table and poured herself a glass. I snogged a Dementor. Daphne's pumpkin juice shot out of her mouth and straight into Neville's face. Excuse me, she said after she'd finished coughing. Harry shuddered. It wasn't very nice. Their faces are very slimy. Well, mouth, it didn't really have a face. Do you think Dementors use the toilet? Daphne sighed. I don't know, Harry. I assume not, since the emotions they feed off aren't exactly a physical object like normal food is. What are we talking about? Ginny asked, plonking herself down next to Harry. Whether Dementors use the toilet or not, Neville responded, still wiping his face. Harry snogged one, did you know that? I did, actually. He told me during a game of Truth or Dare when I asked who his first kiss was. Daphne laughed at that. Hey, that was a secret, minus 10 points, Harry said, pouting. It had only been about a week since the second task. Overall, nothing major had happened. Harry had been up to his usual antics, decorating the corridors with bunting made out of turnips with Luna, singing Christmas carols at 3 a.m. outside Snape's sleeping quarters in an eerie voice under his invisibility cloak. Snape honestly thought it was the Bloody Baron. And of course, having lots of fun in divination. Professor, Harry had said to Trelawney only a few hours ago. I had another dream last night. Oh, marvelous, enlighten us, dear boy, your third eye is opening, Ron sniggered. Well, I was sat on a chair, Harry started. Where? Trelawney asked. On the chair. Harry said. The duh was silent. Yes, but where was the chair? Oh, it was on the ground. Harry nodded, looking pleased with himself. Yes, but where on the ground? She pressed on. On the chair, I told you that already, Harry exclaimed. I mean, where were you, child? What location were you in? She said, sounding mildly irritated. I could be wrong, but I think it was somewhere on planet Earth, Harry said solemnly. Anyway, the chair suddenly grew wings and we flew somewhere. Where? Somewhere. It's a beautiful country. You should definitely go there. Trelawney chose to ignore him. And then what happened? She asked. I saw a bumblebee chasing a frog. They were both being chased by a cat. The frog was bright pink and the bumblebee had a beard. Harry rubbed his chin and shuddered. What happened next? Ron asked, leaning forwards on his elbows, looking completely engrossed. I'm on the edge of my seat here. He was, in fact, on the edge of his seat. He did, in fact, fall off. Then Hermione whacked me in the head with a book and told me not to sleep in class, Harry said, rubbing the sore spot. Trelawney looked disappointed and didn't notice the hidden smirks of her students. A shame. I will let you know if any revelations about your dream come to me, dear. Harry's favorite lesson, however, was still potions. He had mastered the fine art of meringue and was now focusing on creating the right consistency for a perfect ice cream. Snape had him complete the real potions in detention, of course, but Harry wasn't complaining. He loved spending quality time with the dungeon bat. Harry waltzed into the potions classroom on Monday morning, literally. He waltzed with Blaise, who was getting closer and closer to becoming a member of the ever-growing friend group. Potter Zabini, sit down, Snape intoned, resisting the urge to roll his eyes at the dramatic teens in front of him. Boop, Harry said loudly, poking his professor on the nose. View stats. He then muttered under his breath. A large negative 5,000 appeared over Snape's head. Tut tut, Professor, said Ron, looking disappointed and shaking his head. You must have been really naughty. Potter Weasley out, Snape snarled, waving his wand to try and get the number above his head to vanish. The two boys skipped out of the room, giggling. How do I, Snape growled to himself, now trying to use his hand to wave the number away from him. You have to, boop, sir, Neville said uncomfortably. Snape glared at him. 50 points from Gryffindor, he said before turning his back on the class and touching his nose. The number vanished. Get your textbooks out. Potter will once again have to catch up in detention, apparently with Weasley this time. Now turn to page 394. The rest of term flew by, and before they knew it, the Easter holidays were approaching quickly. Harry was looking forward to them immensely. He did, after all, still have a chocolate-related prank to play on Sirius. But before the Easter holidays, he still had a few things to do. Namely, annoy the Triwizard Tournament staff members as much as possible. The champions had all been summoned to the Great Hall, where Ludo Bagman was waiting for them. Hello, Mr. Wasp. My, is that a goblin? Harry asked sweetly. Bagman squeaked and spun around, but of course there was nothing there except a very bad drawing of a Bowtruckle. Good morning, champions, please follow me. Bagman hurried out of the hall. The other champions shared a look and followed. Why'd you ask him about goblins? Cedric asked Harry in a whisper. Oh, Fred and George overheard him in the 3 Broomsticks at Hogsmeade the other day. He's in a spot of money trouble. Harry whispered back before the grin slid off of his face. No, he screamed, falling to his knees, grabbing Cedric's arm as he did so. Mr. Potter, what have you done? He sobbed, staring at the Quidditch pitch in horror. Several hedges were beginning to sprout from the perfectly kept field, destroying the pitch. Mr. Potter, get up and don't be so dramatic, McGonagall said sternly, as she, Dumbledore, and the other 2 head teachers arrived. The pitch will be absolutely fine by next year, no need to whine. Crumb was grimacing, which Harry appreciated. Cedric, too, looked fuming. Ah, well, hello, sirs, madams, Bagman said to the professors, wiping sweat from his brow. So, champions, welcome to the 3rd task. The hedges you can see growing here will soon be tall enough to create a maze. The Triwizard Cup will be placed in the middle, and there will be many obstacles and challenges in your way. The first to reach the cup will win. Any questions? Me, Harry waved his hand in the air. Yes, Mr. Potter. Bagman still didn't meet his eye. Where's Mr. Crouch? Harry asked. He isn't very well at the moment. The Weasley boy, Peter, was it, is going to be standing in for him. He wasn't well at the Yule Ball either then, Crumb stated. The redhead was there then too, but he came to the 2nd task, Cedric questioned. Did he get better and then worse again? Yes, that's right, Bagman nodded. Now any more questions related to the task? He ignored Harry's waving hand. Well then, wonderful, best of luck in your preparations. Well, that was weird, Harry said as the 4 champions headed back to the castle, walking past the Forbidden Forest on their way. What was? Cedric asked. He said Crouch was ill. Yeah, so? Crouch was there the whole time. The other 3 champions turned to Harry, looking confused and surprised. Where? Fleur asked. He was stood in the trees. Over here, look. Harry led them back towards the pitch and pointed towards the Forbidden Forest. Indeed, there was Crouch, stooped over, swaying as he walked. What is he doing? Is he drunk? I don't know. Before they could stop him, Harry had taken off in the ministry official's direction. The other 3 champions chased after him. Whatever is going on is weird, Cedric said to Fleur and Crumb as they ran after Harry. I'll go and find a professor. He turned around and started running towards the castle, leaving Crumb and Fleur to catch up to the youngest champion. He headed straight for the headmaster's office, but to his unfortunate luck ran headlong into Professor Snape. Watch where you are going, Diggory, and no running. 20 points from Hufflepuff, Snape said angrily, regaining his balance. I'm sorry, Professor, but I need to see the headmaster as quickly as possible. Why? The headmaster is busy. Mr. Crouch is in the Forbidden Forest with Harry. He looked really intoxicated, all bent over and stumbling. Harry went to talk to him before we could stop him, so I came to find Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall whilst the other two caught him up. Mr. Crouch, with Potter, are you sure? Snape asked hurriedly, looking worried almost. Cedric's suppressed smirk as he nodded. As much as he tried to fight it, Snape seemed to be growing ever so slightly fond of Potter. Yes, I'm sure, so I really need to. The headmaster is speaking with Lupin in his office. The password is gumdrops. Go. Cedric nodded and rushed over to the gargoyle, saying the password and ascending the staircase, knocking on the door at the top. Come in, Mr. Diggory. He heard Dumbledore say, and he pushed the office door open, quickly relaying everything he had just told Snape to the headmaster and Remus, who sprang into action immediately. Cedric led the way, Remus, Dumbledore, and a big black dog following closely behind. Meanwhile, Harry was having a very enlightening conversation. Mr. Crouch, are you well? Harry asked, approaching slowly. Wesley, good to see you. Once coffee, black if you will. I have a meeting in 5 minutes. Suddenly, he had a vice-like grip on Harry's arm and looked at him with something akin to desperation on his face. Must warn Dumbledore, he said through clenched teeth, the effort of speaking appearing to pain him greatly. Warn Dumbledore of what? Harry asked, surprisingly calmly, just as Fleur and Crumb reached him. They seemed to sense the atmosphere and kept a little bit of distance so as not to provoke Crouch into attacking anyone. Terrible things approaching. Crouch said croakily, grip becoming tighter before loosening. I'll return shortly, Weaselby. Please ensure all my paperwork is up to date. What is he doing? Fleur asked. Harry shrugged. I think he's hallucinating or under a curse or something. All of a sudden, Harry felt a sharp pain in the back of his head and he fell, the world turning back before he reached the floor. Enervate Potter. Slowly Potter there, easy does it. Harry groaned as he came to, sitting up slowly and blinking. Someone handed him his glasses and the world came into focus. Fleur and Victor were on either side of him, helping him sit, and Snape, of all people, was crouched in front of him. What happened? Where did Crouch go? What Potter? Slow down, foolish boy running into danger at the drop of a hat. He looked ill, he needed help. He wanted to warn Dumbledore. Yes, I know, your fellow champions told me. Can you stand? Harry got to his feet slowly, using Fleur and Victor as support. So what happened? Harry asked urgently. When you turned to talk to us, he hit you on the back of the head with a curse. Victor explained. We didn't catch you in time. As soon as you were down, he ran into the forest. I tried to follow him but lost him. Z Weird Professor with Z Funny Eye came past and told us to keep an eye on you whilst he searched for Crouch. Fleur added. Snape looked at her sharply. Professor Moody came by, she nodded, and left Potter unconscious. She nodded again. Professor Snape came by just as Fleur was leaving to get help, Victor added. He said Diggory was on his way with the headmaster and a man called Lupin. Is Padfoot coming? Harry asked, giving Snape a pleading look. I expect so. However, they can meet us on the way. We need to get you to the hospital wing. Can you walk? Yeah, I think so. He wobbled slightly but steadied himself, walking at a slow and easy pace. Fleur and Victor still flanked his either side, and Snape walked a few paces behind them. They made it halfway to the castle before being swamped by a bundle of black fur. Harry stumbled to the ground when it hit him, which led to the dog being thoroughly scolded by Snape. Stupid mutt, the boy was just unconscious. Calm yourself. The dog whined and licked Harry's face apologetically. Dumbledore somehow had the forethinking to bring Madame Pomfrey with them. Remus helped Harry stand, and Pomfrey gave him a once-over before handing him a bright pink potion. Harry swallowed it in one gulp and his headache eased instantly. Mr. Diggory, Mr. Crumb and Miss Delacour, please return to your common rooms and your schools, Professor Dumbledore said. The three did as they were told, promising to catch up with Harry later. Harry, my boy, if you would come to my office, I need to know exactly what. Headmaster, the boy has just been attacked by an adult wizard. He is in no fit state to answer questions, at least until morning, Snape said firmly. Harry blinked at him in surprise. Snape standing up for him, how unusual. I agree with Severus. Come on, Harry, you can come back to my quarters for tonight. Minerva is already putting the kettle on, she knows what happened. Severus, care to join us? Remus offered, feeling he owed the man for protecting Harry. It couldn't hurt to mend old wounds, either. The headmaster sighed and went on his way, knowing he had lost for now. Not today, thank you, Lupin. I have work to do. He swept off, and Remus chuckled. He's mellowing. He would never refuse so politely otherwise, he whispered to Harry, who snorted. Padfoot growled and Remus nudged him with his foot. That's enough from you, grow up. The dog gave him such a condescending look that Remus burst out laughing. They returned to Lupin's quarters and Harry collapsed on the sofa, suddenly tired. It was a pleasant evening after that. Once safe in their quarters, Sirius resumed his human form and fussed over Harry for about 20 minutes before finally accepting he was okay. Minerva came out of the kitchen with a plate of biscuits in one hand, her wand in the other, and 4 cups of tea, a milk jug, a sugar dish, and a teapot floating in behind her. Harry didn't say much, and just reveled in being able to relax on a comfy couch with his godfather and Remus, who is pretty much his uncle now, whilst they chatted and reminisced of their Hogwarts days with Minerva. The 3 shared plenty of stories about his father and mother with him. It was a good end to a good day, if it had been the end, which it wasn't. Unbeknownst to him, Cedric had filled all of Harry's friends in on what had happened, so as soon as he returned to the common room, he was attacked by Hermione. Running into danger like that, you foolish idiot. When he finally escaped to his dorm with Ron, he decided to check the map. Seeing Crouch in the forest reminded him of a couple of incidents recently, where he had seen Crouch in the castle, roaming the halls. However, when he opened his hiding place for his most valuable possessions, he gasped. "What's wrong?" Ron asked. "The Marauders map, it isn't here." The holidays were upon them. The last few days of classes had sped by, and Harry and his friends had spent every spare moment turning the castle upside down in search of the map. The summoning spell had failed. They had, however, been told very sternly by Remus Lupin to give up when Harry and the twins had burst into his quarters unannounced, and without knocking, magnifying glasses in hand and horrified expressions on their faces. Harry didn't know what shocked Fred and George more. The fact escaped convict Sirius Black was a welcome guest in the castle. The fact escaped convict Sirius Black and their ex-Professor Lupin were both shirtless and dancing to Queen whilst singing at the top of their lungs. Or the fact that their ex-Professor Lupin and the escaped convict Sirius Black were 2 of the Marauders, the twins' idols. Harry always knocked after that unfortunate timing, and covered his eyes and announced his presence when entering any room anywhere in the castle, including classrooms and the Great Hall, for days afterwards. To most it was just another typical crazy Potter fad, but the Weasley twins knew he was making a point, and didn't hesitate to catch on and do it too. The map had disappeared, for good it seemed. No amount of summoning spells, tracking spells, or revealing spells had identified where it had gone. George even tried a spell Bill had taught him, called Point Me, but the wand just spun in circles on his hand before dropping to the floor. Accepting defeat, they moved on, hoping it would show up in due course. The holidays began with a metaphorical bang, as once again, Harry hit the Monday morning papers. "What have you told that Skeeter woman now?" Hermione sighed exasperatedly, reading the headline with a defeated expression. "The truth, dear," Harry said, patting her shoulder. "The whole truth and nothing but the truth. Poor orphaned savior survives the first 2 Triwizard tasks," Draco read, looking faintly amused. "Read the rest out," Ginny said, stealing a slice of Draco's toast sitting next to the now disgruntled blonde. They were all sat with Luna at the Ravenclaw table. The Hogwarts Express was taking some students home for Easter since most stayed for Christmas, but Harry's friends had all elected to stay at the castle. "Okay, fine," Draco glared at Ginny. The 2 fought like cat and dog, more than anyone in the group, but it was more out of habit than anything else. Poor orphaned savior survives the first 2 Triwizard tasks once again. I was given the exciting and privileged opportunity to speak to the wizarding world's favorite young wizard, Harry Potter, after his success in the first 2 tasks of the Triwizard Tournament. I received an exclusive update on his feelings towards the tournament thus far. "So we meet again, Harry. How are you holding up?" I of course remembered how emotional the poor boy had been when I spoke to him before the tournament tasks had begun. "Oh yeah, he was crying all the time," Fred said sarcastically. "I'm actually doing okay," he assured me, giving me a small smile. "I'm still alive anyway, just 1 task left now." "Well, that's wonderful, so let's go back to the beginning, shall we? The first task," I prompted him. As we all know, the first task was a test of bravery against the unknown, except they all figured it out. And the champions were all tasked with getting past a dragon to reach the golden egg, which contained the clue to the next task. It was a silly task, really. Victor told me in his interview, page 4. It was cruel to put the dragons through that. They were kept chained up in tiny pens in the Forbidden Forest, just big enough for them to pace about 3 steps in either direction. One of the dashing young dragon keepers, Charlie Weasley, informed me. None of us were very pleased at all, but we weren't given any choice. I gasped. How awful for those magnificent beasts. Skeeter's good when used right, Daphne said thoughtfully. That'll get people questioning the morals of this tournament. The first task was hard, Harry admitted, emerald eyes glazing over as he remembered. I felt so awful for those poor dragons. How did you complete the task? I asked him curiously. I knew, of course, as I'd watched the task, but I wanted to hear it from the young man himself. For the other champions' success stories, see their own exclusive interviews on page 4, 5, and 6. Well, everyone pretty much knows now after what happened in my second year, but I'm a Parselmouth, Harry said, looking mildly nervous at what my reaction would be. Oh, come on, you didn't care at all, Ron snorted. Harry just winked at him. I smiled at him reassuringly. We looked at the events of Harry's previous Hogwarts years, including how he saved a young student and the entire school from the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, a story kept incredibly quiet from the Ministry and wizarding community. Susan's aunt was fuming when she found out, Cedric said, joining them. Harry, dear, no one thinks you're evil for speaking to snakes. In fact, it made you a hero, I reminded him. He smiled a little weakly, but nodded. Again, so humble. They all looked at Harry, eyebrows raised. He shrugged at them. Her words, not mine, he said innocently. Well, I figured if I could speak to snakes, why not other reptiles? Like how all humans speak, but with different languages, slang, accents, and dialects, he said more enthusiastically. Harry goes all Hermione when it comes to parcel tongue, Daphne said jokily, nudging Hermione so she knew it wasn't a dig at her. Hermione nudged her back gratefully. It's so interesting, though. Harry pouted. I didn't fully understand his meaning, but nodded regardless. So when I saw the dragon and how scared she was, I put my wand down so she knew I wasn't a threat, sat down to make myself small and vulnerable so she didn't feel intimidated or threatened, putting yourself in extreme danger, Hermione added. Harry just huffed and tried to speak to her. And it worked, he nodded, smiling as he remembered. We became quite good friends, actually. We talked a bit. I explained the task, and she gave me the egg with no issues. She's allergic to bumblebees, you know. I didn't take the last bit seriously. As many of you know, our chosen one has been a bit out of sorts recently, trying to process the trauma of his life so far. The whole group laughed. It was incredibly foolish, is what it was. One of his good friends told me. He could have gotten himself burned to a crisp. Daphne or Hermione? George asked. Me, Hermione said. Aware of the time, I moved the conversation along to the second task. Mermaids, Harry told me, grinning. I actually enjoyed this one a lot. I learned a lot about mermaid customs and culture. Did you know they've been feuding with the Vila for years? Thankfully, Fleur was okay. I still can't believe they knowingly let a Vila in a lake with mermaids, Ginny said, shaking her head. Fleur de Lacquer, Beauxbaton's champion, revealed to us her Vila heritage and worries about the second task on page 6. But you didn't just take this task at face value, did you, Harry dear? I asked him, and the boy's grin became mischievous. Well, let's just say me and my fellow champions were a bit unhappy about this task, he said. So to prove a point, we may have pulled a little prank on the judges. The prank included the 4 chosen tributes to be switched using Polyjuice Potion with 4 other students. I can understand Harry's reasoning. Sending 4 students into the territory of mermaids whilst asleep is incredibly dangerous, not to mention they were not given the chance to consent. Ooh, that'll get people annoyed, Daphne said, looking pleased. So, did switching the tributes make you feel better? Not really, to be honest. It gave everyone a shock for sure, but in the end it just made us as bad as the people who were willing to create this task in the first place, Harry said, looking guilty. We did technically get permission from them all. They played dumb really well. Well, except Crabbe. I think he just says yes to everything, to be honest, but still, we probably shouldn't have done it. How are you feeling about the third task? I asked Harry. His face fell and he grew serious again. Honestly, terrified, he said solemnly. We were told what it was yesterday, a maze, but I have a really horrible feeling something is going to go wrong. Do you actually? Hermione asked, looking at her friend in concern. He nodded. A bit, yeah. You'll all survive, Luna said, and Harry breathed a small sigh of relief. Luna was always right. Why is that? I asked gently, although I had a feeling I knew why already. All the worst things happened to me at the end of the year, he said, tears welling up in his eyes. What if one of my friends dies? What is who attacks me again or comes back properly? I stopped the interview here. As I could see, the lad was getting worked up. How awful that a 14-year-old has to worry about being attacked all the time. Hopefully one day, these fears will be alleviated by those around him, but until then, our hearts and prayers are with you, Harry Potter. Well, that ended emotionally, Harry said, looking unbothered by his friend's concerned glances. Anyway, Gred, Forge, I need your help. Anything for you, Harrikins, the twins said, eyes lighting up with their usual mischief. I think it's time we paid Sirius back, don't you? The group gave each other wary looks as the twins and Harry started to plan. Sirius had been unbearable since he'd moved into the castle. Whilst he was still mostly confined to dog form, he had somehow been sneaking around the castle fully human and pranking the Weasley twins, Harry, and other Hogwarts students every chance he got. And when he targeted those unsuspecting Hogwarts students, the twins and Harry almost always got the blame, especially if it was Snape who witnessed it. He owes us like 50 detentions, Fred said grumpily. George huffed in agreement. Harry grinned. Trust me, I have just the thing. Saturday evening, before school started up again, saw Harry in Remus' quarters again, with Remus, Sirius, Minerva, and a reluctant Severus that Minerva had dragged along. Sirius, out of protest, remained in dog form to avoid speaking to Severus, although Harry swore he saw the two talking perfectly amicably on one of his midnight jaunts under the cloak. Speaking of the cloak, Harry glanced ever so briefly over to the corner of the room where he knew the twins were hiding. Hey, Padfoot, come try this, Harry said, holding his hand out. Padfoot sniffed the cake suspiciously, but ate it nonetheless. Oh, Harry said. Padfoot's ears pricked up and he tilted his head. That was chocolate cake. Padfoot quickly became serious again, patting Harry's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, pup, I've eaten plenty of chocolate as a dog before. No, you haven't, Remus pointed out. James always stopped you in case it was poisonous for dogs, remember? Sirius completely freaked out. It was glorious. After half an hour of watching chaos unfold, Harry got bored. April FOOLS, he shrieked and darted out of the room before Sirius could catch him. Sirius tried to follow, but the Weasley twins pulled the invisibility cloak off with a flourish and began shooting him with muggle water guns they had charmed to fire glitter that multiplied every time you tried to vanish it instead. Even Severus found himself laughing. Dear Mr. Potter, your presence is requested at a ministry trial as a witness for Sirius Black. Please do not discuss or share this information with anyone until it becomes public information. The trial will take place on the 1st of August. Please do not bring anything with you. Best wishes, Amelia Bones. Harry, don't tell the ministry I slipped an extra note in. I'll get in trouble. We've been looking into your housing situation and have found out all we need to know in order to remove you from 4 Privet Drive permanently. However, Sirius cannot take guardianship of you until his name has been cleared and he's had the required therapy. Unfortunately, the creature laws still stand and Remus is not allowed to be your guardian in the meantime. Molly and Arthur Weasley have stepped in and offered to have you and hope you accept. No one has told Dumbledore any of this, don't worry. Keep safe, Harry, Amelia. Harry grinned. 200 points to Amelia Bones. And so, after a year filled with humor, chaos, and a sprinkle of trauma, 4th year is drawing to a close, and this means the 3rd task is approaching. Harry, who are you talking to? Harry blinked. The audience, Hermione, I thought you were smart. Hermione rolled her eyes and Ron sniggered. Speaking of the 3rd task, Potter, Draco said, are you in any way prepared? Nope, Harry said cheerfully, popping the pea. I do, however, have a master plan. Oh no, not another one. Ginny said sarcastically, what is it then? Set the bushes on fire, Harry said with a shrug, or levitate Cedric over the maze and drop him in the middle. Not Cedric, he might die, Luna said calmly. Everyone turned to look at her, but she just continued staring at the clouds. Oh, okay, Crumb, Luna shook her head. Fleur, Luna shook her head again. But Luna, Harry whined. She's right, Harry, Daphne added. If you drop them, you'll kill them, and your levitation spells aren't exactly the best. They worked amazingly well when I made those teaspoons of jam chase Draco around the Quidditch pitch, Harry argued. Draco's eyes went wide. I knew it was you. Harry turned to wink at nothing. Again, Harry, there's no one there, Hermione scolded. How do you know? For all we know, we're just a bunch of words on paper, a figment of some random lady's imagination that is now shared by millions. They could be watching us right now, Harry whispered the last sentence, looking around suspiciously. Harry stalkers, Ron sniggered. Maybe they call themselves Potterheads. Absolutely not, Harry gasped. What a terrible fandom name. Better than the Snake Tongue Club, Hermione pointed out. Harry stuck his tongue out at her. You're just jealous I can speak to snakes and break the fourth wall. Hermione just shook her head and turned the page of her book. Don't ask, she said quickly when Neville opened his mouth to ask what a fourth wall was. Anyway, the task is tomorrow, so you need to have at least something sensible planned. Daphne cut in smoothly. Luna, Harry asked the blonde girl, who smiled. Any mysteriously clever and cryptic insight as to how tomorrow will play out? The Nargles aren't speaking to me today, she said airily, but they were talking about evil rats yesterday. Fun, Harry exclaimed. I thought for sure Hagrid would be including those weird orange things, but maybe he's got giant rats with powers to stick in the maze too. Wouldn't be surprising, Ron added. Those Scroots almost killed me yesterday, I bet they're in there. Maybe enlarged to make it harder, Daphne added as they all shuddered. If they are, aim for the stomach, Harry. Why can't I just kill it with kindness? It worked with Snape, Harry said, waving merrily at the potion's master, who ignored him. If you hug a Scroot, I'll give you 50 galleons, Daphne said, smirking. Daphne Greengrass, don't encourage him, Hermione exclaimed, hitting her with her book. Deal. Harry grinned and dodged Hermione's book because superheroes are always super nimble and agile and look really handsome. The day of the third task was bright and sunny, to Harry's disappointment. I wanted it to rain, Harry grumbled to Cedric as they stood at the entrance of the maze, waiting for Bagman to announce the third task. Why? Cedric muttered. Because beards look funny when they are wet, and Dumbledore isn't wearing a hat. I bet his hair gets so frizzy. Harry muttered a smell and a cloud appeared over Dumbledore's head, dumping water all over him. Cedric sniggered as Dumbledore quickly banished the spell and turned to look at Harry, who waved with a big smile. Lagdies and G and Liamian. Boys and girls, Harry yelled. Everyone looked at him and Bagman looked annoyed. Oh, sorry, thought it was a double act. Carry on. Welcome to the final task of this year's TRIWIZARD tournament. Harry covered his ears. Bagman was always so loud, it was so irritating. After a while, Cedric poked him. What? The person who gets the cup earns themselves 50 extra points, Cedric muttered. Which means no way, Harry shouted. Everyone looked at him again. 50 points, that's rigged. That means only me or Cedric can win anyway, which gives Hogwarts an automatic win. This is worse than the snitch in Quidditch. Ooh, let's have a seeker-off for the last task instead. Funnily enough, all the champions were seekers and had already had a very exciting tournament with each other in which Harry and Crumb drew. Crumb had promised to get Harry in touch with some people that offer good opportunities. Well, Bagman trailed off. Listen here, mister, Harry said sternly. The cup should just add like 10 points to the final score after you give us points on our skills in the maze. How though, Mr. Potter? No one will be able to see you. Seriously, again, you guys really need to get a grip and find a better events organizer. Harry sighed and shook his head. Luckily, I'm really clever and asked Hermione to be really clever for me and make this. Harry pointed his wand at the Quidditch hoops and 2 massive white sheets unrolled, and each one was split in 2. You can watch us all at once, Harry explained, as he, Cedric, Fleur, and Victor appeared in half of a screen each. Isn't Hermione so awesome? Hermione blushed as almost everyone clapped for her gratefully. Oh, okay then. Cedric and Harry, you're tied for the most points so far, so you enter the maze first. Ready? A cannon went off, and the 2 boys shook hands and darted into the maze, Harry singing Here We Go Round the Mulberry Bush as he skipped. Once he was a good distance into the maze, he pulled out a walkie-talkie. Hey, Cedric, they work, Harry said excitedly. Your girlfriend is awesome. She is, isn't she? Cedric said cheerfully. So what are these for again? I just wanted to tell you something super secret, Harry said with a shrug. And they might come in useful if one of us gets beaten to a pulp by an evil rat. Luna said there was an infestation. Oh dear. I know, right? At least the bumblebees pollinate, I can handle them. Harry winked. See, Hermione, I'm winking at a real audience now. Ron and Ginny cackled when Hermione groaned. I was practicing all along. Got to keep you lot entertained, haven't I? Thought you'd like to hear the super secret I was going to tell Cedric. I'm on the edge of my seat here, Cedric said cheerfully. The audience gasped as he quickly dodged a Cornish pixie aiming for his face and turned it into a pasty. Well, the secret is one time a house elf came to visit me and threw a pudding at a muggle visitor, so my uncle put bars on my window, Harry said. Can confirm we saw it ourselves, the Weasley twins shouted. That's an odd secret. That wasn't the real secret. I got scared, so said something random. So what's the real secret? I don't know. Right, my lovely viewers, here we have a humongous orange scroot thing that really wants to kill me, Harry said, doing his best impression of some guy he heard on Dudley's television talking about animals before he had changed the channel. A what? Cedric yelled. Harry, where are you? Do you need my help? Nah, I'll just tickle it, Harry said delightedly, running up to the scroot and giving it a hug before being shaken off and charged at. You owe me 50 galleons greengrass, he said. She rolled her eyes, giving the Harry on the screen a rude gesture. Harry just stood still and sidestepped when the creature got too close and the scroot hurtled into the distance. I'm alive, he told Cedric. And richer, Daphne must be crying right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, I was thinking about goblins, right? And how cool their runic magic is. Wizards have tried to replicate it for ages, but we always fail cause goblins are super cool and we aren't. Yet they still protect our money for us. How kind. If I were them, I might be tempted to steal from the rich and give to the poor, like good old Robin Hood. My primary school teacher told us all about Robin Hood. Harry rambled on, and on, and on, walking through the maze. How come nothing is attacking me? Harry asked suddenly. I dunno, mate, I've had to fight off like 6 different magical creatures, Cedric said, sounding out of breath. Wait, what's wrong? Harry asked him. Ginny suddenly yanked on Hermione's arm. Look at Crumb. They looked at Crumb's part of the screen. His eyes were hazy, and he was pointing his wand at Fleur. Hermione gasped, as a red light hit the witch and she collapsed as Crumb continued on. The audience watched with bated breath as Moody and Madame Pomfrey entered the maze and removed Fleur. They apprehended Crumb just as he was raising his wand at Cedric. Cedric, Harry asked again. Nothing. Victor and Fleur are out. I think Victor was put under the Imperious curse. Vicky, oh dear. Harry shook his head forlornly. They continued on in silence, Harry occasionally showing the screen a pretty leaf and giggling like a 7-year-old girl. Oh, Harry paused mid-skip. Cedric, how stupid do you think the designers of this task are? Why? A Keo Triwizard Cup. Harry waited patiently, and soon enough a gold cup came whizzing around the corner, flying straight at him. As soon as it touched him, he vanished. His screen went blank. Ouch, Harry exclaimed, dropping the cup as he landed heavily on his arm. That really hurt. Since I got the cup, does that mean I win? Oh, hey, Wormtail. Oh, Wormtail. Petey boy, why are you here? Harry asked, then realizing he was in a graveyard and not at Hogwarts. Why am I here? When did you have a kid? Silence, Peter shouted, zapping Harry with a spell that had him pressed flat against a gravestone. Well, this is kind of unpleasant, Harry said, wriggling as ropes appeared around him. I was kind of not expecting you. Wait, you're the evil rat. Never mind, this was totes meant to happen. Peter glared at him, and Harry noticed a cauldron and watched with barely concealed dread as Peter started muttering like a madman. Harry retched when the man chopped his whole flipping hand off. Brosky, ouch, that's gotta hurt. Why would you do that? Peter approached Harry slowly, grabbing his arm and pressing the knife into his skin. Okay. Blood of the enemy forcibly taken. Enemy, that's not very nice, Harry pouted. Please, though, take as much blood as you need. I'm chill like that. Harry had to admit he wasn't surprised that the baby Peter was holding quickly turned into Voldemort once placed in the cauldron. What was surprising was how ugly the Dark Lord was. They could have at least made him handsome. Ugly villains are so old school, Harry grumbled under his breath. Old school, Voldemort muttered to himself, then shook his head. He was super modern and hip and cool. The idiot boy had no clue what he was talking about. Harry Potter, we meet again. I can touch you now. Voldemort reached out a long, scaly finger. Harry bit it. Fool, Valdi spat, glaring at the so-called savior of the wizarding world. You will see soon enough that you are nothing. I'm nothing, let me go then, go on, do it, Harry taunted. If I'm nothing, Tommy boy, then why use my blood to resurrect yourself? I what? Well, if it wasn't for me, you would still technically be dead. Doesn't that mean you owe me? Voldemort blinked. Harry smiled sweetly. No, boy, because I would have come back another way. Sure, Tommy, if you say so. Don't call me boy. My muggle uncle calls me that, and he gave me loads of trauma that Snape did a terrible job helping me with in therapy. Oh, look, new friends, Harry squealed. He would have clapped, but the ropes wouldn't let him move. Harry was kind of bored when Voldemort was monologuing to his weird emo pals. He did make a note of their names, though, and vowed silently to himself to get Draco out of Malfoy Manor this summer. Potter. Yeah, what? Sorry, zoned out for a bit, Harry said nonchalantly, giving Voldemort a bored look. We duel, the man snarled. Sounds like fun. Harry said brightly. Voldemort waved his wand and Harry fell to the ground with a thud. Ouch! Will you people stop throwing me around like a sack of potatoes, please? If I'm about to die, my corpse needs to roguishly handsome, not covered in cuts and bruises. Harry grumbled, getting to his feet and picking up his wand that Pettigrew tossed at him with a shiny new silver hand. Hey, looking good cyborg rat, Harry said to him. Maybe now you'll be useful. Bo, Voldemort ordered. Harry shook his head. No, don't want a thanks. Insolent brat, Bo. Nuh-uh, make me. Snape calls me an insolent brat too. Imperio. Harry let the spell take a hold, but when the urge to bow became ever so slightly too overwhelming, he started to spin in circles instead, throwing the spell off and doing jazz hands. What's the bet Crucio doesn't work on me either? He grinned. He was playing with fire, but he didn't really care. He was so done with stupid wizards. Okay, he kind of asked for what came next. Pain like he had never experienced before overtook him. It felt like 1,000 knives being buried in his flesh, and his flesh set on fire. He clenched his fists and fell to the ground. He refused to scream. When Tommy finally released the spell, Harry was shaking. Voldemort waited for Harry to get to his feet before striking again. Harry was quicker this time. The spells collided in midair and connected, several shadowy figures appearing before them in a web of Tangle's golden light. Oh, hey, Mum and Dad. Wait, Mum, Dad. Son, James yelled happily, you little troublemaker, I'm so proud. The therapy thing was hilarious and the jam, not now, honey, Lily said. Harry, we love you and are so proud of you. Kill this madman sometime in the next 3 years, please, and eat more vegetables, she said sternly. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, Tommykins. Got to break up the party. Mum wants me to go eat carrots cause apparently I'm a rabbit now. Harry said conversationally as he broke the connection and summoned the cup, waving at Tommy and his emo squad as Voldemort cried out in rage. Meanwhile, at Camp Hogwarts, Harry, Hermione screeched. Where did he go? Ron yelled, glaring accusingly at Dumbledore. Where is Harry? Where did the portkey take him? The cup shouldn't. Impossible. Harry's friends all turned to each other frantically, watching as Remus, Minerva, Severus, and Padfoot all ran from the stands to speak to Dumbledore, the other head teachers, Bagman, and a few ministry officials. Minister Fudge himself was apparently present, Hermione realized. Sinistra dashed up to the castle, probably to check for Harry. When did Moody get down there? Hermione muttered to Daphne, who shrugged. Moody had moved from Crumb and Fleur to stand with Dumbledore and the rest of the staff. There's something weird about him, Ron said, cracking his knuckles. Harry said so ages ago. Everyone please take a seat. Dumbledore magnified his voice, his magic, and the students from all 3 schools began to calm down, resuming their seats. Professor Sinistra came running from the castle, shaking her head. No Harry up there. As of right now, Harry Potter is missing. He held up a hand and people started shouting. Silence! We are doing everything we can do locate him and return him safely to us. The cup, a portkey, has been tampered with and taken Mr. Potter to an unknown location. I felt him leave the wards, and Professor Sinistra has confirmed he is not in the castle. I urge you to come forward now if you have information that could help. Until Mr. Potter has safely returned, we stay here and wait. Surely it would be better for us to go to the castle. Draco shrugged. Dumbledore's a bit of an idiot. It was the worst 2 hours of Hermione and Ron's lives. Molly Weasley and Bill, who had come to watch the 3rd task and surprise Harry after at the celebratory feast for the winner, had found his group of friends and stayed with them, Molly hugging a crying Hermione whilst Ron and Bill spoke in hushed whispers and Ginny paced, carding her hands through her hair. Daphne and Draco murmured to one another and Luna was comforting Neville. The twins were sat in silence, staring at the screens. The champions had been retrieved from the maze and Madame Pomfrey was tending to them. Harry appeared with a thud and blood all over his robes. Someone screamed. Harry looked up, panting, hair messier than usual and a haunted look on his face. His friends all dashed towards him, Hermione kneeling next to him. He started to sob, body shaking with exhaustion. Remus crouched down. He's back, Voldemort's back. Harry felt gentle but firm hands pull him upwards, and he melted into his Remus embrace. Moody, Harry whispered hoarsely. Remus froze. What about him? Something's off with him. I've thought it a few times, but he's laughing right now. Remus reluctantly let go of Harry, who had started to shake, and went to speak to Snape and McGonagall in low tones. Snape nodded curtly and headed back to the castle. McGonagall, looking very pale, whispered something to the headmaster. Harry watched from between Hermione and Ron, leaning on them slightly for support, as Dumbledore summoned Moody's flask just as he went to take a swig. "Polyjuice," Dumbledore said. He spoke no louder than normal, but the silence was palpable, and so everybody heard him. Moody changed before their eyes. He got younger, thinner, and gray hair became dark. "Barty Crouch Jr., Remus said in surprise. "But he died in prison," Barty cackled. Amelia leapt into action, capturing Barty quickly and forcing Veritaserum down his throat. He told the whole story to a crowd of witnesses. Thinking quickly, Amelia handed Harry the Veritaserum. "You don't have to," she said quietly, "but it'll make you more believable. People will be reluctant to admit Voldemort has returned." Harry took a large swig, and in front of the whole school told them. Not everything, just that Voldemort had been resurrected by Peter Pettigrew, and the names of the Death Eaters that were there. He also told them Sirius was innocent, so that he hopefully wouldn't have to go to the Ministry and witness in his trial. The rest of the evening was a blur. Harry let himself be escorted to the hospital wing, barely able to walk, he was shaking so much, and almost cried with relief when Molly burst in right after him, refusing to leave his side. "Mr. Potter again. Why am I not? Oh, you poor, poor child." Everyone watched in silence as Poppy pushed Harry to sit on a bed and summoned her medical kit, the one specifically for torture situations. "Why, Cruciatus," Harry said sullenly, and Hermione stifled a sob. Whilst Poppy worked, Harry forced himself to eat the chocolate Remus handed him. Sugar was good for shock, he knew that. He couldn't see Padfoot but felt the dip in the bed where the dog was watching him carefully. Fudge came in, red-faced and angry, followed by Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape. Harry, still under the affects of Veritaserum, answered more of Amelia's questions and watched as Fudge went from angry to fearful. He heard the minister agree to clear Sirius' name without a trial and smiled weakly. He could see Snape's carefully constructed dull expression and could feel Dumbledore's solemn gaze bore into him. He couldn't bring himself to look at Professor McGonagall. He refused to drink the dreamless sleep Poppy handed to him. "Now isn't the time to rest," he argued weakly, shaking his head. He heard more than saw Draco, Daphne, Ginny, Luna, Neville, and the twins enter the hospital wing. He heard Bill escort them straight back out, along with Hermione and Ron. He could hear them all protesting until the door swung shut with a soft thud. "They're gone, Harry," Dumbledore said gently. "You should rest now." Harry shook his head. He heard the minister leave with Amelia. He was still shaking. "Harry!" He looked up, flinching at the contact. He relaxed when he saw it was only Remus. "Sleep, please." "Can't," he bit out through shudders. Molly, Remus, Dumbledore, and Poppy tried to persuade him for 10 minutes. Padfoot, after assurance from Dumbledore it was safe, turned back into Sirius and tried to no avail. Eventually, it was the heads of Slytherin and Gryffindor House that got through to him. "Mr. Potter." Harry looked up and met McGonagall's stern but not unfriendly gaze. "It wasn't your fault," Harry broke. Molly held him tightly, stroking his hair, whispering words of comfort no one around them could hear. Once he'd calmed down, he looked between McGonagall and, to everyone else's surprise, Snape. "What if—" Harry knew he sounded desperate, but he couldn't stop himself. "Potter," Snape said coldly, but not meanly. "If you do not rest, you will give yourself magical exhaustion so strong that you will take weeks to recover. You will be bedridden and of use to no one in whatever fight you are so fixated on. If you want to help by resting." Harry glared at him. Snape raised a brow. Harry dropped his gaze and nodded. "Fine." Snape handed him the bottle and he took it. When he awoke the next morning, only Ron and Hermione were with him. "Like the good old days," Her murmured with a smile, sitting up. Hermione smiled through a sob and Ron patted him on the shoulder. They filled him in. He'd been asleep for 3 days, and in that time, Fudge had apparently tried to deny Voldemort's return. However, most of the Hogwarts populace, Amelia Bones, Hogwarts staff, and Harry's friends fought back with Skeeter, and most people believed what Harry was saying. Fudge was yet to admit he was wrong, and yet nothing seemed to be being done about his position as minister. "It's all very tricky," Hermione said. "Politics always is. No one will try and push Fudge out, because if he is replaced with a more competent minister, that minister is putting themselves on Voldemort's hit list. And there's a risk of one of Voldemort's people taking the position too." Crouch Jr. had been given the Dementor's kiss. Crouch Sr. was dead. The questions Harry had answered under Veritaserum in his dazed state meant Amelia could clear Sirius' name without the scheduled hearing. Sirius had consented to Veritaserum and answered some of his own. and had been sent to live with his cousin Andromeda for the time being, as she was a skilled mind healer. Harry loved Sirius, but he was slightly relieved he wouldn't be forced to choose between him and the Weasleys yet. Not that Harry didn't want to live with Sirius, but more so that he loved the security of the Weasleys and felt like a child with siblings and loving parents when he was there. With Sirius, he felt more like a friend. Ron and Hermione told him through laughter about the chaos Harry's friend group had been causing whilst he was out, in an effort to keep spirits light. Daphne, Blaise and Ron had made a wedding cake in potions class and claimed it was for Dobby and Winky. Hermione and Draco had been jinxing books to read aloud during study sessions in the Great Hall, but made sure they had funny voices or sang everything they read. Ginny, Luna, and Colin traveled as a pack. Ginny stole Harry's invisibility cloak and used it to accost random students and hold them still whilst Luna dressed them up in wigs and costumes and jewelry, and then Colin took photos. Harry flicked through them when Hermione handed them to him, laughing at the one of Sirius in dog form covered head to toe in glitter from before he was sent to his cousin. Harry couldn't help but feel worried about Voldemort's return, but he didn't feel as crushed as he would have if one of his friends had been with him and died. He also had a lot of hope. Hope that grew when all of the rest of his friends came to visit, and Hermione and Ron refused to leave his side. Hope that caused him to cry when Molly returned with a warm hug and cake. Hope when Remus showed up with a tired smile and chocolate. Hope when he was finally released from the hospital wing, and he could give his winnings to Fred and George. Hope when the 3 other champions met him on the Quidditch pitch for one last seeker-off before the 2 other schools left, and Crumb invited him to practice with the Bulgarian Quidditch over summer. He had hope and joy and love, and it was awesome. He couldn't resist intercepting Snape's owl order of shampoo and changing the contents to green and silver hair dye. It didn't work, of course, but it made Harry laugh nevertheless. Especially when a big black dog showed up for the end-of-year celebrations with Remus as a surprise, with bright green and silver fur. Harry quickly returned to his usual crazy self. It was a bit of an escape for him. The childish behavior, the jokes, the amusement it brought to others. And nobody had died, so he wasn't grieving, just processing the weight of Voldy being back. To Harry's slight disappointment, they didn't stay at the Burrow for long. Dumbledore dropped by a week into the holidays and requested they move into 12 Grimmauld Place for the reformation of the Order. Molly had been furious, muttering angrily to herself as she hastily threw random objects she absolutely could not live without into suitcases and harped on at her children, Harry included, to hurry up and pack. "I don't understand the rush," Ron had grouched, throwing his belongings haphazardly into his trunk. Harry, who could see Daphne and Hermione's glares in the back of his head, folded his clothes carefully. He was relieved he did so, because Hermione herself showed up minutes later, having received a visit from Arthur Weasley at Dumbledore's request, and joined the party. "You call this packing, Ronald," she said immediately with a disapproving look. Ron gulped. Harry grinned widely and skipped downstairs so ask the really friendly gnomes for his socks back. If he packed 1 or 5 gnomes for the fun of it, who would know? They left quickly and apparated directly into the kitchen, where they were greeted by Remus. "This is one of the Black family properties," he explained quickly after giving Harry a hug. "Be quiet in the hallway or Wahlberga will never shut up, and don't expect any nice behavior from Creature. He's a bit odd." "Black family, is Sirius here then?" Harry asked. "Not yet. He gave me the address so we could gain access to the property. He asked me to pass on the message, Molly, that if you desperately cannot handle the itch of giving the place a good clean, you may do so. But please do not chuck anything away. Send it to the attic, which is heavily warded so he can go through it at a later time. He does request that if you know how, Wahlberga can go for good. Oh, and don't involve the children in the cleaning, it could be dangerous." Molly, and surprisingly the twins, looked vaguely disappointed. They all headed upstairs to choose bedrooms. Harry and Ron opted to share, and Hermione shared with Ginny. The twins shared, and Percy had vanished into thin air the night before after a huge fight with his parents. Grimmauld Place was boring. They spent most days holed up on the top floors, banned from the main floor during order meetings. Harry had tried everything wheedling, manipulating, even begging and bartering, but Molly wouldn't crack. "Whilst you are under my legal supervision, you will be staying far, far away from this war business," she said sternly, wagging a finger at him. "Fine, have it your way then." Harry said, far too brightly. Remus narrowed his eyes but didn't say anything. So naturally, chaos ensued. Bored out of their minds, Harry decided it was time for the fun to begin again, after being relatively calm for a few weeks. This time, however, he roped in the twins as well as Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. The next week was spent finding more and more creative ways to randomly disrupt the order meetings. The first time was the easiest, as everyone had their guards down. The children had been model children and had been staying out of the way. So no one even batted an eyelash when everyone piled into the kitchen for the latest meeting, the twins and Harry among them. They lasted for 30 minutes without detection, simply by staying quiet. Harry was honestly shocked they hadn't been caught out much earlier. "If you think Voldemort is possessing me, you could just take me to Gringotts," Harry said evenly after an outburst from a man he didn't recognize. "The goblins are great with that stuff." "Harry James Potter," Molly yelled. Harry smiled and waved. "He's got a point, though," Bill said. "I can take him." "That won't be necessary," Dumbledore said hastily. Harry frowned. Moody cackled loudly and everyone turned to look at him. "Potter, you're a maniac. How did you get in here?" Harry shrugged. "Through the door," he said simply. Moody laughed harder. "Harry, you can't just let yourself into order meetings," Dumbledore scolded. "I didn't let myself in. Whoever was watching the door to check who entered did." Everyone looked around silently. Wait, who had been on door duty? Seriously, no one watched the door for suspicious people trying to get in? Harry asked, flabbergasted. My, not much constant vigilance going on in here then. Blimey, Valdi himself could enter and no one would have batted an eyelash. That was my line. Moody said sadly. "Okay then, from now on it's my personal mission to ensure your meetings are foolproof," Harry said brightly. Remus sighed, loudly. "Hermione will help. She's got more brains than everyone in here put together. No offense, Minnie, you're clever too." "Thank you, Potter." "Yeah," the twins chorused and apparated away before their mother could reach them. "Well, this was fun, but I have business to attend to." Harry yawned, looking at his watchless wrist with a tut. Meeting adjourned. Many people stood themselves up and began to leave, despite the order coming from someone who wasn't even a member. Remus laughed silently as Dumbledore tried to maintain control as Harry waltzed from the room. On the day of the next meeting, Molly stood by the door, vetting everyone as they entered. Molly?" "What, Arthur? Did you make sure the kitchen was empty before letting everybody in?" "Why?" Arthur pointed at the table where Harry was banging a gavel with a white wig from goodness knows where balanced on his head. "Order!" he exclaimed. "Order in the court." This time, Molly dragged him out by the ear. At the third meeting, he decided not to bother everyone. Well, not until it had already started anyway. He simply opened the door and let himself in, coughing loudly. "Mr. Potter. Oh, hello, Minnie. Long time not see. Anyway, I just came to tell you Fox wants a burger." "Huh." Charlie said eloquently. "That's you job, isn't it? The Order of the Phoenix. Honestly, you people are not very good employees." Harry shook his head in disappointment and left the room. No one noticed the scroll in his hand. "Department of Mysteries," Draco said in confusion, snatching the scroll as soon as Harry had returned upstairs. "What do they want with that place?" "Who knows?" Daphne shrugged. "There's all sorts of stuff down there. My uncle is an unspeakable." "I'll go and ask," Harry said. "You two should come with me." Harry, flanked by the two Slytherins, pulled a key out of his pocket and unlocked the now-locked door and re-entered the meeting. "What's the Department of Mysteries?" he asked sweetly. "Pop Mr. Malfoy, Miss Greengrass, what are doing here?" Severus asked, eyebrows disappearing into his hairline, which was a lot higher than it used to be, Harry mused. "Oh, they got here last week," Harry said nonchalantly. "Harry, if they'd gotten here last week, we would have known," Remus said. "This property is under Fidelius." "Yeah, and Sirius is the secret keeper," Harry retorted. "I wrote to him, he showed Mrs. Tonks, and she managed to speak to her sister, who managed to persuade Valdi to let Draco leave to stay with the Greengrasses for the summer, who then sent the 3 angsty teens to the Tonkses. And then Sirius gave them the address and they flew here." "But we would have seen them in the house," Remus argued. Harry guiltily pulled the invisibility cloak out of Draco's pocket. "Wait, 3, Bill asked suddenly. Astoria waved sheepishly from the doorway. Molly practically fainted. "Anyway, in all honesty, they only arrived yesterday," Harry said. "Since no one was doing anything about the underage teenage boy living in a house with the Dark Lord, we took matters into our own hands." Again, he didn't mention that Sirius had also given the address to Luna and Neville, who arrived later that same day. Things were much more lively after that. After the Order began warding the kitchen door beyond Daphne's capabilities, they had to resort to the Weasleys' newest invention, extendable ears. But Crookshanks seemed to be on Remus' side and would attack the ears with gusto whenever she saw them. "Just because you're his favorite and he gives you extra biscuits," Harry said to her grumpily. He swore she smirked at him. Then Harry had a genius idea. No one knew how did it, and it's a secret that will die with Harry, but somehow, sometime, someplace, he managed to befriend Kreacher. Luna seemed to know, but she refused to say anything too. So when the next order meeting was in full swing, Kreacher voluntarily apparated Harry right into the middle of the table. "Hi," he said. "Guess you forgot house elf magic overrides wizard wards, huh? Oh, what's a prophecy?" He didn't escape the stinging hex from Molly this time. Then, as if things couldn't get any more exciting, Harry received an official-looking letter over breakfast. "Oh no, that's not good," he said airily. "What is it?" Hermione snatched the letter and went pale. "Expelled, how fate worse than death," Ron said sadly, looking at Harry. Both them fell out of their chairs in a fit of laughter. Only Hermione seemed to get the joke and kicked them both. Hard. "This isn't funny, boys." "Harry, you've been expelled from school. Honestly, why aren't you upset?" "Because it's another nonsense plot trying to defame me, Hermione," Harry said. "Defame? Is that a word? Who knows? Look, it won't stick. Dumbledore and Amelia Bones won't let it, and I haven't even been in Privet Drive to cast any spells. It's all too fake to stick." He didn't stop Hermione from showing the Weasleys and Remus, though, just in case. "Guess I'm not a student anymore," Harry said cheerfully. "Can I join the order then?" "Harry, dear boy, no need to panic," Dumbledore said, stepping out of the fireplace. "I've spoken to the minister and you have a hearing scheduled for next Tuesday." "Aw man, I wanted to go rogue," Harry said, looking disappointed. Remus stifled a smile. It really wasn't funny after all. It wasn't. Okay, maybe just a little bit. Draco bit back a snort. "You're already rogue." "Yeah, roguishly handsome," Harry said, winking at Ginny, who mimed being sick. "You need to stop saying that. You're becoming conceited," Neville said, shaking his head. "Conceited, that's a big word," Harry commented. "I don't like big words. They're excruciatingly frustrating in such an underhand manner." "Manner does not count as a big word," Daphne said sternly. "Posh then," Harry said. "Anyway, thank you, Mr. Dumbledore, but I'll take the expulsion, please." "Harry J.A.M.E. Fine, fine, I won't." Harry held his hands up in surrender. The twins high-fived him. Molly gave up and went to finish cooking. Things only got worse when Sirius was finally cleared to visit. "Harry, PADFOOT, I've only got 5 hours," Sirius said. "Quick fire prank battle," Harry asked innocently. "You're on." They shook and the game began. "I can't believe you turned my mother's house elf into a prank master," Sirius said 4 hours later, covered in slime and bits of banana and exhausted. "He's a legend. I reckon Regulus had already taught him." Sirius turned his head sharply. "You know about Regulus." "I know about lots of things," Harry responded simply. "Why don't you tell anyone then?" "Nobody asks me," Sirius shrugged. "Fair play, know anything that might lead you to be killed you think we should know about. I think a bit of Voldemort lives in my head." "Cool, which part?" "I dunno, his nose, he seems to be missing that." "Have you told Dumbledore?" "Nah, he buzzes too much and it's irritating. Besides, I'm dealing with it." "Oh, by the way, have you seen Slytherin's locket lying around anywhere?" "Why?" "Kreacher and I have a theory. It going to cause trouble." "Definitely. Then it's in the 3rd floor drawing room in the 6th cabinet to the left. Don't touch it, though, it's cursed." "Cool, oh look, Tonks is here." "He for the last time, nymph, I do not need to be babysat by my younger cousin, it's embarrassing." "Hey, shut your pie hole, my mum sent me to come and collect you." "That's even worse." "Bye, Prongslit." "Bye, Patty." Remus turned to look at Bill, who was trying to keep a straight face. "That's the strangest conversation I've ever heard," he told the redhead, who leaned back, a knowing look in his eye. "Tell me about it." "Potter." "Yes, Professor Moody." "Why didn't you just use your invisibility cloak to sneak into the meeting?" Harry winked. "Who said I didn't?" "Huh, nice try, my eye can see right through them." "What, this eye?" Harry pulled a frantically spinning eye from his pocket. "What but?" Moody pulled the fake eye from his socket. How he hadn't noticed the switch was beyond Harry. "Potter!" Harry ran for his life. He never told Moody the room was warded against invisibility cloaks by Dumbledore. "Good morning, lovely rays of sunshine," Harry sang as he entered the kitchen. Remus ignored him. Daphne glared at him. Draco turned the page of the Daily Prophet. Hermione rolled her eyes. Ron was too busy stuffing his face with food to acknowledge him, and Ginny let her head fall to the table with a loud thwack. Neville sighed. Loudly. Luna wasn't there. She had gone to see her dad the night before and wasn't due back until lunchtime. "Nice lot of people you are," Harry said sulkily. "Morning, everyone." Astoria said cheerfully, entering the kitchen. See, Harry exclaimed, standing up. Astoria has manners. Anyway, I'll forgive you. It is 7:30 a.m. in the summer, after all. The twins are still in bed. Anything interesting in the paper today, Draco? Apparently you're a psychotic madman who made up Voldemort's return today. He deadpanned. Harry sighed, disappointed. Shame. Yesterday I was the hero who saved us all, and the day before I was a poor orphan driven mad by hallucinations. What's the bet tomorrow you're just an idiot who had a bad dream? Ginny snarked, still annoyed that Harry woke her up by blowing a trumpet in her face and had the nerve to go back to sleep afterwards. Well, that stung. Yeah, so do my ears. Now, children, Remus said half-heartedly. Oh yeah, you should all know I received an owl about 15 minutes ago. They've changed the time of my hearing. Harry said 10 minutes later, when Molly had dished up breakfast and Arthur had finally managed to drag the twins out of bed. Remus looked up. What, to when? 8 a.m. Department of Mysteries, Harry said nonchalantly. Harry, that's in 10 minutes, Molly shrieked, taking Harry's plate back and pushing him out of the kitchen. Go get ready, quickly. Harry sighed and trudged slowly down the corridor. He took 7 minutes to get ready, and Arthur decided it was the best course of action to apparate. Ready? Yeah, just one more thing. Harry ran into the hallway, pulled the curtains back with flourish, and grinned at the furious portrait of Walburga Black. Wakey, wakey, he yelled before running for his life. Arthur grabbed him on his way past and apparated. Harry was in for it later, but it was so worth it. They arrived in the atrium, handed over their wands, and sprinted to the courtroom. Arthur wished him luck and hugged him briefly. Harry waltzed into the courtroom confidently, taking a seat in the prisoner's chair and waving at Fudge. Hi, Minister, how's the wife? Be quiet, Mr. Potter, this court is in session. But you don't have the wig on. Wig, what, why, never mind. Let's begin, shall we? Harry swung his legs merrily. The chains on the chair were really quite loud. They should probably oil them or hem. Harry abruptly stopped talking to himself and looked up. An obnoxiously pink woman who looked a bit like a toad was coughing at him. Are you ill, ma'am? Harry asked politely. He heard someone stifle a snort. No, boy, simply trying to get your attention as you weren't paying any. You are being accused of casting a patronus cam in front of a muggle. The woman simpered. You what? Harry said intelligently. A patronus charm was cast at your place of residence in Surrey last week. Oh, how odd, I wasn't even there. Harry said bluntly, blinking at the pink woman. Wait, I've seen you before. I highly doubt that, she said. Wow. Her voice was really irritating. Harry snapped his fingers. Got it, I've seen you in my dreams. Funny, you're usually green in those as well as pink. Enough, Mr. Potter, we are discussing the matter at hand. I don't really feel like it, sorry. Besides, I wasn't even there. We're two. Was not. We're two. Was not. We're two. Was enough, Madam Bones exclaimed. This is ridiculous. Harry, your cousin almost received the Dementor's kiss last week. Luckily, someone stepped in and cast a patronus to save his soul. If I give you your wand, will you please cast a patronus so we can see its form and end this madness? So you can compare it to the one spotted in Privet Drive? I guess so. Harry shrugged and took his wand from Tonks, who was desperately trying not to laugh. Expecto Patronum. A staw and ostrich. Apparently I bury my head in the sand when things get tough or something. Just kidding, it's actually a stag. Harry waved his wand again and the glamour fell, revealing his stag patronus. There, he's clearly guilty. The muggle boy saw a stag. Confess, boy. If I do, will you expel me? Harry asked hopefully. Yes, obviously. Then oh no. Go away please, Professor Dumbledore. I'm trying to get expelled here. Harry folded his arms and sulked whilst Dumbledore and Fudge had a head-to-head word war. You know, this would make a really good TV show. Harry said to one of the burly aurors flanking him, who sneered. Okay, be unfriendly then, see if I care. I wish Colin was here right now. Hey, creature. Master Harry Potter, what can creature be doing for you today? Firstly, just Harry is fine. Secondly, could you pretty please kidnap Colin and his camera for a few minutes? Yes, sir. Potter, that's not really the done thing. There isn't a law against it, though, I checked. Because it's so crazy no one has ever even thought about it. Well, now they have, you can make a law. Hi, Colin. Aim at Dumbledore and Fudge, it is going down. Here, use this to get closer. Harry handed him the invisibility cloak, which no one had thought to search him for, very safe, and watched with delight as Dumbledore pulled Mrs. Fig out of thin air. Arabella, Harry said cheerfully. Howray the measles. Very well, thank you, dear. Harry nodded, smiling brightly at the pink woman, who looked like she wanted to murder him. I feel like this isn't the end of her, Harry murmured to himself. Cleared of all charges. Fudge cried out, banging a gavel. What? No, you can't do that. Me and Sirius were going to go to Los Angeles and pretend to be TV stars. We had fake names planned out and everything. I would be Daniel Radcliffe cause I'm so rad, and Sirius was going to be Gary Oldman cause he's old. You've just ruined my life, Harry said, looking very serious. Seriously, haha, get it, Madam Bones. Serious, not funny. Oh, okay, this isn't cool, Fudge, you were supposed to expel me. Too bad, Potter. Fudge looked much happier now that Harry was clearly disappointed. Dismissed. Before Harry headed home, he told Arthur he wanted to meet Susan for lunch and spend the afternoon with her Diagon Alley. He asked awkwardly enough for Arthur to ruffle his hair with a knowing smile and wish him luck. I'm free, Harry whispered to thin air. Let's go. Harry returned to Grimmauld Place, looking gloomy. You got expelled, Hermione said, looking worried. No, Harry said sadly. I have to tell Sirius that our Los Angeles plans are cancelled. Great fake name choices, by the way, Tonks said, plonking herself down next to him at the dining table. Who would everyone else be? Ooh, that's fun, Harry said. I'll go first. Ron would be Rupert Grint because he grins a lot. My turn, Tonks said. Ginny would be Bonnie Wright. Because she thinks she's right all the time. Hey, fine, you'd be Natalia Gascientina because you hate long names. And you're a 10, Harry added, helpfully for Tonks, unhelpfully for Ginny. Draco would be Tom Felton, Hermione said, because when Harry steals his hair products they basically reenact Tom and Jerry. Who's Tom and Jerry? Wizards, Harry said with an eye roll. Fancy not knowing Tom and Jerry. Hermione would be Emma Watson because she always knows what's what. Luna would be Evanna Lynch, Luna said firmly. But there's no Explana actually, that suits you perfectly, Ron said in surprise. Neville would be Matthew Lewis because Matthew sounds like a sneeze and he sneezes a lot. That's a bit of a stretch, Neville argued, then sneezed loudly. What about Daphne and Astoria? Draco asked. Yeah, what about me? The two girls said simultaneously. Harry did a double take, the two were so alike and looked incredibly similar. If Astoria wasn't so short, I'd get you mixed up all the time, Harry said, earning himself 2 glares. Anyways, I honestly don't know who you two would be, sorry. That's not fair, Daphne exclaimed, looking outraged. You did everyone else. Astoria looks like a jade because her eyes are a dark green and she Loki gives Jade West energy. Harry, shhhh, that show hasn't come out yet, Luna whispered. Whoopsie. And me? Daphne asked, looking ready to commit murder. Molly said, can one of you please lay the table? Dinner's ready, Remus said, entering the dining room. Sure thing, David, Harry responded brightly. Even Remus gets one. I'm so going to kill you, Potter. What? It isn't my fault he looks like a David, Daphne huffed. Dinner was a somber affair. The Weasley twins, who understood Harry's disappointment about once again being tied to schooling, used magic because they were of age. Woohoo. To drape black fabric over the ceiling, light candles, and Harry persuaded Creature to play sad music on a piano, the twins levitated into the kitchen. What's this, a funeral? Kingsley Shacklebolt said mildly as he and Tonks entered the kitchen. Pretty much, Harry replied. All my dreams got decapitated by Fudge. Harry James Potter, you should be thanking your lucky stars you can still attend school, young man, Molly scolded. Thanking my lucky stars? I didn't do anything wrong in the first place. Harry argued, except in the actual hearing. Tonks said unhelpfully. Did I hallucinate or did you summon a student with a camera? Harry went pale. Creature, he said slowly. The elf understood and vanished. Harry Potter, what did you do? Hermione said darkly. Harry gulped but he was saved by the sound of Creature popping back, a slightly disheveled Colin with him who tossed Harry his invisibility cloak. You forgot me, he said mournfully. I am so sorry, Colin. Harry said, hugging the younger boy. Tell you what, take 300 people points. FAVURITSM, Ginny yelled angrily, punching the table. Thanks, Harry, can I go home now? Of course, bye, Hugh. Daphne stormed out of the room. Neville sneezed. Ron grinned. You're all so predictable, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Molly rounded on him before Neville and Ron could start arguing with him. Harry, what does Colin mean by you forgot me? She asked, eyes dangerously narrowed. Tonks, care to explain? Bye. She disappeared with a crack. Kingsley, however, was a letdown. I'm assuming Colin was left in the ministry stranded all day. All day, Harry, explain yourself, Molly demanded. I'm sorry, he exclaimed. I met up with Susan and Colin tagged along. We wanted to explore the wizarding world a bit. Then when I took Susan back to her aunt, I must have left Colin there too. Oh, by the way, Susan's coming to stay tomorrow. We have a group project to work on. Is that so, dear boy? I wasn't aware of any group projects for our 5th years, Dumbledore said, entering the room. Harry scowled. The man was supposed to be ignoring him this year, Luna said so. The plot changed, Luna whispered to him. Harry sighed heavily. Oh, it's not for school. We want to learn more about ministry laws so I can get myself expelled again. Harry was glad Draco and Daphne taught them all legilimency over the summer. Oh, please do, Snape said monotonously. Why are you here, sir? No one invited you, Ginny asked rudely. Potter did, actually. I thought Draco would want to see his godfather, Harry said instantly, holding his hands up in surrender when Ginny turned to him. Goodness me, is it Pick on Harry Day or something? Ooh, we should do a Pick on Harry Day every month. Neville sneezed. Yes, please. Daphne agreed, re-entering the room and sitting down next to Draco. You've all been demoted, Harry said flatly. Luna is my only favorite now, and Fred, George, and Susan, the rest of you suck. As if, Hermione said snippily, you love everyone equally. Because you're all so annoyingly lovable, Harry said, throwing his hands up in frustration. It's impossible to be mad at you for more than 20 minutes. Oh, the horror. Snape and Remus said sarcastically at the exact same time with the same facial expression. I know, right, Harry said. He didn't really pick up on sarcasm much, or pretended not to, no one could tell. Harry inwardly grinned to himself. Oh, if only the adults all knew. His friends were going freak out when Susan arrived. Susan arrived and Remus complained the house was being flooded with too many hormonal teenagers to keep up with, so he hid in the library for 2 weeks. Moo Winnie, I miss you, Harry whined through the door, wriggling the doorknob. Remus turned his page, only half-heartedly responding. Should have thought about that before you let the twins switch my shampoo with blue hair dye Harry. To be fair, that's like the oldest prank in the book and you really should have been prepared for it, Harry said evenly. Anyway, Molly says if you don't come out soon I am allowed to find a more creative way to force you to. Apparently you're really important to Fawkes. Remus sighed heavily and finished the sentence of his book before responding. He really did hate people interrupting his reading. Fawkes. Yeah, I don't know why though you still haven't given him a burger or even fries. Harry. Yes, go away. Harry turned to Ginny, whose wide grin matched his own. Go time. Go time. Ginny laughed evilly and grabbed Harry's bag, quickly unlocking the door and throwing the bag in before slamming it shut and locking it again. Hey, I'd warded that, Remus complained. Yeah, well, Daphne is really good at wards, Harry retorted before adding a hasty, don't tell Molly or the ministry she used magic underage. Ginny snorted, probably because her mother came before the ministry and Harry's, scary people that tell me off scale. Remus didn't respond. Harry's grin slowly got wider. Harry. Yes, your bag is moving. Harry laughed delightedly when he heard Remus' shout of surprise. Ginny cackled, sliding down against the wall with tears streaming down her face. What have you two done now? Neville asked them suspiciously on his way past. Our garden needed denomying, Ginny said innocently. We couldn't very well leave them there to just come back again whilst we were gone, though, could we? Fred and George apparated. Harry was still incredibly jealous right next to them, smiling from ear to ear. We'll show you the memories and the pensive Sirius got you later, George promised. At dinner, Remus was bruised and scowling, but he was present. Molly gave Harry a look, but she couldn't tell him off. She'd told him to do whatever it took after all. The next morning, Hogwarts letters arrived. Prefect, Draco and Daphne cheered. Oh, me too, Hermione said, smiling widely. Ginny squealed and gave her a hug. Hedwig hooted proudly. And me, Susan said, already reading her supply list. Not me, Harry said brightly. Me neither, high five, Ron cheered. Oh, Neville said quietly as a prefect badge fell into his lap. Goneville. Harry and Ron screeched, patting him on the back and cheering. What's with all the racket, I see? Oh, well done, dears. Tell you what, we'll have a party tonight. Draco, Severus wants a word. You too, Daphne, darling. Best go quickly, he's in a frightful mood. Neville, can I borrow your badge? Harry whispered. Snape in bad mood only ever meant mischief to Harry. Neville nodded and handed it to him, still grinning bashfully. They all traipsed downstairs, Harry with a prefect badge pinned to his chest. Draco, Miss Greengrass, if you could. No, absolutely not. Something wrong, Severus? McGonagall asked, having entered the house for the next order meeting, giving the potions master a faux concerned look. Why? Severus said hoarsely, why would you give it to Potter? Because he's a model student and will be an amazing prefect, of course. McGonagall lied smoothly, despite the mirth in her eyes. Really, Severus, have more faith in the lad. 20 people points to McGonagall, Luna exclaimed. But Harry revoked everyone's right to give and take points, Ron argued. Correction, everyone except for Luna and Valdi, Harry said. I hate you. Awa, that's so sweet. Harry watched with a grin as Snape clenched his fists, practically growling. Minerva, you cannot be in your right mind. The boy is an irresponsible, arrogant little no. Everyone whirled around to face a horrified Sirius. Harry, you traitor. It's so shiny, isn't it? Harry giggled, twirling proudly. Neville and Draco snorted. You cannot be a Minnie, why would you do this to me? Sirius said, tears welling up in his eyes. April Fools, Harry screeched. It's Neville's badge. Minnie, you are the best teacher ever. I love you, and you absolutely have to come to my wedding. Harry, it's August, Hermione said, looking exhausted. Your wedding? Minerva asked, looking curious. Yeah, when I have one, love you, but I have to dash now, or I'm going to get killed by two men that are still pretending to hate each other's guts. BYE. Harry ran for his life and set off Walburga for the 3 billionth time that summer. I'm so glad they are leaving in a week, Remus said. Wow, that's no nice of you, Fred or George said sarcastically. Oh, most of you are fine, Potter is the problem. Wow, Moony, imagine hatting your own nephew, Harry said with an eyebrow waggle, reappearing to return Neville's badge. I don't hate you, Harry, I'm just old. You're in your 30s. Yeah, old. There is far too much dialogue happening right now. That's because there's like a trillion people living here and in and out all of the time, Neville, get with the times. Hey. Don't talk to me like that, it's Remus who said he didn't want you. He didn't mean it, he just, enough, Molly screeched. Everyone froze. Dumbledore has called an emergency meeting. It's too dangerous for you to go shopping together without an adult present. Severus is taking Draco and Daphne as he's been briefed already. Arthur is picking up supplies for the rest of you with Sirius. Go back upstairs and please don't set anything on fire. Harry, I said don't set anything on fire. Molly yelled through the wind as everyone stood outside the house, but within the boundary and flames came out of the 7th floor windows. I didn't do it on purpose, Harry argued. It just sort of happened. Fiendfire just happened naturally, did it? Remus said. Harry had never seen him look so angry. He gulped. I didn't know it would be so hard to control, I just wanted to learn how to fight, Harry shouted back. If he got angry too, he wouldn't get badly hurt when people turned on him. Susan would later tell him it was a form of trauma response, but he couldn't care less. He quite liked Susan. He didn't know how they got so close so quickly, but he wasn't complaining. She was fun to have around. You all sit and talk strategies for hours, and meanwhile us lot are left with nothing. No training, no information, nothing. How are we supposed to protect ourselves, huh? Tell me that. No one answered him. I'm going to stay with Sirius, Harry said bluntly, storming into the house now that Bill and Kingsley had managed to quell the flames. Technically, only the wizard that cast it can end it, but Bill was a curse breaker, so he knew secret things. Harry, Molly chased after him. Remus sighed and pinched his forehead. Harry didn't go and live with Sirius. He did refuse to leave the attic, though. He pulled his mattress in there, had Creature move a bathroom with a shower and toilet and a sink in there for him. If it was Remus and Suit, the man never said anything and went on strike. He only ate ham sandwiches without the crusts, and only if it was Luna or Susan who made them. I'm not mad at them or anything, Harry said. I just can't right now. Obviously, it was Hermione and Ron that got through to him in the end. They might not know everything anymore, but they were still his closest friends. He had to protect them. Then let us protect you too, Hermione said when he explained this to them. From yourself, at least. They hugged for ages after that, and then it was time to go. 5th year, Remus said cheerfully, hugging Harry tightly. Go smash it, kiddo. I will, and I'm sorry, I know I'm kind of difficult right now. Hey, you're Harry, you're amazing just as you are. I hope you still think that when you find the gnome I hid under your pillow, Remus paled. Sop, Draco said, kicking Harry in the leg when he was still grinning halfway into the train ride. Molly picked up the foul little creature by the scruff of its neck, examining it carefully. Arthur, she called, and her husband came into the kitchen. Yes, dear. The gnomes appear to have followed us. Arthur peered carefully through his glasses. Indeed, he commented. However, I don't remember them being this shade of pink, do you? I knew it, Harry yelled loudly, pointing directly at Umbridge, who was perched at the teacher's table with a smirk. I knew I hadn't seen the last of you. In fact, I was dreaming about you again last night. You had stolen Crookshanks and renamed him Cookie. Hermione wasn't pleased at all. Be quiet, Mr. Potter, and take a seat, Dumbledore said calmly. You actually said it calmly this time, Harry exclaimed, then sat down at the Hufflepuff table with Cedric. The first years were sorted without hassle, and the sorting hat gave out a warning, for the first time in Harry's Hogwarts years. "Wow, even inanimate objects have more sense than the Ministry," Harry said quietly. Susan and Cedric sniggered. "Now, before we begin our feast, there are a few last-minute notices to be given out. Firstly, Professor Dolar's Umbridge is joining us as the new defense against the dark arts teacher. I trust you will give her a warm welcome." Now Mr. Filch would like to give a polite reminder that, hem. Dumbledore blinked and turned around. Harry snorted. If Umbridge didn't give him such bad vibes, she'd be his new favorite. Umbridge stood and made her way to where Dumbledore was standing, and he sidestepped to give her room, dipping his head slightly. "Now, before I speak on behalf of the Ministry, I must ask Mr. Potter to return to his house table." "Okay," Harry said agreeably, moving to sit next to Daphne at the Slytherin table. "Mr. Potter, you are in Gryffindor House." Umbridge simpered, eyes cold. "Am I? The last I heard, the Sorting Hat still wanted to put me in Slytherin. Ask it if you don't believe me." Harry shrugged, making no effort to move. McGonagall resisted the urge to put her head in her hands. Why was the boy doing his utmost to make powerful enemies? Snape went pale. Potter in his house. That would be a total nightmare. "I don't need to ask that, Hat. You are wearing a Gryffindor tie." Harry paused, took of his tie, and gave it to Blaise, who merrily swapped it with his own and went to join the Gryffindors. "There," Harry said, as if that fixed everything. Dumbledore sighed heavily. "Minerva, the hat if you please." McGonagall shook her head. "I've traipsed to and from your office transporting that blasted hat enough times today. You can get it," she said frostily. Fawkes appeared with a bang, hat in beak, looking at Harry reproachfully. "I know, I'm sorry, Fawkes." "Harry, why? He's still waiting," Harry said mysteriously. Well, mysteriously to all of those that hadn't had to put up with him complaining about Fawkes still not getting his burger at least 6 times a day. "Hat, where did you want to sort Harry Potter?" Dumbledore asked wearily. "Wow, straight to the point, so friendly," the hat said sarcastically. "Slytherin, of course, he plays you all so successfully." "Want me to resort him now?" "Ooh, yes, please," Harry said excitedly, eyes gleaming. Draco and Snape shared a horrified look. "No, that's quite all right. Harry is perfectly settled in Gryffindor," Dumbledore said loudly over Harry's agreement. Harry scowled. "So you woke me up for nothing," the hat sassed. "Yes, I suppose so." Harry shook his head, tutting. "How very rude." "Aren't they all, Potter?" the hat said tiredly. "Wizards. Wizards." Harry shook his head solemnly in agreement. "Mr. Potter, if you had just done as I asked, none of this would have happened. Return to Gryffindor this instant," Umbridge snapped. "Fine, if you're going to be all crabby about it. Why do wizards and witches just whine all the time? It's so irritating," Harry muttered as he plonked himself next to Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table. Blaise winked and strolled back to the Slytherin table, still wearing Harry's Gryffindor tie. Harry didn't mind. He quite liked the green and silver one. "I'd switch houses just for the better color scheme, you know," Harry said loudly. Umbridge wittered on for a while. Harry sat next to Hermione, who gave him a summary, as she always did, every 30 seconds or so. "So basically the Ministry wants control over Hogwarts," Ron said when the food appeared and they could talk a bit louder. "And yes, actually," Hermione tried to hide her surprise. "That's exactly what she's saying. You're getting smarter," Harry said in jest, and Ron punched him on the arm. When McGonagall passed them their timetables the next morning, Harry whooped loudly. "We still have Dada and potions with Draco and Daff." He waved his timetable at Ginny excitedly. "All right, show off. I get Lunar in every class pretty much." "Ouch," Harry held a hand to his heart, looking offended. Double divination first thing on a Monday was a treat rather than torture this year. Harry had decided he quite liked Trelawney, and since his and Ron's predictions often had a ring of truth to them, Trelawney loved them all the more. "It appears, dear, you were correct indeed when you had that dream about the pink frog," Trelawney said, looking pleased. "And in fact, I saw her arguing with Minerva just this morning." "Which backs up the cat theory," Harry added. "A few weeks ago I dreamt that the pink frog was being chased by a giant horse." "Interesting." "Now, Ronald dear, we're starting with crystal ball revision this year. Could you please tell us what you see?" Ron gulped nervously and looked into the crystal ball. Lavender and Parvati watched intently. There appears to be some sort of winged horse." "This Stral, maybe. They're an omen of death," Harry said helpfully. "Yeah, maybe. Oh, and I can see a giant troll." "A troll? I think so. Wait, no, it's just Sirius," Harry cackled. "I am so telling him you said that. What's he doing?" "Running shirtless down some random corridor." "Again? Honestly, that man is out of control." Later that day, Ron confessed he did actually see what looked to be a giant troll as well as Sirius whilst he, Harry, and Hermione went to visit Hagrid, who had vanished off the face of the earth. McGonagall, who told Harry pretty much whatever he wanted to know, admitted he was on a mission for Dumbledore, but she hadn't been told where. Her guess would be something to do with giants. Straight after divination was their first Dada session. Umbridge laid down the law as soon as they entered the room. "There will be no wands or magic inside of this room," she said. Hermione's hand shot up into the air. "Yes, miss. Hermione Granger, ma'am. Aren't we going to need to practice defending ourselves?" Umbridge simpered slightly, and Harry scowled. "Not in this school, no. There is nothing to defend yourselves from, so there is not need to practice. The theory will be enough." Hermione bristled. Harry grinned. What happened next was quite possibly the greatest showdown of his life. "So theory will get us a pass in our practical despite never practicing the spells required?" Hermione raised a brow. "Yes, but surely it's important we learn how to protect ourselves," Hermione exclaimed. "Dear girl, there is nothing to protect yourself from," Umbridge said, smiling despite her narrowed eyes. "Except maybe Voldemort," Hermione retorted, adding ma'am as an afterthought. Harry resisted the urge to whoop loudly and high-five her. It was quite possibly the trickiest thing he'd ever done. "Detention," Umbridge said coldly. "He who must not be named is dead, as you all very well know. Anything else you are told is a lie." "But Harry, hand up," Umbridge ordered coldly. Dean's hand shot up in the air. "Yes, Mr. Dean Thomas. Last year, Harry told us all he was back. He was under the influence of Veritaserum, so it has to be true." "The Prophet is lying, you can't trust. Mr. Thomas, the Daily Prophet is a ministry-approved newspaper. Do you really think it would lie?" "Yes," practically the whole room chorused. "Well, I don't hear Mr. Potter speaking up about you-know-who's return. Perhaps he's decided it's time to end the lie. Mr. Potter, did you or did you not see Voldemort return in June?" "Honestly, ma'am, I don't really remember," Harry said mildly, playing with his sleeve in such a way that revealed the massive gash on his arm that was still badly scarred. But he couldn't get penalized for it. "It was a while ago." "Nonsense, Mr. Potter, you either saw him or you didn't." Umbridge clenched her fists. Harry smirked. "Oh, in that case, I didn't see you-know-who." "So, you're finally telling the truth." Umbridge's smile grew wide with satisfaction. "I didn't see you-know-who because you-know-who doesn't exist," Harry said slowly, looking Umbridge directly in the eye. "The person I saw was called Voldemort. Enough, detention for a week. Fine, you can't have me Fridays, though. I'm going to have detention with Snape that day," Harry informed her, looking unbothered. "But we haven't even had potions yet," Seamus exclaimed. "Yeah, but I always get detention in potions, so I know to keep my Fridays clear." "Fine, detention for 2 weeks bar Fridays then. Now, please open your theory books and read Chapter 1. Harry was surprised at how easily she let him have the Fridays free, but he wasn't complaining. Besides, Snape would definitely give him Friday detentions. It was a given. His detentions started that same evening. Apparently, Umbridge was still at war with McGonagall because Harry never gets sent to find her. It was a shame, really. He might have gotten one of her famous shortbread biscuits. "Come on in, Mr. Potter." Harry entered the office, retching at the sight of all the pink. He did giggle at the cat plates that adorned the walls, however. "Ironic," he said. Umbridge narrowed her eyes, but her smile grew wider. "Sit down, Mr. Potter, you'll be writing lines for me today." "Fun," Harry deadpanned, pulling out a muggle pen. "No, you'll be using a quill, and a rather special one of mine," she said, sickly sweet. "Oh, is it legal?" Harry said just as sweetly. She didn't respond, instead handing him a black feather quill. Harry asked for ink. "You won't need any ink." "Fine, be all mysterious about it then, see if I care. What am I writing?" "I must not tell lies." "Okay." Umbridge must not tell lies. Umbridge must not tell lies. Umbridge must. Harry studied the back of his hand. Interesting, the quill seemed to be using his blood as ink. Oh well, it didn't hurt as much as the Cruciatus. He would live. He didn't really want another scar, though. Well, a cool or funny one would be all right. Luckily for him, Remus had taught him wandless and wordless glamours over the summer. Umbridge grinned, satisfied by his blood-stained hand and the clear message written across it. "I must not tell lies. Not as deep as I would like, but no matter, I'm sure it will sink in more tomorrow." Harry nodded and skipped out of the office. "She did what?" Hermione cried in outrage, studying the back of his hand carefully. "That has to be illegal." "She works for the minister, Hermione. We can't do anything about it," Ron said, eyeing Harry's hand darkly. Hermione, Draco, and Susan shared a knowing look. "I forgot you're all ministry nerds," Daphne said, entering the room with her sister and instantly glaring at Harry's hand. She got you too then. Yeah, why? Who do you know that she got? Me. Astoria held out her hand, and Harry could clearly make out the phrase, "I must not answer back to my teachers." Eek. Hermione frowned. My detention is tomorrow. Harry looked over at Luna, who was smiling serenely. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? He asked her. She nodded. Most likely. Harry grinned. Good. By the way, Hermione, my hand is fine. It's just a glamour. He shook his hand, and the glamour fell. On his hand were 2 words, barely visible, they were so finely cut. Umbridge stinks. Harry was determined to enjoy himself this year. In potions, he'd started refining his decorating skills now that he mastered the actual baking. Sprout's birthday cake this year was going to be a spectacular 5-layer cake. He had it all planned out. Snape wasn't impressed when Harry showed him and told him to make it in his own time. Harry ignored him and started making practice cakes every potions lesson. It meant he had detention almost every night, but oh well. At least it meant he did the actual learning too. Potter. Angelina pushed her way through the throng of students, glaring harshly at him. Quidditch tryouts are on Friday. Yeah, and? You got yourself landed in detention with Snape again. Oh, oopsie, don't worry, I'll sort it. Oi, snape. The hall went silent. Snape looked up. Umbridge was nowhere in sight. Good. I can't do detention tomorrow, I've got Quidditch. Does next Tuesday work for you? No, you will come tomorrow as planned. It's your own fault for being an insolent little. Umbridge entered the hall, red with rage, dragging the twins behind her. They were grinning heartily and waving at Dumbledore. Hem, I think we need a staff meeting, headmaster. Umbridge said sweetly, and Harry resisted the urge to gag. How about tomorrow? Harry suggested innocently. All right then, Dumbledore said, amused. Severus, if you could move your detention with Harry to Saturday just this once, that would be wonderful. Harry grinned widely. Fine, Snape bit out. Ron laughed. Angelina smiled, satisfied, and the day went on. Quidditch tryouts were fairly successful. Ron, after spending a year practicing with Harry and Draco, made the team as keeper a year earlier than he was planning. He was smiling proudly for the next week. Ginny innocently told Harry she was waiting for him to be dethroned so she could replace him as Seeker when he asked her why she didn't try out. Harry didn't take her seriously, but he did wonder. Ginny did, after all, spend a lot of time with Luna. Chapter 7, please, Umbridge said as soon as they all sat down at their desks. No one made a sound, taking out their books in silence until Harry spoke, of course. Yes, ma'am. He saluted, opening his brand new copy of the Chronicles of Narnia. Umbridge frowned. Neville hid his face behind his book. When Harry acted up, he was usually the first to laugh. Mr. Potter, yes, that is not the book you should be reading. Umbridge simpered, glaring at Harry through a fixed smile. Neville sneezed loudly. Harry blinked at her. But I read the other one. I highly doubt that. Umbridge's gaze turned frosty. She was losing control. Everyone knew it. He did. We watched him. Draco said lazily, cracking the spine of his potions textbook. I've read mine too. And me, Hermione added. Neville sneezed again. Maybe that's why he sneezed so much, because of stress and stifling laughter. Harry grinned at Umbridge. It was a very good, by the way. My favorite part was when the dog died. Ron covered his ears and screamed. No spoilers, he yelled in outrage. I'm still on chapter 10, Umbridge seethed. I demand that you know. This is highly no, Mr. Potter. Harry carried on, staring at Neville's ear. He really did have small ears. It was quite funny, to be honest. Mr. Potter. He really should ask Luna about Nargles. The air felt really busy. Oh, since when did Lavender get her hair braided? The pink looked gorgeous. Potter. Ow. Harry rubbed the back of his head and looked reproachfully at Umbridge. Sorry, were you talking to me? Yes, Mr. Potter, you were being really quite ill-mannered. Harry shuddered and shook his head. Oh, my name isn't Harry Potter, so that's actually your fault. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it. Are we really doing this again? Harry said exasperatedly. I know my own name, and it isn't Harry. Well, what is it then? She asked, checking her watch. Time always seemed to slow when Potter entered the room. I'm not telling you because you hit me. Enough of this foolishness, shrieked Umbridge. Detention. You can't give me detention, Harry argued. You don't even know my name. You wouldn't be able to document it. Your name is Harry Potter, so yes, I can. Umbridge smirked. Go on then, ask Dumbleby. I bet he'll know my name. Oh, look, here he is. Dear boy, why have I been summoned to your classroom by Messrs. Weasley? Because she doesn't know my name. Sir, it's October already, and she still doesn't know her pupils' names. It's driving me crazy. She keeps calling me Harry Potter. But Harry isn't. No, wow, even my own headmaster doesn't know me. What a letdown. Harry slammed his book shut, and Hermione winced. Harry mouthed an apology and patted the book carefully as if it was a small dog. Harry, nope, not talking to you until you get my name right. Harry folded his arms and pouted, the epitome of a petulant toddler. Miss Granger, Mr. Malfoy, care to share? Dumbledore asked, not bothering with Harry's other friends who were practically on the floor, they were laughing so hard. It's Perry Hodder, sir, Draco said, looking like he wanted to go to sleep for 10 years. Well then, Mr. Ho-Oh, he's gone. Yes, he's gone to get the celebration ready, Ron exclaimed. It'll take a while to hang up the streamers. What celebration? The headmaster looked around, confused. Most of the other class members were shrugging or looked as dumbfounded as he did. Oh dear, headmaster, you can't have forgotten again, Ron said mournfully. Honestly, it's slightly embarrassing for you. Dumbledore shook his head and left. He was sure he'd find out somehow. And find out he did. It's that time of year again, folks, Fred yelled during dinner, standing on the bench to make himself heard. The biggest celebration of the year, George chimed in. The one and only birthday of Professor Sprout, the finished together, grinning at the herbology professor, who was smiling. Oh, not again, Snape murmured quietly. Everyone began singing Happy Birthday after some forceful encouragement from the twins, and Harry wheeled in a huge 5-layer cake with a big black dog by his feet. The big black dog could join us this year, Harry said cheerily when everyone had finished singing. Thanks to Professor Snape, of course, for organizing everything again like the kind gentleman he is. Snape resisted the urge to leave. He's honestly so awesome, like, have you ever met a sweeter man? Snape left. Oh, he's gone. Anyway, cake time. We've got chocolate, Victoria sponge, coffee and walnut, lemon drizzle, and for some reason ginger. I ran out of cake ideas. Harry scratched the back of his head. Dobby did that one. I think it's a house elf favorite. The next day, Harry's friends all met up under the Whomping Willow. Naturally, as dangerous things often did, the Whomping Willow had taken a liking to Harry after he apologized profusely for the car incident, and so let him and his friends sit underneath its branches whenever they felt like it. Harry and Luna had written and sent out a letter to every single student anonymously. The letter warned students about Umbridge's detention methods and requested all students sign up to a secret edition of the Quibbler, known as the Quabbler. The Quabbler, written exclusively by Harry, Luna, Ginny, and Daphne, gave students the inside scoop of goings-on at Hogwarts, started the odd rumor here and there about a few staff members, and most importantly, gave students advice on staying safe in the castle. The next few editions gave students different remedies for the blood quill, including healing spells and potions, and gave tips and tricks on mastering wandless and wordless glamours. They included instructions to make scar-removing cream for those who couldn't master wandless and wordless magic, and requested any students who did have to use the blood quill find Colin Creevey, who took pictures as evidence to use later. Harry was pulled aside one transfiguration lesson by McGonagall, who knew exactly what they were doing, as she had promised to help Harry in his 4th year. It's working, she said simply. Harry smiled and nodded. He too had noticed far less crying students with cut hands in the past month since the Quabbler came out for the first time. The staff had tried everything to get Umbridge fired. Fudge, fed up of what he continued to believe were false accusations, instead promoted her to High Inquisitor. Amelia Bones was furious, but nothing she said or did was making any difference. She and Kingsley were collating and keeping record of evidence Harry would send to them routinely, but they had to watch their own backs. Fudge was firing anyone who spoke out against him left and right. In the end, as a last-ditch attempt to end the blood quill's reign once and for all, Draco took one for the team. I can't believe you got yourself put in detention on purpose, Neville said, swatting away a stray branch that was trying to steal his sandwich. Draco shrugged and rubbed the back of his hand, where the words "I will not argue with my professors" were still faintly visible. Had to be done. My father was furious when Uncle Severus showed him my hand last weekend. He ended up escorting me to Fudge himself and made him confiscate the blood quills. She's not allowed to carry out detentions herself either. Everyone she gives them to has to have them with their head of house instead. Except me, Harry added brightly. I get mine with Snape. Lucius is the only man who Fudge will do absolutely anything for to keep him on side, Daphne added, except remove Umbridge from the school entirely. Did you hear? She's inspecting all the teachers now, Ginny said, joining them. McGonagall is not happy at all. They can't fire Minnie, she's too good at what she does, Harry said. There would be outrage from every direction. Dumbledore, however, they're desperate to be rid of him. He's still widely loved, though. It'll be difficult. They're more likely to try and arrest him or push him to go on the run, Ron said. Everyone gave him a funny look. What? It's possible. I agree with Ron, Luna said. Everyone nodded along after that. So when Luna agrees, you'll all listen to me. Fine, I see how it is. Ron sulked for the rest of the day. Queen of the night time. Child of nightmares. Professor Sinistra high-fived Harry as he entered the astronomy tower, looking bright-eyed and chipper despite it being midnight. That's not a very nice nickname, Neville said when no one else seemed to question why a teacher was calling a student names. To be fair, though, Harry started it. She shrugged. Nicknames are meant to be true. I can hardly call him star pupil, can I? He's a nightmare. It was actually Severus who came up with it, not me. See, told you I'm Snape's favorite, Harry said smugly to Draco, who rolled his eyes. Sure, we'll go with that. Fair enough. Right, folks, today we're looking at dwarf planets. Once the lecture had been given and everyone was busy peering through telescopes and documenting dwarf planets, Sinistra made her way over to Harry and Luna. Miss Lovegood, you're supposed to be in bed. Luna just smiled serenely, looking through Harry's telescope. The Nargles told me you wanted to speak to me and Harry. Oh, well, yes, I do actually. It's about the Quabbler. How do you know about the Quabbler? It's top secret. Harry glared at her, pointing an accusatory finger. Miss Weasley thought I'd find it amusing. She's right, it's brilliant. Anyway, I came to tell you I have some hot gossip for you. Harry's eyes shone. Go on, he said, and Hermione rolled her eyes. So, I was headed to breakfast yesterday when... Whilst Hermione could not condone gossip, she had to admit the Quabbler struck gold during astronomy the previous evening. We finally managed to watch a memory of and print a showdown between the one and only Minnie and the frog, Harry squealed, jumping up and down. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting to witness one for myself? 2 months and 23 days. Draco deadpanned, pointing at the tally on the back of Harry's timetable. Don't ruin this for me, Harry warned. Or I'll personally request Dobby give you extra jam. I'm used to jam on toast now, that doesn't scare me. Oh, Draco, you think too small. I'm talking jam with every meal. Draco paled considerably and fled. Harry chuckled. He's so easy to blackmail. Why did it take me 4 years to figure him out? Harry asked Daphne, who didn't answer, rolling her eyes. Because you were blinded by hatred. Wow, Ginny, say it like it is, why don't you? Sorry, Ginny said, not looking at all sorry. By the way, Christmas is on the horizon. Hermione sighed loudly. Ginny, it's still November. Yeah, we have the first Quidditch game of the season before Christmas, Ron pointed out. I don't care, Christmas is far more important. Harry, I have a challenge for you and Snape is going to absolutely hate you for it. Harry grinned. What is it? 2 words, gingerbread, Hogwarts. Harry gasped loudly, clapping his hands in delight. That is genius. Got to go, guys. I need to find Fred and George to help me write up some measurements. Come on, Daphne, you're good at maths. Bye. After he'd sprinted off, Ginny and Daphne in tow, Ron and Hermione shared a look. Sometimes I'm selfishly glad we have so many more friends purely just so we don't have to deal with every single one of his mad ideas, Ron said, shaking his head in amusement. Can you imagine if it was just us 3? I'm glad I'm not the only one. I think I'd have many wrinkles if it wasn't for the others. Draco huffed next to them. I'm surprised you 2 lasted as long as you did. Time flew by. Harry was shocked when the end of November rolled around, and the first match of the season fell upon them with no warning whatsoever. Well, there were actually several warnings, but Harry was always in detention, so his teammates didn't tell him on purpose as revenge. Even Fred and George kept it quiet. Fred and George had also had a very busy month. After Harry had given them his winnings, they had been gathering supplies and beginning the development of the first Weasley Joke product series, skiving snack boxes. Using Umbridge's classes as test runs, Fred and George created sweets that had you sick in one moment, fine the next. They sold out almost instantly after their release and were consistently making more. Harry delighted in using them every lesson. In fact, he used them so often that eventually he just stopped going altogether. Umbridge didn't seem to care, so Harry used her lessons to visit Sirius and Remus. McGonagall let him use her flu so he was undetected, and practiced the actual defense against the dark arts curriculum, as Remus still knew it from his year as a teacher. He'd also made a plan to make sure everyone could learn actual Dada, and had told Hermione so she could help him organize and come up with a way to keep it secret. As Umbridge was High Inquisitor, she had been making changes to the school under Dumbledore's very nose. Decree after decree were hung on the wall, bringing with them a sense of doom and despair. Naturally, she had somehow caught wind of Harry's plan and banned teams, societies, clubs, and the like, unless they had her express permission. Quidditch, of course, had been banned as it counted under teams. Slytherin got permission instantly, as did Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Umbridge delighted in refusing to give Gryffindor permission, until McGonagall and Dumbledore had stepped in. She was forced to relent, and so the Gryffindor versus Slytherin Quidditch match was full steam ahead. Ron proved himself worthy and saved at least 60% of all goals. Fred and George were as ruthless as ever, and the Chasers were at their peak. Harry, well, he was the same as usual. Delighted to be going up against Draco for the first time in a year and a half, this time as friendly rivals, he spent half the time trying to wind him up by diving, rolling, speeding, and looping in random directions, not even looking for Snitch until at least half an hour had passed. "Come on, Potter," Angelina had shrieked at him, wet through. Oh yeah, it was raining. Actually, was it snowing? Harry stuck his tongue out. Yep, it was snow. No wonder Angelina wanted a quick end to the game. Harry started to search, the snow getting heavier until finally he spotted the Snitch. He sped towards it with vigor, Draco close behind. He urged his broom on, stretching out a hand, but he's going to crash, Hermione shouted, grabbing Ron's sleeve. Right at the last second, Draco stopped. Harry kept going, barreling into Umbridge and snatching the Snitch from right by her ear. Hooch blew her whistle, and everyone landed in the fresh layer of snow. Harry, somewhat sheepishly, offered Umbridge his hand as he climbed to his feet. She slapped it away. Harry quickly clambered back onto his broom and joined his teammates. The twins were grinning gleefully, both at their win and Harry's stunt. Angelina looked concerned, as did Katie and Alicia. Ron was smiling proudly. "We won," he said cheerfully. "That was a great catch, mate." "Thanks, Ron. You make a great keeper," Harry replied, dusting the snow off his robes. "Mr. Potter." Harry turned to face a very furious Professor Umbridge. "That was incredibly foolish and irresponsible of you. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ban you from Quidditch due to the intentional harm of a teacher." "It's not my fault the Snitch was right by your head," Harry argued. "You can't do that," the Weasley twins cried, leaping to Harry's defense. "Actually, I can," she smiled, tapping her High Inquisitor badge, looking far too satisfied. "Broomstick, please, Mr. Potter." Harry scowled and handed over his firebolt. The twins glared at the pink toad. Angelina, Katie, and Alicia looked crushed. "Ron, don't," Harry said quickly, when his best friend opened his mouth. "She's not worth your energy." The Weasley twins were next to be banned only 2 days later, after filling her classroom with the same glitter Harry had used on Sirius last year, that multiplied every time she tried to vanish it. Harry, with no broomstick, no Quidditch, and only 1 detention a week, skiving Umbridge's lessons really opened up his schedule, had to find other ways to kill time. He dedicated most of his time to, well, multiple things actually. Neville taught him piano. He spent weekends sneaking into Hogsmeade with Ron, Ginny, and Daphne, and he spent evenings with Hermione, deciding who to invite to their new secret club that would be starting a few weeks before Christmas. They were still coming up with a name. He spent free periods annoying Draco, afternoons with Luna hunting for whatever creature took their fancy, and for some reason spent every Tuesday night visiting random teachers. He'd spent one Tuesday with Sprout helping her make new clothes for the venomous Tentacula he'd accidentally tamed last year, and another with Flitwick asking for stories about his mother, whilst he hung up Christmas decorations in the Charms classroom. Flitwick had suggested early November was too early, but Harry disagreed. It was never too early for Christmas. One very memorable Tuesday he'd spent with McGonagall, or at least, he thought it was McGonagall. He may have kidnapped a random tabby cat and fed it tuna whilst he rambled on about goblin rights. Snape had simply slammed the door in his face. So Harry spent the evening singing Celestina Warbeck loudly and using the office door as a drum. Every time Snape tried to cast a Muffliato or put up a ward, Harry simply had Dobby remove it again. Trelawney had been more than willing to have a cup of tea whilst they discussed the origins of his scar. Actually, that had been in one of their lessons, but it was on a Tuesday, so it counted. After a session on planetary alignment, Trelawney had asked him if he was born in midwinter. "No, I was born in summer. My scar was born in winter, though," Harry said, flicking through a copy of Shakespeare's Macbeth. "Harry, your scar was made in October. That's autumn, not winter," Neville pointed out hesitantly, as if he already knew Harry was going to have an answer back. "If you say so," Harry said with a shrug. Oh, Voldemort was born in midwinter, so I'm still technically right. Aha, there it was. Ginny replaced Harry as Seeker, and the beaters were more irrelevant side characters Harry couldn't remember the names of. So, Hermione paced up and down the Hog's Head, where many students were gathered in a large huddle. We've got a meeting place. We have a method of communication. She pulled out a bag of galleons and passed them to Draco to give out. Harry will be giving most of the input, along with Cedric, who has done his owls already. What about studying at Newt level? A 7th-year Slytherin asked. Because Harry was insane and had bonded with random students all over the school, the group of students wanting in on the secret Dada Club was huge. Deciding it would be too big for every year group, Harry and Hermione decided to restrict the entrance to 4th year and above only. They advertised the meeting in the Quabbler, and Harry, taking inspiration from his first year, made it so only those who wanted to learn Dada outside from Umbridge for good reasons would be able to see the advertisement. Anyone with ill intention or no interest would remain clueless. I mean, a lot of Newt stuff is revision, with a focus on nonverbal casting and speed, and a bit of wandless casting too. So practice makes perfect, I guess. Remus gave me his copy of the Newt curriculum from when he was teaching for you guys to use. Harry tossed Cedric a rather large book, and he caught it deftly with one hand. Show off, Harry muttered. Cedric grinned. So how are you going to keep it secret? Easy. Hermione whipped out a piece of parchment. This is a contract. You sign, and if you break the secrecy, everyone will know exactly who you are. All of our galleons will also go icy cold, so that we know to dispose of evidence and take any necessary action. And if we don't want to sign, a blonde, irritating-looking 4th year called Zacharias Smith said obstinately. Harry didn't really know why he was there if he was just going to whinge incessantly. You leave. Harry pointed at the door. It's that easy. You go before we give you the information that would get us caught if you were to tell. No one moved. Hermione handed Harry the parchment and quill, and he signed it quickly, passing it to Neville, who followed suit. Ha! Cho asked incredulously. Staring at the document, there's no way you're calling this Harry's army. He most likely is. Blaise smiled lazily, scribbling his signature with a flourish. That's exactly the sort of thing Potter would do. It's not Harry's army, sillies, Harry exclaimed. It's the Hippogriff Alliance, duh. Yeah, duh, that was, like, really obvious. One day, Astoria, you'll be so sarcastic your tongue will fall out. Harry warned her, looking very serious. It will be the best day of my life. No, you'll miss it when I can no longer give you awesome ideas. You can write them down. What if I don't want to? Well, then you wouldn't be telling me anyway. Harry smiled, satisfied that he had won that one. Now, can you all please hurry up and sign or leave? I want to show you the secret meeting place. Harry had been keeping a secret. Well, Harry had lots of secrets, but not intentionally. It was more just that no one ever asked him, so he never told. It really was that simple. After several Hogsmeade trips last year with Luna to meet with Rita Skeeter in the Hog's Head, a pub that many avoided due to the crabby owner, Harry had, in typical Harry style, befriended the man. For some reason, disliked people often loved Harry. Don't ever let him meet Bella. Sirius had warned Draco one evening during the summer, looking the most solemn Draco had ever seen him. It would be a very tragic day for us all. They'd either take over the world together or destroy it in a fight. Draco had responded, watching Harry try to turn himself into a flamingo using a pink highlighter and a Death Eater mask. How he got hold of a Death Eater mask no one knew. If anyone had bothered to ask him, though, he would have told them. Maybe. Anyway, once Harry had befriended Aberforth by complaining very loudly about Dumbledore, Luna had been correct once again. He admitted he knew a secret passageway into the castle. He introduced them to his sister, Ariana, and Harry saw the room of requirement for the first time in his life. It's a room full of bubbles. Harry clapped and jumped up and down in delight. Luna hummed happily and the room changed. It turns into whatever you want or need it to be most, she explained to Harry, who looked dumbfounded. It's perfect, he gushed, looking at the practice dummies with a keen gaze. Once Hermione had received the document with several signatures, she cast another spell and the contract was sealed. Everyone present fell silent and Harry leapt to his feet. Come on, let's go. He dragged Hermione to the portrait of Ariana and she smiled, swinging open to let them all pass. Who was that? Hermione asked, struggling to keep up with Harry and panting slightly. Bumblebee's dead sister. Isn't she sweet? The Ha was a huge hit. Once they had figured out how to enter the room of requirement without going all the way to Hogsmeade, it was Neville who worked it out first. Surprisingly, they scheduled their first meeting, keeping in mind Quidditch practices. The meetings all ran better than Harry and Hermione could have hoped for. Harry, despite still clearly being off his rocker, was an excellent teacher, and he and Cedric worked well together. Cedric tended to give the verbal instructions, and Harry would demonstrate and give the occasional story from his past Hogwarts years. Then they would split everyone into pairs or groups and patrol the room, correcting stances, grips, wand movements, and pronunciation. Harry stressed the importance of intent when casting. Like how small actions can create big issues down the line, the wrong intention of a small spell can cause extreme harm. Harry explained. The only intentions you should ever have are the intention to protect, amuse, achieve, or support. Or cause chaos, Dean added helpfully. I said that already, didn't I? Amuse, Harry responded. Now, let's go again. Soon enough, the last week of school was upon them, and it was the final meeting of the calendar year. They focused on revisiting areas of weakness, and Harry promised that after the holidays they would move on to the Patronus charm. Outside of the Ha, the atmosphere in Hogwarts remained fairly somber. Umbridge was causing issues left and right. Filch was having a field day writing students up at every possible opportunity. Dumbledore hid away most of the time, and Hagrid was still missing. Harry rather missed their Friday night visits. One charms lesson, the day before they broke up for Christmas, Hedwig flew through the classroom window and landed in Harry's lap. Oh my goodness, the poor thing. Parvati cried, looking at the bleeding and ruffled snowy owl in dismay. Did a cat get her? No, but a frog did. Harry muttered to himself, gently untying the small scroll tied to her foot. Good girl, Professor, please can I? Yes, of course, go. Harry grabbed his bag and sprinted to the staff room. He'd only been there once before to confront Snape about a book. Speaking of Snape Potter, what could you possibly want now? The potions master sighed. Harry held out his owl, for once not bothering to remind Snape that this was the staff room, not his office, so the you bother me at least 10 times a week outside of class point was moot. She's hurt. Snape, to his credit, gently took Hedwig from Harry and opened the door. In, he ordered. Harry stepped swiftly inside, letting the door fall shut behind him. Only Snape, McGonagall, Sprout, and Professor Grubblyplank were inside. Shouldn't you all be teaching? Harry asked curiously. It's technically a bank holiday today, Sprout explained. Anniversary of one of the Minister of Magic's deaths or something like that. Unfair, Flitwick is still teaching us. That's because he loves teaching more than an extra day off to catch up on admin tasks. McGonagall looked up as she spoke. What are you doing here, Harry? Someone's been trying to read my mail. Harry gestured at his injured owl, who hooted miserably right on cue. Snape had placed her gently on the table and was examining her left wing and right leg carefully. Professor Grubblyplank scowled and joined Snape, and they worked together quietly to identify the main injuries and act accordingly. Sprout gasped in disbelief and McGonagall sighed and shook her head. My money's on Umbridge, she said stoutly, and Harry nodded his agreement, hiding his surprise at the lack of professional boundaries in place, only due to the mutual hatred of Umbridge of everyone in the room. She's got a broken wing and a nasty cut on her leg. Professor Grubblyplank informed Harry as she picked up Hedwig carefully. Professor Snape has fixed her up as much as can be risked on such a small creature. The rest she'll have to heal on her own. Are you happy for her to stay with me for a few days so I can monitor her progress? She'll receive the utmost care, I promise. Yes, thank you, Professor, and thank you, Professor Snape, Harry said earnestly, stroking Hedwig's head gently with one finger. Snape nodded in acknowledgement, and Harry left feeling much better than he had before. He unrolled the scroll carefully, feeling ever so slightly guilty about the message that got Hedwig caught in the first place. Harry, it's a deal. Stay crazy, unfortunately, the bad day wasn't over for Harry just yet. After heading to bed early, he woke up screaming in the middle of the night. Not funny, Ron said, annoyed, then took one look at Harry's face and went pale. I know that look. Something bad has happened, hasn't it? Harry nodded, knowing full well that Dean and Seamus were staring at him in confusion. We need to find McGonagall now, Harry said, flying out of bed and sprinting from the room, Ron and Neville 2 paces behind. They tried to keep up, but Harry was fast from years of being chased by Dudley and was a good 3 meters ahead at all times, banging on the door to McGonagall's private quarters and explaining the situation before Ron and Neville had caught up with him. She pursed her lips and led them to Dumbledore's office hurriedly, giving the gargoyle the password and knocking on the door at the top of the spiral staircase harshly. "Headmaster, it's urgent. Come in." She pushed open the door and ushered the three boys into the room. "What is it?" Dumbledore asked immediately. "Harry, what did you see? How do you know I can never mind? You need to send healers to the Department of Mysteries for your weird little rota of wizard guards now," Harry demanded, trying to quell the tremor in his hands. "Nagini is in the ministry and is heading that way. I think Arthur is currently the person on watch. You need to get him to safety before Nagini gets there first. Professor Dumbledore, please," Harry begged. Ron gulped and looked like he was trying not to be sick. "Dad," he trailed off. Neville put a hand on his shoulder, looking shaky himself. Dumbledore conjured a patroness, a phoenix, and spoke calmly. "Arthur, you need to leave as soon as possible. Use the emergency port key. I'll explain later tonight why." Dumbledore turned to the three fifth-year Gryffindors and gestured for them to sit. McGonagall stood behind them protectively. "First of all, Harry, I need you to tell me exactly what you saw," he said calmly, not quite meeting Harry's eyes. Harry didn't mind. It meant he didn't have to constantly fight Dumbledore out of his head. "I saw Nagini in the Ministry of Magic." "Who is Nagini?" "Valdi's snake." "How do you know that?" Dumbledore laced his fingers together, looking up at the ceiling. Neville shifted uncomfortably. He hated being interrogated. Hopefully the focus stayed on Harry as it usually did. "Because she was at the graveyard and in the dreams I had during last summer before the World Cup," Harry explained hoarsely, silently wishing his mouth wasn't so dry. Arthur's patroness appeared in front of them. "I'm safe. One of the unspeakables has been attacked by a snake. She's being transported to St. Mungo's imminently. It's bad." Ron practically collapsed with relief, shoulders slumping. He rubbed his face with both hands before sitting back up. He still looked ill, but he wasn't quite so pale. "Okay, now you know Mr. Weasley is indeed safe and unharmed. I need you to tell me how you know all of this highly classified information discussed only in order meetings." Dumbledore gave the three boys a cursory glance and tapped the desk with a single finger. Harry didn't answer. "Now please, Harry. You already know how. Your lack of confidentiality precautions for one thing," Harry retorted, feeling more himself again. McGonagall hid her snort of laughter with a cough. She loved what the staff routinely called Harry versus Dumbledore verbal duels. If she discreetly waved her wand behind her back, no one noticed. "And we very easily stole and returned several documents after of our successful intrusions." Dumbledore frowned. "Whilst I am glad that your dream tonight quite possibly saved many lives, I am extremely disappointed in your dishonesty." "My dishonesty?" Harry asked incredulously, feeling the anger beginning to swirl up inside him. "You can't be serious. You've lied to me my whole life and I'm the dishonest one. You have got to be joking." "Oh, hi, Professor Snape," Neville groaned and hid his head in his hands. "Potter," Snape replied, lacking the usual venom. "I assume you're the reason Minerva sent a patroness to me requesting my presence at such a ghastly hour." "Probably," Harry agreed. "The headmaster is accusing me of dishonesty. If anything, the issue is Potter being far too honest," Snape pointed out coldly, "and dramatizing the truth. Any lies the boy tells are usually extremely obvious and told in a way to be such." "Wow, never thought I'd see the day you stood up for me." Harry blinked in slight disbelief. "Harry has just admitted that he has been stealing highly classified documents from order meetings without our knowledge," Dumbledore announced, giving Severus a look. "Yeah, but in fairness, I did just tell you." Harry crossed his arms and leaned back in the chair, ignoring McGonagall's warning about breaking his neck. "But you didn't tell me at the time, Mr. Potter. You waited unital." "I do hate to side with Potter here," Severus cut in smoothly, effectively stopping the headmaster in his tracks. Harry's eyes lit up. "But the boy would have told you he had seen the documents far earlier, if only you had asked." There was a beat of silence as everyone except Harry and Severus realized the same thing at the same time. "You knew he'd seen them and said nothing?" Minerva asked, eyes wide with shock. "Surely you, Severus, of all people, would have delighted in getting Harry into trouble." "Oh, believe me, I did." Severus smiled nastily. "He's been spending every Sunday afternoon cleaning cauldrons and preparing potions ingredients for the younger years since the start of term." "I can attest to that. He always tells us he's on a secret mission on Sunday afternoons and we don't see him until gone midnight," Ron said bravely. Harry snorted and rocked on his chair again. This time he fell backwards. He sheepishly avoided McGonagall's "told you so" look and got to his feet, righting his chair and sitting back down. Severus, you should have told me. Dumbledore looked disappointed. Severus eyed him frostily. You didn't ask me. Harry resisted the urge to whoop and clap. Solid burn, sir, he said earnestly instead. Severus ignored him. Now if that was all, I really must be going. He turned to leave, but Dumbledore coughed. Severus stopped, looking at the headmaster expectantly. What now? I'm afraid, Severus, that you are the most masterful occlumens in this country, and therefore I must request you begin teaching Harry immediately after Christmas. Neville opened his mouth to inform them that actually, Harry, along with most of his friends, were already skillful occlumens. Harry trod on his foot. He snapped his mouth shut and gave Harry a wounded look. Headmaster, why won't you look directly at my eyes? Harry asked randomly. It's a bit weird. Dumbledore didn't answer. Harry smiled in satisfaction. Thought so, he grinned. Can't let your little lamb catch on and aid the big bad wolf by accident, can you? Dumbledore froze. Minerva gave Harry an odd look, confusion clearly visible in her expression. Severus' mouth twitched at the corners. How do you? Dumbledore didn't finish the sentence. Harry smiled wider, manically. How do I what? Harry asked, rocking slightly back on his chair. Clearly, he'd learned nothing. Dumbledore shook his head, thinking fast. Harry would only know about his connection to Voldemort at most. It was a discussion they'd had before. The boy was just frustrated and lashing out. Yes, that was it. Minerva, please escort Mr. Weasley, Mr. Longbottom, and Mr. Potter back to their dormitories. Harry frowned. He'd really wanted another verbal dance war, and the headmaster was refusing to give him one. Oh well, he'd have plenty of opportunities to snark Snape after the holidays. Minerva sighed and herded them out of the office, Severus following behind. Ron never did tell his siblings just how close their father came to dying that day. Harry, Hermione, and the Weasleys returned to Grimmauld Place for Christmas. Draco chose to remain at Hogwarts with his godfather, and the Greengrasses went home. Their family were neutral, so they were safe. Neville and Luna spent the holidays with their own families after spending the majority of the summer with the Order. Susan stayed with her aunt, but visited every now and again. Well, I'm honestly surprised you survived until Christmas, Sirius said joyfully once they'd all unpacked and made themselves at home. Especially Fred and George. Someone has to keep the Marauders' legacy going, George said sagely. Harry's a bit too far gone for pranks now, his whole life is one. That hurt, Harry said sadly, clutching his heart. Like a knife to the chest. I won't be forgetting that anytime soon. Sirius laughed, ruffling his godson's hair. He had finally been discharged from his cousin's care, and moved back into a much cleaner and more pleasant Grimmauld Place. Moody, Bill, Charlie, and Remus had spent weeks combing through room after room filled to the brim with dark artifacts, and checking for any magical residue on every item they could find. Everything deemed dangerous was chucked in the attic, and then hastily moved to the cellar and warded even more heavily when Harry and the twins would spend every waking moment trying to break in. It was a wise move, especially as Harry temporarily went on strike in the attic. When Sirius had moved back in, he went through the items with Bill and Remus, and they chose what to keep, sell, and destroy, after ensuring they were safe once again. About a month into Sirius returning, they had realized Creature had disappeared. Sirius wrote to Harry, and received a letter back claiming that Creature had been so distraught about Harry leaving he had taken up residence at Hogwarts, and was now Harry's personal house elf. This was proved by Creature being the one to deliver the letter instead of Hedwig. If anyone noticed the suspicious-looking locket around his neck, no one commented on it. Once sure everywhere and everything was people-friendly, Molly cleaned every room thoroughly in Tonks. Andromeda and Sirius redecorated, slowly making each room brighter and much more cozy. It was beginning to feel more like a home and less like a prison, in Sirius' opinion, especially when the Weasley children, Hermione, and Harry returned. So, what's the plan for Christmas? Sirius asked brightly. Harry froze. Hold that thought, he said hurriedly, dashing into the hallway. I haven't said hello to my favorite member of the Black family yet. Oh, Hermione shook her head and sighed. Actually, you know what? I signed myself up for this, I have no right to complain. Oh, WLBRG no, Harry wailed, staring at the blank wall in horror. Sirius sniggered, leaning against the freshly painted light yellow bare wall casually. Looking for my mother, sorry dear, we took her down and burned the painting. She's toast. Harry, with a look of dismay, stared glumly at the empty wall. Such a shame, he said, shaking his head. I was so looking forward to seeing her again." The next morning, Sirius gave Harry a look of betrayal as soon as he sat down to eat. "You vandalized my house. You took the fun out of it first." Remus entered the kitchen and sat down next to Harry, who took a bite of toast. "Why does Sirius look like a kicked puppy?" Remus asked Harry evenly. Harry shrugged. "He's just being cranky because I stuck a bunch of his childhood pictures where his mother used to hang." In the one of him at age 7, the resemblance between him and Wednesday Addams is uncanny. Sirius half smiled, thinking he was being complimented. Remus hummed thoughtfully. "Yes, he did look rather like her, didn't he?" Sirius' face fell and looked at Harry and Remus, scandalized. Harry took another bite of toast and Remus turned the page of his book. "I hate you both," he said grouchily before storming off. They waited until Sirius was out of earshot to burst into fits of laughter. Their first day was boring. Hermione, suddenly remembering this was their owl year for the 1,000th time in 3 months, forced Harry and Ron to do all of their homework in one sitting. Then she remembered it was also Newt year for the twins, and did the same to them. If any of them so much as glanced up from their textbooks, she would spray them with a water pistol she'd stolen from the twins. It was pretty effective. In her manic state, no one dared enter the kitchen. In fact, even the order meeting scheduled for that afternoon was rescheduled for the next day, after Hermione threatened Dumbledore with cutting off his beard, knife in hand. It was spectacular. Harry didn't understand how that worked. Dumbledore was, regrettably, the most powerful wizard in a century, so surely he could just grow his beard back or block whatever curse Hermione used. He didn't dare ask Hermione, though, as he felt that if he so much as opened his mouth, he would find himself unable to speak for at least a week. Minerva and Molly were eventually allowed to enter the kitchen, Molly to cook, and Minerva to check over their homework. To Harry and Ron's relief, she seemed impressed by every single essay they had written, including potions and history of magic. "Well done, you 3. I trust we can all eat dinner without risk of losing hair, Miss Granger." Hermione twirled her pocket knife. Actually, when did she get the pocket knife? Harry had noticed her use one before thoughtfully and nodded. Harry was almost certain the entire order were present for dinner that evening. Snape had even showed up with Draco, who smirked as soon as he saw the pocket knife. "It works," he asked Hermione, who nodded. "Wonderfully," she responded and pocketed it. Draco later, after being given permission from Snape to spend the night, explained they had been practicing anti-reversal spells. Anything the knife cut through could not be regrown or stuck back together with magic. Of course, this was limited to fabric, hair, and paper, as Hermione didn't want to risk it falling into murderous hands. Ginny. The girl got cranky very easily. The next morning, Harry decided it was the perfect chance to get some answers. "Mr. Weasley?" he asked innocently. "Yes, Harry. The unspeakable that got put in St. Mungo's, what was her name?" Arthur blinked. Emma something Gerard maybe." Harry leapt to his feet. "Emily Jern," Arthur nodded. "Yes, I think that was it." Harry dashed to the fireplace. "I'll be back for lunch. I need to go and visit someone." Remus put his head in his hands, then gave Harry a look. "Harry, please tell me you haven't been befriending unspeakables on the regular." "Only a few," Harry exclaimed defensively. "And it was sort of by accident. Anyway, got to go, Toodles?" Before anyone could stop him, he was gone. Vernon and Petunia Dursley had been having a very normal morning. Dudley had returned from school and was playing video games in the living room, and Vernon had taken the day off. Petunia was cooking breakfast, and the smell of eggs and bacon wafted through the house. After Dudley's run-in with the Dementors, there had been an air of worry in the house for weeks, but they were finally returning to normal. "Well, until hey, Famalam," Harry called cheerfully from the living room. Dudley screeched and launched his game controller at the wall in his hurry to get away from the skinny brunette boy who had just stepped calmly from the fireplace. Petunia and Vernon rushed into the room, stopping in their tracks at the sight of their nephew. "Boy, you are not welcome here. Leave at once," Vernon demanded, going red, then purple. Harry smiled pleasantly at him, shaking his hand vigorously. "Oh, don't worry, it's just a flying visit. Oh, is that bacon I can smell? Don't mind if I do." Harry strolled past his relatives and into the kitchen, making himself a plate of breakfast. "For the road," he explained at their dumbfounded looks. "I need to visit someone, but if Valdi's emo pals find out my current address, they might try and gate crash our party." Petunia mouthed emo pals, looking horror-stricken. "Get you and your freakishness out of here now," roared Vernon. Harry nodded agreeably. Yes, yes, of course. Just need to. Harry pointed his wand at the fireplace and muttered a few spells. Just erasing all flu history. Wouldn't want Voldemort's catching on, would we? Oh, by the way, I'm pretty sure Molly cast a tracking spell on me right before I jumped in the fireplace, so expect some visitors in the next 3 minutes. I delayed them a bit by flooding the kitchen so I'd have time for a quick catch-up before never seeing you again. Toodaloo. Bye, Potter, Dudley said suddenly, waving. Good luck with whatever it is you're up to. Harry blinked in surprise. Awa, you're emotionally maturing, how sweet. Bye, Big D, loving the self-work. Harry skipped merrily out of the front door, leaving it wide open so they could watch him summon a huge purple bus and disappear to goodness knows where. Harry James Dursley. Molly halted in shock at the sight of the 2 adult muggles still frozen in shock in the hallway, and Dudley happily playing on his game again. Don't ever associate us with that brat, Vernon snapped, seemingly coming back to himself. And get out of my house. No can do, I'm afraid, not until we have Harry. Remus glared at Lily's sister and her husband. Petunia couldn't meet his eyes. Harry left, Dudley said helpfully from the sofa. Some purple bus thing took him. He was wittering on about emos and pants for quite a while. He isn't, surely, Hermione asked desperately, looking between all the adults now gathered in the Dursley household. He wouldn't be that reckless. Molly shook her head, flicking her wand. No, dear, he's just arrived at St. Mungo's. He probably flew here first in case the wrong people got wind of the address we're living at. Remus shook his head. He might be a bit demented, but he is smart. Hermione scowled. I know, it's infuriating. Well then, we should probably get going. Oh wait, is that bacon I can smell? Ron asked. Bacon? Serious eyes lit up. Ron sniggered. If you were in dog form, your ears would have pricked up just then. Ron jibed, heading towards the kitchen. Oh, a full English breakfast, enough for all of us, I reckon. Who wants some? The entire cohort consisting of Sirius, Remus, Hermione, Molly, and Arthur followed Ron into the kitchen. Draco had stayed behind for his own safety, and Ginny was busy trying to coax Crookshanks into catching a wraith larger spider in her bedroom. The twins were still asleep, apparently. Ron made sure to leave enough for a small breakfast each for the Dursleys, which wasn't difficult as Petunia always cooked a mountain for her son and husband, and they all traipsed out of the door, leaving 2 stunned and 1 rather indifferent Dudley behind. By the time they'd all apparated to St. Mungo's, Harry was nowhere in sight. Vanishing their plates, Andromeda made her way towards them, looking bemused. Harry Hunting, are you? She asked, smiling. He's on the 7th floor, room 26. I must say the patients were delighted to see him. But that's not, Miss Jern was sleeping and he didn't want to wake her, so he went to find Neville instead. Andromeda hurried off. She was working after all. They dashed upstairs and found Neville and his grandmother sat quietly with his parents, whilst Harry, the twins, and Lockhart appeared engrossed in conversation. Lockhart's here? Ron hissed to Hermione, who shrugged. To be fair, his whole brain was wiped. She murmured back. Where else would they put him? I'm more surprised by the twins. I'm not, Ron snorted. They find trouble quicker than Harry does. Apparently people like my autographs, Lockhart was saying to Harry, who was nodding along. I was an author. Not really, Harry said. You can't believe anything anyone tells you about your past except me. People lie, you know. Okay, Lockhart said agreeably. You were the one who saved me from that dark cave in the castle after all. That cave was the Chamber of Secrets. You'd gotten trapped down there with no memory, and so me and my friend came to save you. Anyway, the truth is, Harry said slowly, you're actually a zookeeper. A zookeeper? My, that doesn't seem right at all. Lockhart shook his head. Are you quite sure? Positive, Harry said firmly. You have a lovely Phoenix exhibit, but they're all getting a bit hungry. The last I heard they had escaped and were breaking into Muggle burger shops. What's a Muggle? Lockhart asked. A big green thing with 1 eye and purple tongues, Harry explained. Fred and George, looking elated, were watching the interaction silently, eyes glinting as they suppressed their laughter. Oh, I see. The people here told me it meant people with no magic. Well, to be fair, they don't have magic, Harry said quickly. But anyway, your best zoo exhibit were peacocks. Peacocks? Actually, I have felt very drawn to peacocks since arriving here, Lockhart said cheerfully, twirling his peacock feather quill. Well, I have some bad news then. Harry looked suddenly solemn. After the phoenixes broke out, the ministry took all of your animals away and rehomed them because they were starving, Lockhart gasped. My poor bobbies, he cried. Don't worry, Harry said hurriedly. They've all gone to good homes. Except the peacocks, they got stolen. They currently live at Malfoy Manor with Barbie. Barbie? Yes, Barbie, but I promise you as soon as you're allowed to leave here we will go and get your peacocks back, Harry promised. Draco's going to kill you, Fred whispered. Harry grinned. Thank you, Harry, Lockhart said earnestly. Harry shook his hand and stood up, looking at the flabbergasted group in front of him. We can go now if you like, Harry offered. Molly stepped forwards, eyes shining dangerously. Harry fled. Hermione, wake up. Hermione forced her eyes open. The room was dark and she couldn't see the figure that was making her mattress bounce vigorously. No light shone through the curtains. Harry, stop shaking me, she demanded, sitting up and glaring at the overexcited teen sat at the end of her bed, practically vibrating with excitement. But we're going to miss it. Hermione shot out of bed, panic in her eyes. The train, but I set my alarm specifically so that wouldn't happen. Oh, McGonagall is going to. Hermione did a double take, staring at her clock in disbelief. Harry grinned sheepishly. Harry James Potter, why did you wake me up at 4 a.m? Hermione growled. Harry smiled innocently. Because it's snowing and I want to make a snow fort before we have to leave for school. Hermione pulled the curtains open. Despite the darkness and her growing annoyance, she couldn't help but smile at the white wonderland that had seemingly appeared overnight. Harry flicked the lights on. Hermione covered her eyes, trying to adjust to the sudden brightness. You've done it now, she said to Harry, gesturing with her hand to Ginny, who very much took after Ron when it came to waking up in the morning. Ginny rolled over and scowled. What time is it? She asked, yawning. And turn the light off before I kill you, Hermione. It wasn't me, Hermione said indignantly. It was Harry. What's Harry doing in here? What time is it? She asked again, glaring at the pair of them. Hermione bristled, annoyed she was getting partial blame. Time to get up and play in the snow, Harry exclaimed, stealing the covers off of both beds and leaving the room. Meet you downstairs in 5 minutes. Ginny spotted the clock and punched her pillow. Hard. Hermione left quickly, not wanting to face the girl's ire. Despite her fury, Ginny met Harry, Hermione and Ron downstairs, and Harry found himself at the mercy of 3 furious teenagers who just wanted to go back to bed. After they eventually got bored of hitting him with snowballs, they began working on the snow fort. Halfway through, Harry vanished again, only to appear with a very grumpy Remus and a bright-eyed Sirius. It's 5:30 in the morning, I'm going back to bed, Remus grouched. Sirius waved his wand and the door shut and locked itself. Remus unlocked it with his own wand, but the door didn't budge. Creature won't let you leave until you help us with our snow fort, Harry said cheerfully. Remus sighed and joined Harry, Hermione, and Ginny. Ron was too busy throwing snowballs for Sirius to try and catch in his mouth whilst in dog form. The twins joined them at 7, and Molly called them all in for breakfast at 9. By that time, the snow fort was pretty much a snow cottage, with a bedroom, living room, and a broom cupboard for some reason. Nostalgia, Harry said, which apparently no one else found funny as they stared at him disbelief. What? I know you think my cupboard was awful, and it was, but it was still my home for like 10 years, he defended. By 11, it was time to go back to Hogwarts. Harry was sad to be leaving again. Is it too late to go to America after all? Harry whispered to Sirius, who shrugged. Say the word and I'll come get you from Hogwarts, no matter what Dummel says. Sirius whispered back, knowing Harry would never do that to his friends. However, maybe for one weekend. Once back at the castle, Ginny and Harry tracked down Daphne and Luna, and the 4 didn't leave the kitchen all weekend. In fact, none of them showed up in classes until double potions on Monday afternoon. Professor, look, we did it, Harry said excitedly as he and Daphne worked together to levitate their creation into the classroom. Snape rolled his eyes. Harry ignored him. It's a gingerbread Hogwarts, measured meticulously and decorated delicately, Harry explained, even though no one asked. I even made a gingerbread Snape to go with it. Harry handed his professor a gingerbread man, decorated in such a way that matched Snape almost perfectly, robes, hair, and even displeased scowl. Severus put it on his desk without a word, simply said, Detention Potter, Greengrass, and continued teaching. Colin found Harry the next day and returned his invisibility cloak, along with a picture of Snape eating his gingerbread counterpart whilst marking essays. Harry smirked triumphantly. Snape was mellowing. Not even a week passed before the Ha had their first meeting since Christmas. Since only Harry had ever cast a corporeal Patronus, he led the meeting himself, Cedric joining in with the learning. The memory has to be happy, but not like basic-level happy. It needs to be the sort of memory that has you curled up on the floor laughing, that has your heart so full it could burst. The more personal and sentimental it is to you, the stronger it is," Harry explained whilst his stag patrolled the room. "And then, once you all master the charm, I'll teach you how to put a glamour on it. The minister loved my ostrich patroness when he tried to expel me during the summer." "The minister tried to what?" Ernie asked. "Expel me," Harry sighed sadly. "I don't like to talk about it, it reminds me of what I missed out on." "Almost missed out on," Hannah corrected. "You are still here after all." "Exactly." Harry wiped a tear from his eye. "What do you mean, exactly? Actually, don't answer that, I don't want to know," Cho said. Harry shut his mouth, looking disappointed. Ron laughed. "So, what's the incantation?" "Expecto patronum, and the wand movement goes like this." Harry waved his wand, and his stag patroness did a lap of the room before stopping in front of him with a tilted head. "Oh, you can send messages too," Harry realized. Go and find Lucius Malfoy. Lucy, you're a thief and I will get my revenge, mwahahaha." Draco went very, very pale. "Harry, why would you do that? You know who their current guests are," he hissed. Harry shrugged. "Oh yeah, tell Valdi that there is a new nose shop being built in Diagon Alley should he change his mind and want one." "Harry, please stop making the target on your back bigger," Hermione groaned, just as Draco shot a stinging hex at him. "Ow, sorry." He held his hands up in surrender. "Okay, now you all give it a try, remember happy memories." Harry meandered around the room, correcting and giving tips. By the end of the meeting, no one had managed a corporeal patroness yet, but Harry promised they would keep practicing for as long as it took. "Good work, everyone. See you next week." Voldemort was having a rubbish resurrection. First of all, he had returned looking far less handsome than before. Then he had been teased by a foolish teenage boy who had escaped his grasp for the 4th time, and most of his loyal followers were still in Azkaban. Lucius was much less enthusiastic than his younger self. Narcissa was barely seen. The Malfoy child hadn't been home in months, and the other Death Eaters not in Azkaban were all such whingebags. Especially Pettigrew. He wished Severus wasn't stuck at that stupid school. He was the only one that Voldemort could tolerate for longer than 5 minutes. He also had one very big problem. Potter. The boy seemed to have no sense of survival. Well, no sense at all. The child had been quite a pain in the backside all summer. Severus had mentioned the child had gone a bit wild, but he hadn't mentioned the order knowing about the months of torment Voldemort had been receiving from the boy. He hadn't told Severus either. Yes, better keep that to himself for now, lest the Potter boy let it get to his head. Howlers singing children's songs arriving late at night. Thank goodness for silencing wards. Gnomes seemingly appearing from nowhere. Angry letters from some random wizard called Gilbert who seemed to think Voldemort was responsible for releasing his bobbies. Voldemort had no idea what the fool was on about, but some of the letters mentioned Potter, so he knew it had something to do with the boy. Gilbert, or whatever his name was, had also been sending letters to Lucius, long rants about stealing peacocks. But the worst thing Voldemort had to deal with was the Potter boy's patroness. The stag, although sometimes an ostrich and sometimes a frog, appeared at least 3 times a week. "Hey Valdi, just wanted to remind you that I killed you when I was a baby. In case you'd forgotten, of course." "Hey ye, Tommy boy, you'll never guess what happened. A Dementor tried to steal my cousin's soul. I almost got arrested for it, but I wasn't even there, and they didn't even expel me. The nerve. Riddle me this, what can you catch but never throw? A cold." Then the patroness had sneezed. Those were only a few. By some stroke of luck, they never appeared when Voldemort was in the company of his followers. Until today, that was. He had begun making plans to break his followers out of Azkaban. In fact, in the current Death Eater meeting, it was the main topic of conversation. Until out of nowhere, the stag appeared in a flash of white light. He saw Severus' lip curl in fury and his eyebrows raise in surprise. Yes, he had forgotten how much Severus despised the boy. To Voldemort's surprise, the patroness stopped by Lucius first. "Lucy, you're a thief and I will get my revenge." "Mwahahaha," Lucius blinked. Voldemort pinched his forehead. "And tell Valdi that there is a new nose shop opening in Diagon Alley should he change his mind and want one." "Potter." Voldemort screeched. "That's it, I don't care anymore, no more planning. We go to Azkaban tonight. Severus, return to Hogwarts and find a reason to punish that brat." "Yes, my lord." On the way to Azkaban, Voldemort felt something in his brain. It felt a bit like a door being unlocked. "Hey Voldy, turns out we are connected telepathically. How cool is that? Now I can tell you about the Dursleys." Voldemort sent a message to Severus through the dark mark. For some reason, occlumency did not block the incessant chatter inside his head. When he tried to read the boy's thoughts through whatever link this was, he found only images of yellow ducks dressed like Death Eaters. He needed to kill the boy, and soon. "Potter, with me now." Severus grabbed the child by the arm and dragged him to the headmaster's office. "No, no, no, please, anywhere but here," Potter begged. Severus shoved him in and Potter stumbled slightly. Severus pushed him into a chair. "Ah, Severus, Harry, what can I do for you?" "Potter has been sending patronesses to the Dark Lord, headmaster. I also just received a message from the Dark Lord claiming that the two can speak telepathically." Potter gasped. "That was confidential. Expecto patronum. Valdi, I can't believe you sold me out like that. Not cool." Dumbledore looked very, very grave. "Harry, what are you doing is dangerous," he warned. "If you let Voldemort into your head, he could possess you or gain information he could use to help him win the oncoming war." "No, he can't," Potter said, swinging his legs. "Severus, I trust you remember my instruction to teach Harry occlumency." Severus scowled and opened his mouth to protest, but Potter got there first. "I don't need teaching, I already know how," he said. "Go on, headmaster, try and break into my head." Dumbledore shook his head, still not meeting Harry's eyes. Wow, Luna had been right then. Dummels really thought Voldemort could take control of Harry. "Severus, if you would." Snape raised his wand and met Harry's confident gaze. "Legilimens," he said monotonously. For a few seconds no one moved, and then Snape stumbled backwards slightly with a small frown. "Well," Dumbledore asked, "I got an image, and found myself tossed from Harry's thoughtscape rather quickly." Snape sounded surprised. Harry grinned. Snape was the best Legilimens in the country, and the best at occlumency. Better than Dumbledore and Voldemort. Draco had told him, so it must be true because Draco was a terrible liar. But Harry had been controlling his thoughts and suppressing emotions for years, having lived with the Dursleys, and Draco had been teaching them all the intricacies during the summer. Also, Harry was insane. "The insane mind is hard to break into," Moody told him. Well, fake Moody, but still. Fake Moody was pretty insane, so he should know. "An image of what?" Snape refused to answer. Harry helped him. "Rubber ducks," he said innocently. "Dressed as Hogwarts professors, can I go now? If you swear to me that you will never use this connection with Voldemort again." Dumbledore still looked very upset. Harry sighed heavily. "I pinky swear." He didn't hold his pinky up or link it with Dumbledore's, so it wasn't legally binding, and he skipped out of the office. Oh, how he'd missed skipping. It was almost as good as Quidditch. "Severus?" Dumbledore asked, as soon as the door to his office swung closed behind Potter. "Keep trying to break into his mind, will you?" Severus nodded. He tried to during potions. He saw 3 pigs in Muggle clothes and was tossed back out again. He tried to in the Great Hall and saw several dancing frogs holding hands and meowing. He tried again in the corridors and he saw several lions with ginger wigs on their heads. Voldemort's fury at not being able to break into the child's mind, even when Harry was asleep, gave Severus the reassurance he needed. It also made him wonder how had Potter been having the dreams about the corridor if not from Voldemort himself, or accidental connection. The only conclusion was Potter had somehow managed to break into Voldemort's mind, not the other way around. Severus shuddered. If Potter wasn't quite so good-hearted, his insanity would make him a formidable Dark Lord. Then he shuddered again, because he'd complimented the brat. "Uh-oh," Harry said, looking at the paper, for once genuinely frowning in concern. "That's not good at all." "What?" Hermione snatched it from him and skimmed the article. "Mass breakout, this is really, really bad." She pursed her lips and went very pale. Ron choked on his cereal. "Bellatrix Lestrange is the one who tortured my parents," Neville said quietly, and Harry nudged his shoulder comfortingly. "Don't worry, Nev, we won't let her get away with this." Neville gave him a small smile for his efforts and then sneezed. "So much for the Ministry being awesome, though, eh? Seems like all they've managed so far is to help Valdi. No offense, Susan." Harry patted Susan on the head, and she threw his arm off with a half-hearted scowl. "None taken, Auntie is furious." Susan shook her head and sighed at the paper. "If only adults actually listened." Ron shook his head just as Umbridge walked past. "The Ministry don't have a clue," he said, stabbing his bacon with his fork. "McNair killed my mum's brothers." "I bet they've blamed Sirius," Harry grumbled. Daphne appeared behind them, turning the page over Harry's shoulder and pointing. "Yep, right there. Apparently he's trying to rally the Death Eaters or something," she said, sitting down as Harry shuffled up to make room. "They would kill him on the spot," Neville added, frowning. "Sirius, that is. His cousin Bellatrix would consider him a traitor." The group all looked at each other darkly, Draco joining them with a glum look on his face. "It's a good job you got me out for the summer," he said quietly. I expect they are all at Malfoy Manor now and will be for the foreseeable future. You won't be going back there. He promised. Did you hear? Fred leaned across the table towards them. Umbridge is starting to inspect the other professors this week. As if this day couldn't get any worse. Ginny groaned, letting her head drop onto the table with a loud thud. If she sacks McGonagall, I swear, she won't, Harry said confidently. She has other people she wants out more, and McGonagall is too good at what she does. The most she can do is force her to abide by certain rules. Dumbledore, however, he's a target. That week, Umbridge was present in Harry's potions and divination classes, as well as his career's meeting with McGonagall. Divination had been highly entertaining. Umbridge seemed content to prowl around like a cat, sorry Minnie, scribbling on a clipboard and talking to Parvati and Lavender quietly. Both girls looked worried. It all went wrong when Umbridge asked Trelawney for a prediction. You can't force the inner eye, Professor, Harry said, looking dead serious. It isn't something that can be commanded. He heard Dean snicker and resolutely ignored him, fighting back a grin. Oh, Umbridge said, sickly sweet. How about you predict something for me then, Mr. Potter, since you are so knowledgeable on the subject? I predict that you'll fire McGonagall, Harry said, folding his arms and leaning backwards. There. Now Minnie would definitely never be fired because Umbridge would never let Harry be right. Umbridge didn't respond and instead turned back to Trelawney. You are in grave danger, Trelawney exclaimed. Umbridge hummed, wrote something down, and left. The next class they had Umbridge in attendance for was potions. Harry, not in the mood for baking, decided to just take part in the lesson. His main reason was so he could focus on the Umbridge and Snape showdown rather than ensuring he didn't overcook his pastry. Chew pastry is extremely delicate after all. So you applied first for the defense against the dark arts position, is that correct? Umbridge simpered, as the class worked on their potions in silence. No one dared speak, content to eavesdrop on the interaction between the dungeon bat and the pink toad. Yes, but you were unsuccessful. Obviously, Ron snickered, and the icy glare he received promised retribution. Harry stiffened when Umbridge made her way over to his cauldron, peering at the contents with distaste. Mr. Potter, what have we here? Harry locked eyes with Snape, who raised a brow. Not today, Potter, or you will pay. Dreamless sleep potion, ma'am, Harry said politely. I'm on the final step. He added 3 drops of cobra venom and stirred once clockwise, and the potion changed from flamingo pink to a deep midnight blue. HMPH. Umbridge stalked out in a huff. Potter, Snape snarled. Yes, Harry looked up innocently. Snape didn't say anything, instead studying the perfect potion with disbelief. Why? He croaked eventually, giving Harry a look that the teen really couldn't figure out. Turns out being really good at baking and cooking teaches some great potion skills, Harry said brightly. Speaking of, I'm getting a bit bored of baking now. I'm thinking of moving on to proper cooking soon, once I've mastered chew pastry. I've had practice cooking for the Dursleys, but I'd like to get better with spices and flavors. The Dursleys eat very bland food, you see, Harry wittered on, carefully pouring his potion into a vial and gently placing it on the desk. Snape looked as if he was barely restraining himself from throttling him. Ron snorted and earned himself a whack on the head with a roll of parchment. Harry had been looking forward to his career's meeting for weeks. He was expecting Umbridge to be in attendance due to her incessant obsession with his life, but he didn't really care either way. Evening, Professor McGonagall, Harry chirped, sitting down in the chair opposite her desk. McGonagall smiled at him, not even sparing Umbridge a glance. Good evening, Mr. Potter. I trust you know why you are here. Of course. So tell me, what careers are you thinking of for your future? McGonagall leaned forward slightly, interested. Harry frowned. Truth be told, Professor, I don't really know. I thought I wanted to be an Auror. Umbridge coughed. She was ignored. But I'm not sure all the paperwork and fighting is for me. That is perfectly adequate reasoning, Mr. Potter. Have you looked into any other opportunities? Well, I was going to go to Romania with Charlie during the summer to get an idea of what working with dragons is like, but obviously with Valdi's return I couldn't really leave the house. Umbridge coughed louder. McGonagall's eyebrow twitched. I see. Well, if you want work with dragons, or other reptiles, assuming you will be using your skills at Parseltongue, Harry nodded. Yes, in that case then, it would be wise to study hard for your care of magical creatures Owl and Newt. Potions and charms are also important for such a career due to protective equipment, healing spells and potions, and development of new antivenoms or potions that can be discovered through working and researching in this field. Okay, Harry didn't write it down as he had an excellent memory. So once Valdi is dead, dragons is an option. Umbridge coughed. Cough drop, dolors, McGonagall asked with a voice of steel. No, thank you, Minerva. I just wanted to say that I do not appreciate you continually allowing Mr. Potter to speak about who as if he is alive. You are encouraging the child to lie. On the contrary, ignoring negative behavior is often far more effective than punishment, as lies are often for attention. If anything, my lack of reaction and Mr. Potter's continual persistency on the matter could suggest he is telling the truth. Umbridge turned a rather ugly shade of red, and McGonagall turned back to Harry. Any other career options you like the idea of, Mr. Potter? Yes, Harry said eagerly. I don't think I would want to work with dragons all the time. You see, maybe just in the summer or something. Curse breaking sounds cool, but I'm not as good at wards as Daphne. You would require an owl and newt in ancient runes, which you would have to either sit late or start studying for now. Oh, okay, that's fine. I think I'll give that a miss. I can always study and sit them when I'm older if need be. The other thing I'm really interested in is teaching, Harry said conspiratorially, eyes shining. Umbridge went a very pleasant shade of red. McGonagall raised a brow. Teaching, Mr. Potter. Yes, Harry said, smiling brightly. I feel like it could be fun. Do you have an idea what subject? Well, either something culinary related, I'm quite a good cook-baker, or maybe defense against the dark arts. With the abysmal grades you have for my subject, Mr. Potter, you are most unlikely to get the required grades in your OWLS, NEWTS, and Mastery. Umbridge simpered, more pink than red after processing what Harry had proposed. Potter, if you really want to teach and excel, I will be more than happy to assist you in whatever way possible. McGonagall retorted firmly. Harry grinned. Thanks, Professor. I think I'd like to play Quidditch professionally for a few years after I leave school and maybe study a mastery alongside. A good goal and first step towards building a solid career. I have no doubt, Mr. Potter, that you will be most successful in whatever you set your mind towards. Thank you, Professor. I really do appreciate it. Harry got to his feet. Have a lovely afternoon, Professors. He nodded at both McGonagall and Umbridge, only letting his smile drop from his face once he was sure they couldn't see him. He was ambushed as soon as he reached the common room. Harry, look! Ginny grabbed his hand and yanked him towards the window. Harry peered out. What am I looking at? It's pitch black. The only visible thing is the fire from Hagrid's Hagrid spack. Ron sprinted down from the dorm, Neville in tow, and Hermione stood up from the couch. Let's go. Ron tossed Harry his invisibility cloak. We can't all fit under that, Hermione pointed out. We aren't 11 anymore, Harry grinned. Hey, Creature. Yes, Master. Creature, please, Harry is just fine. Can you teleport us all to Hagrid's hut? Yes, Master Harry. What about the snakes, the badger and the eagle? Creature asked, rubbing his hands together. You can find them once we are down there and see if they want to come. Luna may be there already. She loves Hagrid. Creature popped the 5 of them to Hagrid's doorstep and Harry knocked excitedly. Not even been back for 5 minutes. Awry, how'd you know I was heir? Hagrid asked after opening the door with a wide smile and a plate of treacle tarts. Ginny saw you from the common room window. Hagrid, where have you been? The half-giant ushered them inside, barely even noticing when Creature came back with 4 more students. Luna, as Harry had predicted, was already there, curled up on the floor with Fang. Hagrid told them everything. About Madame Maxime, the giants, the Death Eaters. The teenagers all listened in silence, enthralled at the adventure Hagrid had been on. Once he'd finished telling his story, the students all tried to recount the part of the school year Hagrid had missed, interrupting each other and bickering about the finer points. Umbridge sounds like a rig nightmare, Hagrid said, shaking his head. Should know, awry, my contract is changed. I'm only teachin' care of magical creatures to 1st to 4th years. Professor Grubblyplank will be handling owl and newt students, since she's more qualified than I am, with me Bane expelled and all. Hagrid said sagely, looking at Harry through his thick eyebrows. Ron sighed in disappointment. They stayed for another hour or so, catching up and joking around before Hagrid had to kick them out. You have lessons tomorrow, you need your rest, he said gruffly. It was the day. After that, everything began to go wrong. They had been on their way to the room of requirement when the coins went ice cold, turning silver in their pockets. No, Hermione gasped, quickly pulling out her wand and summoning the list of Ha members from her bag. What do we do? Ron asked urgently, staring at his now silver galleon in horror. Hermione, can you destroy the contract without breaking the agreements within it? Harry asked quickly, pulling out the Marauder's map and scanning it hurriedly. Umbridge's dot was heading in their direction. Fast. If it's destroyed, everyone can speak freely without fear of punishment, Hermione responded, clutching the contract tightly. Okay. Harry took a deep breath, pinching his nose. Okay, creature, Dobby. The two house elves appeared, looking at Harry expectantly. Take this list and find all the students on it. Tell them to go back to their dorms, and if they haven't left, tell them to stay there. Then take this list to Grimmauld Place. There's anti-summoning wards around the property, so Umbridge won't be able to get hold of it. Tell them to dispose of the coins. No, that won't work. Tell them to put their wand on the coin and say this spell. Hermione used a muggle pen and scribbled something on a separate piece of parchment. This is the counterspell to the one I put on them when we started all of this. It will turn them back into normal galleons and make them gold again. She wrote it twice and ripped it in half, giving one each to each house elf. Kreacher took the list. He didn't know the students of the Ha as well as Dobby did, and they both vanished with a crack. Give me your coins, Hermione said to Harry and Ron, who handed them over without complaint. She muttered the spell and the three of them turned around, but a cough they knew far too well echoed through the corridor behind them. Harry shoved the map into his hoodie pocket. He'd gotten it back when Barty Crouch Jr. had been discovered before the summer holidays. You aren't going anywhere, Umbridge said, voice sickly sweet. The trio spun back around to find the inquisitorial squad blocking their only other escape. They were trapped. They were dragged to Dumbledore's office, not bothering to struggle to get away. Once they'd reached the office, Umbridge sent the inquisitorial squad back to their dorms and escorted the three teens into the room herself. Here they are, Minister. Unfortunately, we could not catch the others, Umbridge simpered. Dumbledore was sat behind his desk, looking as calm as ever, but there was a certain steel in his eye when he looked at Fudge. McGonagall couldn't decide to glare at, so she alternated between glaring at them all before settling on Snape, who was there for some reason. Snape gave her an indignant "What did I do?" look, and Harry resisted the urge to snort. Fudge waved a dismissive hand. It's no problem, Madam Umbridge. Miss Edgecombe has given us the names we required. These three were the leaders of this rebellion. So it is them we needed to see. Harry glared at Fudge. Look, expel me if you like, in fact, please do, but let Hermione and Ron go. They've done nothing wrong, Harry argued, not even looking at the crying girl sat in front of Dumbledore's desk. No can do, Potter. Sit down, all of you. Harry, Ron, and Hermione reluctantly sat down, glaring between Umbridge and the minister. Harry felt Hermione's hand slip into his own. He squeezed it and she looked at him. He had never been so happy that the trio had mastered communicating with each other with the slightest change of expression. Say nothing. He willed her, and did the same to Ron. Both understood the message and pursed their lips. So, Miss Edgecombe tells us you have been running an illegal dark arts club in this very school. Harry had never seen Fudge look so gleeful. No, Harry scoffed. We were walking one. Only joking, we've actually not done anything of the sort, but the opportunity for an awesome dad joke was far too tempting to resist. Silence. Okay, keep your wig on. How did you know about my Fudge? Shook his head and Harry smirked. It had been a lucky guess. Snape raised a delicate brow. Even Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again briefly in amusement. McGonagall outright chuckled, which was why she was Harry's favorite. You understand that the obvious breach of the rules, as well as studying dark magic without permission, is grounds for expulsion, if not imprison me. Minister, you can't put children in Azkaban for this, McGonagall exclaimed. I know my lions, and they would never mess with dark magic. She looked at the trio confidently. Harry gave her the shadow of a wink, and she gave one back. They've been running an illegal club to teach themselves nonsense. Since this school teaches them all they need to know, the only explanation is they were learning something banned, something dark, something heavy. It was a defense club, Harry snapped, because Professor Umbridge's lessons are so useless. He didn't care if he was saying too much anymore. The game was up anyway. Look, we weren't trying to hurt anyone, but we need to know how to protect ourselves. No, you don't, boy. There is nothing out there. Enough of the games, the minister practically spat. Harry clenched his fists and felt the fury build. He hated being called boy. Dumbledore interrupted. If I may, he said, holding up a hand. Everyone turned to look at him. I am quite sure these students meant no harm. Fudge got a wild gleam in his eye. It was you, wasn't it? He whispered manically, looking Dumbledore as if Christmas had come early. You started this little club. You thought by calling it Harry's Army we would never discover it was you. Actually, Actually, it's called the Harry fell silent at the furious glare Hermione sent him. Alas, it appears you've discovered my secret. Dumbledore sighed. Harry froze. Oh, Albus, what are you? I knew it. Fudge shrieked. Albus Dumbledore, you are under arrest for oh no, I'm not being arrested. Dumbledore said calmly. Alas, I simply do not have the time for this little game. He twinkled. Harry fought the urge to grin at the obvious jibe towards the minister, but then remembered he wasn't really a fan of Dumbledore either, so settled for staring at the portrait of one of Sirius' many great uncles, Phineas Nigellus Black. He had been headmaster almost a century ago. The portrait winked at him, and Harry winked back. He loved his little collection of random odd allies no one knew about. Get him! Fudge snapped at Kingsley and another Auror, who brandished their wands. Before Harry knew what was happening, he was on the floor and there was loud bang, followed by silence. He sat up and scanned the room in confusion. Umbridge, Fudge, and the Auror were on the floor, unconscious. Kingsley offered Harry a hand and pulled him to his feet, before doing the same to Ron and Hermione. McGonagall was staring at Dumbledore whilst helping up a sobbing Marietta, who was still covering her face. Harry grimaced at the smug grin Hermione was wearing. The girl could be ruthless when she wanted to be. Keep them safe, Dumbledore said to McGonagall. Harry, it is more important now than ever for you to block Voldemort from your mind, keep him away and out of your head, for your own safety. Snape made a noise between a scoff and a snarl, and Fawkes flew towards Dumbledore and landed on his shoulder. You're leaving, Ron said bluntly. Dumbledore nodded. Get Fawkes a burger whilst you can, yeah? Ron ginned nervously. Hermione smacked him on the arm, and Harry nodded vigorously, winking at Fawkes. To everyone's surprise, Fawkes winked back. What? We have a bond. He did save my life once, you know, Harry reminded them. Dumbledore chuckled and Snape rolled his eyes. Stay safe, all of you, were Dumbledore's parting words. With a flash of fire, he was gone. Back to your dorms now before they wake, McGonagall said hurriedly. Harry didn't move. Mr. Potter, go. No, I'm staying. This is mostly my fault, Harry argued back, looking his favorite professor in the eye. I really am sorry, you know, McGonagall softened. I know, Harry, fine, stay. The rest of you go now. With one last longing look at Harry, Hermione and Ron turned and left Marietta behind them. Harry caught a glimpse of her face as they moved. The word sneak had been scrawled across her forehead in angry red boils. Harry winced. He would have to persuade Hermione to remove the curse at some point, even if Marietta did deserve it. He knew what it was like to have a scar define you, after all. Where is he? Fudge demanded as soon as he came to, staring around the room. Ron, back to bed, Harry said airily. No, you daft child, the head Dumbledore. Oh, he's gone, Harry said flatly. Now, if you don't mind, I'd appreciate it if you could hurry up and expel me. Las Vegas won't wait forever. Harry folded his arms and looked at the minister expectantly. Oh, no. The manic gleam was back in Fudge's eyes. You aren't getting off that easily. No, you are on strict lockdown in this castle. You will not leave, and you will spend every evening in detention. If anyone discovers you have left the grounds for any reason, you will be arrested. Am I understood? Loud and clear. Harry met Fudge's gaze levelly, and Fudge seemed to hesitate at the cold expression. Right, well, off you all go. Shacklebolt, find Miss Bones and inform her of Dumbledore's escape. No one rests until we find him. Dolors, you will take over Dumbledore's position as headmistress until we can officially replace him once and for all. Go, Potter. Harry looked between Umbridge and McGonagall. McGonagall had gone ghostly pale, and Umbridge looked like it was her birthday and Christmas all at once. Harry felt McGonagall place a hand on his shoulder and squeeze. Go, Harry, she murmured, and so Harry left. No, surely they can't give it to her. She isn't even qualified, Hermione exclaimed in outrage the next morning, when the group of friends all gathered so the trio could fill everyone in on the events of the previous evening. Wait, so you can't leave Hogwarts at all? Daphne asked Harry incredulously. Nope. I think they're just waiting for an opportunity to arrest me or something. Harry said with a shrug. There wasn't any Hogsmeade trips approaching, so he would be at the castle anyway. He did think about possibly using Creature or Dobby to sneak him out just to make a point, but decided he couldn't be bothered. Don't worry, Harry, if they put you in jail, me and Creature will break you right back out again, Susan promised. Harry grinned at her, then gave her thoughtful look. Does house elf magic work in Azkaban? He asked her. Susan shrugged. Don't know. Please don't get arrested on purpose to find out. I won't. I'll flee to America. Want to come with? Harry asked brightly. Sure, why not? Susan and Harry smiled at each other broadly. Ron shook his head. You two are terrifying, barmy but terrifying. Oh, also, I have detention every evening. Umbridge still isn't allowed to host my detentions, so Flitwick is doing it. He said you guys can all come and study in there with me if you like. He added cheerfully. He's going to teach me to duel. Draco groaned. This is all such a mess. On the bright side, Astoria said, sat cross-legged between Ginny and Luna. Quidditch is in a few hours. Except Harry and the twins can't play, Hermione pointed out. Oh yeah, never mind, no bright side then, I guess. Now the bumblebee is gone, others will follow, Harry said, looking solemn. Hagrid will probably be the first to go next, or Trelawney now that the bumblebee isn't here to stop them. Umbridge can't stand anyone with creature blood. Susan added, she may target Flitwick too. Trelawney had been sacked shortly after the inspection. Dumbledore had allowed her to remain at the castle, but hadn't had the chance to find a replacement before he had to leave. Divination students were forced to sit in on Umbridge's Dada sessions, reading ministry-approved textbooks on the subject instead. If Hagrid goes, we'll need to feed his little brother, Luna said idly, watching the boat-truckle dancing on her finger. Everyone turned to stare at her. His little what? Everyone watched Luna open-mouthed as she approached Hagrid's brother Grop with no fear. He is not little, Draco said faintly. Aye, Hagrid said. He's little fur a giant, though. Draco made a choked sound and Daphne laughed at him. Ye'll help Luna take care of I am if I ave ter leave, won't ye? Hagrid asked Harry earnestly. Sure, Harry said, sounding uncertain. Of course we will. Gryffindor lost the Quidditch match by miles. No one was surprised, but it was still disappointing. Then Fred and George decided it was time to go. It was during the final round of Owl Mocks that the fireworks went off. They were everywhere, and the more people tried to get rid of them, the louder they got. Some even multiplied. At the same time the fireworks went off, a swamp appeared outside the Great Hall. To get across without being covered in mud or slime, a password was required. Farewell, dear students. The twins cried, sat firmly on their stolen broomsticks. Lee was perched on his own broom, smirking. Don't worry, you haven't seen the last of us. And off they went. Harry had promised not to tell anyone they would be back next year, when Umbridge would inevitably go to retake their final Newt year. No Dada professor lasted more than a year, after all. Umbridge had raged and screamed and stamped her feet, but they were gone, so there was nothing she could do. All Weasley products were banned. The fireworks fizzled out after a week, but the swamp remained. The password to get across was known by every single student in the school, bar the inquisitorial squad, Umbridge, and Filch. Even Snape knew it, but Snape and the twins had always seemed to get along quite well in Harry's opinion. This was proved to him the day before his exams began, when he watched, along with hundreds of other students, as Snape waved his wand and the swamp vanished for good. Even Flitwick had been unsuccessful, so the only possible explanation was the twins had told Snape how to get rid of it and left it up to him to decide when. Professor Snape, Umbridge had simpered. Why, pray tell, did you not get rid of that infernal thing a month ago? Snape had smirked cruelly back at her. You didn't ask me to. And off he went, robes billowing as usual. Harry scowled. He keeps stealing my line, he said grumpily. Susan patted him on the shoulder comfortingly. Harry was very grateful for his geeky friends. Hermione and Draco had wrangled them all into studying throughout the year, so he felt marginally prepared for most, if not all, his exams. The exams were spread across 2 weeks. Week 1 was all their physical papers. Care of Magical Creatures, Astronomy, and Divination did not have written exams. Harry felt he did okay in most of the written exams. Defense against the dark arts had been a breeze, especially as many questions were about creatures, which had been the focus of their 3rd year when they had a decent teacher. Charms and Transfiguration had been harder, but Harry managed to answer every question at least. Potions had been suspiciously easy. Either all of the detentions with Snape had paid off and actually helped him, or Harry was just so appallingly bad that he had accidentally made everything up. In his detentions, Snape was slightly less nasty. Whether that was just exhaustion, Harry couldn't be sure, but Harry was confident enough to actually ask questions, and Snape was surprisingly good at explaining things when he actually bothered to. Harry had also found out from Remus that his mother had loved potions, so he made more of a conscious effort to study and worked harder on his potions essays. Snape still mostly gave him DS and TS, but Harry thought part of that might be because He-Man had to hate him in order to stay in favor with Valdi. The written herbology paper was difficult, and Harry only answered 3/4 of the questions. He had been happy to see Neville leave that exam with an excited smile on his face, so he knew his herbology expert friend had done well at least. History of Magic was their final written paper, and Harry hadn't even really bothered to try. He fell asleep at one point, where he had a very interesting dream. Sirius had been being tortured in the Hall of Prophecies. He knew it was a possibility that Voldemort may have managed to slip into his mind and plant a false vision, so as soon as the exam was over he called for Kreacher, who went to Grimmauld and came back within 10 seconds, saying that Sirius was fine. Harry gave Kreacher 2 hastily written letters and asked him to give one to Snape and one to Sirius. Luckily, Harry knew beyond Valdi sending the odd false vision, he still had no access to Harry's thoughts or mind. With that knowledge, he then sent a Patronus to Valdi. "Nice try, sucker." He grinned at the scream of rage in his head, before sending images of pink frogs ballroom dancing over the telepathic link in rapid succession. Then he broke the connection with a giggle. Next came the practical exams. History of Magic was the only subject where there was no practical, so their practical week was much more full-on. Once or twice a day, they were called into the hall in alphabetical order and were kept in a side room to wait so that they couldn't cheat. Charms had been okay. Harry only messed up the final spell. His charms work hadn't been exquisite, but he did a decent enough job. Transfiguration was harder, and Harry definitely lost a few marks for having whiskers on his snuff box, but he felt he did okay overall. Potions had been to create a dreamless sleep from memory. Harry had grinned, ecstatic, and got to work. It was a potion he had made perfectly before, and he had been secretly brewing it all year to help with the nightmares that still plagued him. He had a feeling Snape had caught on during the lesson with Umbridge, but the man had never said anything. Care of magical creatures had been a breeze, and so had Dada. Harry was pleased to see those from the Ha in the hall at the same time as him flourish as well, performing the required spells with ease and accuracy. He had even been allowed to cast the Patronus charm for a few extra marks. Apparently, McGonagall had requested the Invigilators ask all fifth-year students to have a go, knowing many of them would succeed due to Harry's lessons. Harry also remembered to turn his stag into an ostrich briefly, just because he could. Herbology hadn't gone well, but Harry had never been any good at herbology. It was only by accident he managed to befriend the venomous Tentacula after all. In divination, he told the examiner he could see a large disco ball, with lots of emo pals dressed in pink dancing around it. The examiner had definitely failed him, but Harry couldn't resist having a little fun in at least one exam. It was astronomy where it all went sideways. They had been studying the sky and mapping it onto parchment when the shouting began. Everyone turned their telescopes downwards and watched in horror as Hagrid yelled at the ministry officials that surrounded him, Umbridge included. McGonagall had run out of the school towards him just as the ministry officials fired a dozen stunners at the half-giant. Harry cried out when they all hit McGonagall, and she crumpled to the ground. The exam didn't continue after that. "This ends now," Harry said stoutly as his friends followed him to Umbridge's office. "What do you mean, Harry, what are you planning?" Hermione bit her lip and Harry grimaced. "Look, you should all stay here. What I'm about to do is going to get me in heaps of trouble," he said honestly, turning to face them all. "We're with you, mate, whatever, you know that," Neville said. "Just tell us the plan." Harry took a deep breath and explained. "Well, well, well," Umbridge said brightly, yanking Harry's head from the fireplace. "What do we have here?" "A fireplace," Harry said obstinately. "With Harry Potter's head in it," she simpered and shoved him into a chair. Harry looked around the office. Ginny, Neville, Ron, and Hermione were all being held at wand point by members of the inquisitorial squad. "Who were you contacting?" Umbridge demanded. "Nunya. Nunya who? Nunya business." "Enough games, Mr. Potter," Umbridge snapped. "Tell me who you were contacting now." "Why should I?" Harry retorted, fire in his eyes. Umbridge smiled. "The Cruciatus curse ought to loosen your tongue." "Oh yeah, go for it," Harry challenged. "Voldemort tried that already, it didn't work." "Crucio." Harry didn't make a sound as the spell hit him in the chest. He did his best not to wince. It wasn't as strong as Voldemort's, but it still hurt. "Stop it," Hermione cried out, trying to fight off Parkinson. "Please, I'll tell you." Umbridge lifted the spell but kept her wand trained on Harry. "Go on then, Miss Granger." Hermione spoke through sobs. "We were trying to contact Dumbledore to tell him it's ready." "To tell him what was ready?" Umbridge asked, eyes shining. Hermione choked out another sob, shaking her head. Umbridge opened her mouth, once again focused on Harry. Hermione broke. "The secret weapon," she cried. "Please don't hurt him." Within minutes, Hermione and Harry were leading Umbridge into the forbidden forest. They knew the route well, Luna's frequent visits leaving a clear path in the dirt. The fight had been quick. Grop's roar of outrage had alerted the centaurs to their presence, who stormed into the clearing, bows and arrows at the ready. Umbridge had tried to bind them with rope the instant she saw them and got herself kidnapped. Harry and Hermione had fled after picking up their discarded wands, dropped by Umbridge in the panic. They sprinted back to the main grounds, where Neville, Luna, Draco, Daphne, Astoria, Ron, Ginny, and Susan were waiting for them. "We can't all go," Daphne said instantly. "Especially not Draco. As soon as his father realizes he's changed sides, he'll be killed." "He's going to know by summer anyway," Draco retorted. "Exactly, best we keep it quiet so we can figure out how to keep you hidden. Your dad will probably be there as well. I wouldn't want you to have to fight him." Harry said, and Draco scowled. "What's the plan then?" Ginny asked. Harry rubbed his forehead. "I've told Valdi what we're going to do. He will have sent a few of his emo pals to the ministry already to lie in wait. I wouldn't be surprised if he comes himself. I'm going to meet him there." "I'm coming with you," Ron and Hermione said at the same time. Harry didn't bother to argue. Hermione and Ron had never been talked out of trouble before. Trying to now would only waste time. "Me too." Ginny, Daphne, and Astoria said stubbornly. "And me," Neville said, voice shaking. Harry frowned. "No, just Hermione and Ron," Harry said. The others opened their mouths to protest, but Harry got there first. "No, listen, this is life or death, not some silly little jaunt." "We know," Neville said boldly. "Harry, please." Harry pushed a hand through his hair. "Fine," he said eventually, "but I need some of you here for this to work." "Okay, but only if it is actually necessary for the plan," Astoria said stubbornly. "Daphne, Astoria, you need to stay with Draco." Harry spoke quickly, packing backwards and forwards. They began to protest, but Harry interrupted them. "Let me finish. To be a Slytherin seen with me is too dangerous right now, even if your family is a neutral party in this war. Besides, I don't know what will happen in the castle whilst we are gone. I need you to alert Flitwick, Sprout, and Sinistra about what's happening, especially about Minnie." "Fine." Daphne glared at Harry. Astoria huffed but nodded, hugging Ginny and Luna tightly. The three girls had grown very close over the school year. "Susan, as much as I would love to bring you, I need you here for Creature. You're the only one other than me he'll listen to, and your aunt is terrifying and will actually kill me if I take you," Harry said with a half-smile. Susan smirked. "Wait, why is that again?" Ginny asked. "What exactly did you two do to get Creature to love you both so much?" "Oh, nothing much," Susan said nonchalantly. "Okay, so I'm getting Creature to do what exactly?" "Bring Sirius to Hogwarts in dog form," Harry said, giving her a look. "Take him to Snape, he'll ensure he can't leave. Then have Creature take you to Dumbleby. It's highly likely he's at Grimmauld with Sirius, though, so it may only need to be one trip." "How is Creature going to get around the wards for this to work?" Harry grinned. "Black family magic." Phineas Nigellus Black was headmaster here long ago, so any house elf owned by the Blacks can evade the wards with whoever they please, as long as the intention is to protect. It's more complicated than that, but we are on a time crunch here. Daphne nodded slowly. Being the ward nerd she was, she knew exactly what Harry meant. "The rest of you, I won't stop you coming with me." Harry paused and looked each of them in the eye. "But I would prefer you to stay." "The Strowls," was Luna's response. Everyone turned to look at her, confused, but Harry grinned. "Genius! Let's go, gang! Good luck, Daph, Astoria, Draco, Sue." "Don't die," Daphne said shortly. Harry mock saluted. The Strowls were surprisingly easily to persuade, and before long they were on their way to the ministry. They entered through the Muggle world. Harry delighted in telling the automated voice in the telephone box they were all Malfoy's minions. And they were there to squash flies. The ministry was deserted, and the clerk at the desk was half asleep, barely registering the badges before waving them through to the atrium. Harry vowed to himself to keep his badge forever. Malfoy's minion, Fly Squasher, he giggled when he caught Ginny glaring at him. "Fly Squasher, less than satisfactory," she hissed in outrage. "I'm amazing at fly squashing, you know this." "Not the time, Ginny," Neville murmured as they piled into an elevator, tumbling out at the very last stop. The Department of Mysteries looked no different than before. Harry led the others through to the room of many doors, and didn't bat an eyelid when they span in rapid succession. No one questioned him when he knew instantly which door to walk through. In fact, not one spoke until Harry stopped at row 94 and read the label on the shelf nearest his head. SPT to APWBD HJP and TMR. Harry smirked and lifted the small glass ball from the shelf. As soon as he did so, he heard a scuffle and they were surrounded by Death Eaters. "Give me the prophecy, Potter," Lucius Malfoy snarled, lifting his wand closer to Harry's face. "Oh, hi, Barbie, how are the peacocks?" Harry asked cheerfully. "Enough, give it to me." "What this?" Harry felt his friends get into position and smirked, tossing the ball into the air and catching it with ease. He watched Malfoy flinch and smiled widely. "I don't think so. It's rather fun to play with, you see. Itty-bitty baby Potter." Harry watched with a raised brow as a skinny woman with hair crazier than Hermione's approached him, sadistic smirk on her face. "Bellatrix Lestrange," Harry greeted, throwing the prophecy high into the air, clapping madly, then catching it deftly. "You look so much like your cousin Sirius." Bellatrix hissed at him and Harry laughed, still casually tossing the prophecy up and down with one hand. "Give it here, Potter, and we'll let your little friends go with their lives," she spat, holding out a hand for the prophecy. "I don't think I will, thanks. It would be rather boring if I just gave it to you without a fight, no." He recognized the crazed glint in her eye. It's one he sometimes saw in the mirror. He knew he had her hooked. "Well, it would be a crime if I passed on the opportunity to torture you for longer than necessary," she said softly. "Well, if you want to play, I'm game, if you let these guys go, of course," he said, as if he was doing her a favor. She fell for it. "Fine," she said, and Harry shrugged nonchalantly. Dobby appeared with a crack. Harry smirked at the sheer rage on Malfoy's face. "Take this lot home, yeah." He knew Hermione would kill him later for straying from the plan he'd told them, but it was necessary. If he was going to play with a crazy witch, he wanted his friends safe out of the way. Dobby nodded and they vanished with a pop. Hermione would also kill him for offering a game of chase to Bellatrix as an option, but in order to be believed fully, he needed Bellatrix and Lucius fooled, both by the prophecy in his hand and his insanity, and fooled they were. "Run, little Potter," Bellatrix cackled. Harry shot her deranged grin and sprinted from the Hall of Prophecies. He could hear at least 6 Death Eaters behind him, but he didn't relent or turn to duel them. He ran back into the room of doors and through a random door, where a tank of odd creatures that looked like brains sat, immobile, in large tanks. Harry levitated an entire tank and dropped the spell with the first Death Eater entered the room. It took him out instantly, and Harry laughed, especially when the next Death Eater tripped over the first. Harry stood and watched as the third leapt over the other 2, and then promptly tripped over Harry's outstretched leg. "Whoopsie!" Harry ran from the room, finally reaching the one he and Susan had planned on that summer. It was a simple room, made of stone, with an odd-looking black veil on a raised dais. Harry had been oddly drawn to it the first time, but now he was distracted, quickly grabbing a piece of plastic from his pocket. "Potter!" "Cheerage!" Harry, wand in one hand, prophecy in his magically enlarged pocket. Prophecies can't be summoned. "You be a fool to try," and Fly Swatter in his other hand, launched himself at Malfoy Sr., whacking him over and over again with Fly Swatter. He heard Bellatrix enter the room through another, cackling madly as she watched Harry's attack. Clearly believing Harry to be distracted, she slashed the air with her wand. Harry cast a shield charm at his back with his wand in his right hand and continued beating Malfoy with the Fly Swatter in his left. Then he stopped. He backed away and watched as Bellatrix and Lucius advanced on him, wands raised. He dropped the Fly Swatter. Then he, very slowly, reached into his pocket. They smiled triumphantly, and Lucius held out his hand for the prophecy. Harry pressed the trigger of the water pistol, aiming right in Malfoy's face. Bellatrix shrieked with laughter as Malfoy spluttered. She didn't notice the Order members piling into the room straight away. Harry did. "Hi, guys," he called, waving his wand hand madly. "We were just having a water fight. Want to join us?" Tonks obliged, and shot water straight at one of the Death Eaters from the brain room. The jet was so strong he was flung into the wall and once again crumpled to the floor, unconscious. "Nice shot," Harry complimented, dropping the water pistol and ducking under Malfoy's arm, darting over to the Order. "Can you guys take it from here, or are you just going to watch?" "Cheeky," Moody grumbled, picking up the Fly Swatter and whacking Harry on the head with it before deftly blocking another attack from Bellatrix. "Harry, go, more Death Eaters are coming," Remus said urgently. "Okay," Harry nodded as the Order began to duel. He quickly darted out of the fray and watched as Andromeda and Tonks worked together to duel Bellatrix. He sidled up behind her and ignored the looks he got from the 2 Tonkses. "Tag!" he shrieked, poking Bellatrix in the back. "You're it!" and off he ran. He led her up to the atrium. He knew that's where Valdi would go, since he'd seen Lucius slip off 5 minutes before. And where Valdi was where Dummels would go, and Harry had something to say. He dodged and deflected Bellatrix's attack without turning around, and halted so suddenly in the atrium she bumped into him. "Sorry," she said automatically, clearly not thinking. "Forgiven," Harry said, looking puzzled for the first time that day. Then she realized and tried to grab him, but he'd already stepped out of the way. "Hey, Valdi, looking for this," Harry exclaimed, brandishing the prophecy with a grin. Harry watched Dumbledore go pale as he and Voldemort stopped mid-duel. Lucius was stood to the side watching, expressionless. "Harry Potter," Voldemort greeted. Harry waved. He watched Bellatrix back away and return to her master, pouting. She must really enjoy playing chase, Harry mused as he began tossing the prophecy in the air again. "Voldemorts!" Harry returned the greeting with a small, mocking bow. Voldemort glared at him and hissed. Harry raised a brow. It wasn't Parseltongue, so maybe he had just forgotten how to speak. Harry heard the rest of the order pile into the atrium. The other Death Eaters had been dealt with quickly, then. Voldemort had a ward around the two of them before any of the order, Dumbledore included, could interfere. However, everyone could hear and see them. "Here's what is going to happen," Voldemort said, stepping closer to the teenage boy in front of him. "You are going to give me that prophecy, and then you will be punished." "Punished?" Harry inquired innocently. "Whatever for." "Don't pretend you don't know," Voldemort snapped. "All year I've been bombarded with patronesses, howlers, letters, mind messages, and gnomes, and I have been unable to retaliate. But now it is time for my revenge. Give me the prophecy." "But I don't have the prophecy," Harry said, winking at Tonks. Remus noticed, of course, and gave the witch a suspicious frown. Tonks, however, was just as confused as he was. Harry resisted a giggle at the possible drama he just caused for fun. "I am not blind, Harry Potter. It's in your hand. Give it to me." "Oh, this." Harry threw it in the air again. Voldemort winced, and Harry watched Moody apprehend Bellatrix from the corner of his eye. "This is just a glass ball. The actual prophecy was destroyed by me and a friend last year." To prove his point, Harry dropped the glass ball. It smashed on the floor, and no wisp or voice came out of it. Voldemort screeched in rage, and the order all looked at Harry, jaws dropped open in surprise. Even Dumbledore looked a bit ill. Harry ignored them all. "Sorry to those of you who have wasted a year guarding nothing, but it had to be done. Crucio." Harry found himself once again under the Cruciatus curse. He bit down on his lip hard and knelt on the floor. Voldemort released him and he stood back up, staggering slightly. "Second time today, yours are way worse than Umbridge's though, like sheesh." Harry brushed invisible dust of his trousers and wordlessly summoned his fly swatter. "Are we dueling again like we did in the graveyard?" Voldemort raised his wand. Harry raised his fly swatter. Then he paused. "Hello, Minister." Voldemort vanished quicker than you could say rubber duck, so Harry sent him a mental image of one instead. It had a bowler hat and a tie, of course. "Do you believe me now?" Harry asked the minister, who was too stunned to speak. Things moved very quickly after that.
Thanks for watching part 1. If you'd like to see part 2, please subscribe to my channel.